Chapter 41. So, you want to rebel? In the hotel, Bei Long pointed out the problem directly. He probably saw that these guys actually had the intention to rebel. I thought he didn't understand, so I tried to trick him and take advantage of him. The travel expenses you paid can be fully refunded to you, or even 10 times more. The Haizu translator said calmly. This is not a question of money. If I get caught, it will be a question of losing my head with you. Bei Long said. Don't worry, we don't have the habit of beheading as punishment. Hai Clan translated. Hey! Bei Long was confused. Usually it's cut in half. Hai Clan translated. Bei Long. Do you think you are funny? Bei Long sighed slightly. I'm going to be more straightforward and won't test you anymore. When I ask you if you want to rebel, I mean to ask if you want to use Kalian's leadership style as a gimmick. Ultimately, you want to rebuild the country that was destroyed by Atlanta's western region, and restore the country for revenge or something. Or do you really want to follow Kalian's route, which is really people-centered? Bei Long asked the Hai Clan translator in front of him seriously. The look and attitude changed, and for a moment the Hai Clan translator felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. That is, questioning the inner philosophy. Of course we want to follow Kalian's route and build a brand new nation of the common sea people in the ocean. The Sea People's translator replied seriously. Do you need help? Bei Long asked bluntly. You. The Hai Clan translator immediately expressed doubts. If I said that I was actually Kalian's spy, and I had planned to help you secretly, but I dared to go to sea and was fooled by you, would you believe me? Bei Long lied without a blush or a heartbeat. The power of blood is so useful. If you don't believe it, you don't even know our Sea Clan language. The Sea Clan translator said very sensibly. In order not to arouse suspicion, it is naturally best to come in the most simple state. Bei Long continued to fool around. Give me proof that you are Kalian's spy. The Hai Clan translator asked coldly. Will your spies bring their own credentials to infiltrate? Bei Long asked back. The Hai Clan translator was stunned. Hiss. It seems reasonable. No, you almost got in. Even if there is no actual proof, you must at least give some verbal testimony to show your identity as a Kalian spy. It can't be a belief slogan that everyone knows, like Kalian's people will never be slaves. The Hai Clan translator immediately translated. Bei Long curled his lips slightly, quite cleverly. It looks like you need to show some real skills. It's impossible to prove that Kalian is sure. Let me tell you something about the Leviga party, the largest red local force at that time, before Kalian completed the unification of the empire. For example, they determined the most basic version of the core concept. 4 concepts. Relevant knowledge emerged in Bei Long's mind again, inexplicably very clear. First, we must establish a new concept of political power, that is, the concept of political power. Political power is the primary issue of the revolution, and the common people's seizure of power is the primary value of the revolution. In the early days of the Arsha Empire and the Korean Alliance, they achieved it by force. You will definitely not be able to directly reproduce the situation. Second, pursue the concept of democracy. In democracy, civilians should enjoy the right to participate in the management of state and social affairs or to express opinions freely on state affairs. The first step in the civilian revolution is to elevate the civilian class to the ruling class and win democracy. Third, pursue the concept of equality. People of different races have different talents, and there are also gaps between individuals, but this is not a reason to give up basic equality. It is your priority to strive for basic equality when your differences are not significant. Fourth, pursue the concept of freedom. The success of civilian labor should be enjoyed by themselves. Under the dictatorship of the civilian class, civilians work for themselves for the first time. And being able to eat better than the royal family and dignitaries is the real freedom, that is, the freedom to enjoy the fruits of one's own labor. Government, democracy, equality, freedom. 4 core concepts. Understand. Bei Long finished a long article, including detailed explanations of each point, etc. It took him half an hour. My mouth was dry as I talked about it, and I subconsciously wanted to drink some water. But I found that I was still in the sea. After releasing a little diving magic, I opened my mouth and saw pure sea water. He could only slightly awkwardly change the action of holding the water glass into the action of clearing his throat. And his audience. The Sea Tribe translator was so dumbfounded that he could stuff a fish directly into his open mouth. This is not a Kalien spy. This is simply a high-level political official of Kalien. Ahem, is there fresh water only for land passengers? Bei Long asked awkwardly at this time. My mouth is indeed a little dry. The water generated by water magic is just a temporarily condensed water element. After drinking it, it will dissipate without continuous magic power maintenance. It can only be used as an emergency at most, but it is not a big deal. Yes, yes. The High Clan translator hurriedly looked for him and swam over quickly. Please drink, please drink. A glass of fresh water wrapped in water magic was delivered to Bai Long with great respect, and the attitude of the entire Sea Clan changed. Call. After drinking the water, I took a long breath and found that the fresh water was still delicious. I wonder what you would call this gentleman? The High Clan translator asked. No need to use such an old way of calling me, just call me Mr. Avisu. Bei Long directly changed his name. The original name is most likely already on the secret search list of the Vampire Ayrshire Empire, Elf Islands, and Kalien, and it must be at the highest level. It is directly in Avisu, the predecessor of the Ayrshire Empire, the Aviso Kingdom. At first glance, it is the name of the code name. The key is this name. If Kalien comes to lead the High Clan to make progress together, even if Kalien knows that there is this person, the first thing he thinks of is definitely someone in the Ayrshire Empire who has a common goal. If the Ayrshire Empire knew that there was such a person, then it would definitely be the first time to think that it was definitely the spies from Kalien who deliberately used the predecessor of their Ayrshire Empire as the code name. Your name. The Sea Tribe translator obviously also knows about the Aviso Kingdom, and seems to know a lot about world wars and political affairs. Don't worry about these details. Bei Long smiled. I understand, I understand. The High Clan translator looked like he understood instantly. As a spy of Kalien, using code names related to the Ayrshire Empire is a very easy way to confuse the public. He is indeed Kalien's top spy member. Can you let me meet your current senior management now? Bei Long asked at this time. The Haizu translator was just about to say something. Of course you can, Mr. Avisu. A strange voice came in the form of sound waves. It was the High Clan who had been listening secretly in the next room for a long time. Bai Long had actually noticed it a long time ago. Who are you? Bei Long asked knowingly. Hello, this is the first time we meet. I am the person in charge of the High Communist Society in this area. You can call me MRC Ray. A young man from the High Tribe politely opened the door and entered. According to the aesthetics of the High Tribe, he definitely belongs to the handsome type. The name is also a code name. After all, there are probably not many people who would use their real names when doing this kind of thing. Mr. C. Ray, hello, hello. Bei Long also stepped forward to shake hands. Among the High Tribe, a simple handshake etiquette is also relatively popular, at least there is no High Tribe that rejects this simple etiquette. Before that, let me first apologize to Mr. Avisa for our previous use of you as a passenger. But please also be a little considerate, because all the land races know that we have just ended the Empire War and the situation is unstable. Few land races have arrived, and there are even fewer suitable candidates. Terribly sorry. Mr. C. Ray sincerely apologized. I understand, we are quite familiar with this kind of thing. Special times require special means. Bai Long expressed his understanding. He didn't care much about that little thing. Thank you for understanding. Mr. Siren smiled. Then he said quickly. As for the core concepts you just mentioned, can I ask you to explain it in more detail? I still have some doubts. Of course, it is obviously no longer a doubt about your identity. Just based on your current coping methods and other various performances, I will no longer mistake you for an ordinary adventurer. I just want to know more about what you said. Thing. We, the Maritime Communist Party, need it very much. Mr. C. Ray said with a pleading tone. It's easy to talk about. This is what I came to do. I didn't expect that I was so lucky that we bumped into each other directly. But at the beginning, it really shocked me. You know I really don't know your language. I thought you were preparing a strange ceremony and using me, an outsider, to sacrifice to the god of the sea. Haha. Bei Long also smiled heartily. Then please move over here. Mr. C. Ray extended his hand to signal. Bei Long also left and changed to a more comfortable room to talk. What followed was a detailed discussion about Kailian and the High Gongshi of the High people in this area. During the detailed discussion, Bei Long also found out why Mr. Siray was observing secretly in the next room seemed to be because he received a magical notification from an unknown god, saying that the human visitors who planned to demonstrate on the street today were people who could help their Haidong society. Be cautious, or just in case. This area, the highest responsible person of the High Clan of the High Communist Society, also quietly came to the next room. I happened to hear Bei Long's testimony to the High Clan translator. That long list concerns the core concepts of the Aleviga Party, the largest of the Red Rebellion organizations that were once defined by major empires. The shock in his heart was no less than that of the High Clan translator. This person. It is really as the unknown god said, he is the one who can help them. Is he up to no good? Don't worry at all. Because if they don't succeed, they will most likely be wiped out by the Atlanta Western Region Army. If you take a gamble on this variable, there is at least a chance of success. Chapter 42. After about 3 days, Bei Long thoroughly understands the details of the current High Clan. First of all, the overall unified pattern is not actually completely unified. The war between the last two major regions, empires, ended. In addition to the fact that the Atlanta Western region was indeed powerful, there was another main reason. An important traitor appeared in the Lemurian territory and surrendered with nearly a quarter of the Lemurian territory's army. As a result, after the war, the leader became the Atlanta Western region, similar to the founding heroes, with a status equivalent to the Grand Duke level, and the large areas of Enfef territory had extremely high autonomy. The highest being under the royal family. Such a result made many Sea people in the Lemuria region extremely dissatisfied, especially after becoming third-class citizens. Originally, citizens of the western region of Atlanta were basically first-class citizens. Citizens of annexed small countries and tribes are basically second-class citizens. Citizens of the non-surrendered areas of Lemuria are basically third-class citizens. How big of a difference is there? In terms of taxes, the tax rate for first-class citizens starts at a minimum of 5%, for second-class citizens, the tax rate starts at 10%, and for third-class citizens, the tax rate starts at 25%. It is true that it is much better than slaves. After all, slaves pay 99% tax, and the remaining 1% is their garbage food. This is not counting the superiority and inferiority discrimination in other places. This alone is enough to crush most ordinary people to death. In this situation, resistance can be said to be inevitable. In fact, if there is no existence like Kailian to play a guiding role, even the mainstream feudal empire rule in the entire world will generally not have any problems and will be easily suppressed soon. Because there are second-class and third-class citizens. First-class citizens will not think about rebellion. Even if second-class citizens have complaints, they still feel that they can still live in the lives of third-class citizens. If third-class citizens rebel, first- and second-class citizens will most likely assist them in order to maintain their status. If the second-class rebels, the third class may even assist, because that is their opportunity to be promoted to the second class. This method of class division is also a common method used by various feudal monarchies in the past dynasties. Especially after 20 years. The newly appointed emperor or the old emperor showed mercy and directly reduced taxes greatly. For example, the tax rate for third-class citizens is directly reduced by 10%, approaching the level of second-class citizens. That is the good emperor, a third-class citizen, and most of them still have to thank him. Slowly, it becomes more stable. But the problem is, the current mainstream way of governing the world is no longer the traditional feudal monarchy. Even the Ersha Empire, as well as the Agu Empire on the Orc side, the Siyori Empire on the Goblin side, the Mokener Empire on the Dwarf side, and finally the West Sea Empire, which is still a human race, all had to start asking the people for help. Give up some of the benefits. I didn't dare to press too hard like before and give Kailian a chance to have his thoughts invade. Even if it is a demon clan that is known for its cruelty, even the gods have to seriously consider how to maintain the common people under their rule. The Sea clan has not yet transformed. The root of resistance is that simple. Because the people of the Sea tribe saw the light of land in the dark seabed, Kailian. As for why the land and sea races with little exchanges can allow so many sea people to see the light? That's another key reason. Magic technology. In other words, industrial technology. Sea people live in the ocean. Because it is surrounded by sea water, it is always filled with strong water elements, which will greatly interfere with many basic element alchemical reactions. On land, although there is air all around and wind elements everywhere, it is not so strong and the interference is not that great. Many reactions even require the participation of wind elements. In the sea, even metallurgy, which ordinary people can do, becomes very difficult. Because of the most commonly used pyrometallurgy method, except for magicians who can forcibly cast fire magic in the sea, the people of the sea tribe cannot even generate conventional flames, so what can they use for pyrometallurgy? On the contrary, more night mechas were produced. The metal materials of mechas are basically alchemical metals. The magic alchemists of the sea tribe can find metal substitutes refined in the sea. Therefore, the War of the High Clan still remains in the era of cold weapon war. The only thing that can be considered a thermal weapon is a mecha. The one who belongs exclusively to the sea tribe is called hags, which means almost the same as a mecha when translated. It's just that it's not human-shaped, but fish-shaped. Unlike land mechas, which usually consider things like water pressure, making it difficult to make underwater mechas, sea mechas themselves are waterlogged. The body is made entirely of alchemical metals made from magical alchemy in the sea, so you don't have to worry about waterproofing, just like you don't have to worry about being airproof on land. Remote attacks. Magic cannon attacks with water, thunder, and light attributes can still be equipped normally. In short, in the sea, except that the fire attribute is not very easy to use, there is no big problem. The main problem lies in weapons. War always requires a lot of metal weapons. The spears, swords and shields of cold weapons all require metals that are cheap and can be produced in large quantities. Can't we just let the magic alchemist rub those cheap metals? The enemy's magic alchemists all went to rub alchemical metals to make hags and drove their mechas to kill everyone. No matter how you think about it, it's a loss. Where can a large amount of conventional metals or metal weapons, raw materials or finished products that are not afraid of seawater erosion come from? Land race. In the past, the main suppliers that the sea tribe looked for were the Oran's Empire, Sibo Empire, Alpha Empire on the southern coast of the Holy Continent, or the West Sea Empire on the Asilio continent. After the changes in the world structure, Kilian, which has sufficient production and better quality, became their first choice. Include. On the islands under their actual control, Kalian helped build many metallurgical factories. The high workers who rotate to work on the islands every month are also trained by Kalian for free, and the discounts are huge. Directly from the profit side, it seized the resources of other empires, making Kalian the last major supplier of metal weapons. Then, those workers were completely influenced by Kalian's ideas and concepts. Including Mr. C. Ray, who was once one of the people in charge of the High Tribe on an island metallurgical factory. Let's not talk about your agricultural production. After all, crops are grown in the sea and are completely different from those on land. As long as you plan well and have enough to eat. But in terms of your weapons and equipment, except for the special submarines and special underwater mechas that Kalian can export to you, there are really no top weapons that can be used. In terms of magic technology, your level of annihilation is much worse than other empires on land. Even the communication method is still very old. We use relay magic devices to communicate through traditional communication magic. Once it is interfered with, we will not be able to receive any messages. It is not as accurate as the communication from some small sea fish. After Beilong sorted out the general situation, he still had a headache. Many methods that can be used on land are completely unfeasible in the sea. In terms of industrial reform alone, there are many problems that need to be solved. Can't we use our original combat system? Mr. C. Ray asked. Whether it's reform or resistance, in the final analysis, it still requires sufficient strength. Peaceful evolution requires the active participation of the upper structure. Do you think the current Atlanta Western region has this prerequisite? The only option is war, and we can only use violence to fight for rights and interests. Otherwise, they will not hear your voice, let alone pay attention to your requests. Without a stronger and superior combat system, it will be difficult to defeat the many with the few and the weak with the strong. Technological change and leadership are urgent needs. Beilong shook his head and said with a little helplessness. But how can we achieve the suppression of technology and weapons and equipment? In this regard, even Kalian cannot directly help our marine race, right? Mr. C. Ray asked. First of all, forget about the thermal weapons and firearms used by land races. Only by leapfrogging to magic firearms can you exert your long-range combat capabilities in the ocean. Otherwise, in the end, you will still be hacking and killing with cold weapons at close range, and then fight. It's a matter of whose submarines, underwater mechas, and how many strong men there are. Bei Long first pointed out that he needed to find weapons and equipment that could surpass the current combat weapons of the High Clan and could be mass-produced. Magic firearms can only be made by magic alchemists and mechanics, right? And they are all imitations. They are definitely not as good as Kalien's quality, and they are even less likely to be mass-produced. Mr. C. Ray said distressedly. Mass production. The minimum conditions do not involve issues of technical ability or raw materials. If workers can't even do mass cultivation, what can be produced? Do you think Kalien's magic technology weapons were all made by their magic alchemists and mechanics? Bei Long asked. Well, I did hear that ordinary people can already make it, as long as they have a little bit of magic talent. Mr. C. Ray. Yes, the reason why Kalien can mass-produce magic technology is that even an ordinary person with no magic talent, even if he can only condense a tiny bit of magic, he only needs to choose a very low-level auxiliary magic. If you train him to the extreme, you can engage in basic production work of magic technology. With more basic workers, and with the continuous supply of magic power from the magic pump station, they can make everyone a magic alchemist mechanic. So now, the first step of the High Clan's transformation, the most priority goal, is only one. Bei Long said clearly. Please tell me. Mr. Ray. Universal education to the greatest extent. Bei Long said seriously. Without the foundation of education, it is impossible for ordinary sea people to understand the principles of alchemy, mechanics, and the most basic principles of magic application. It is even less possible to manufacture magic technology weapons with the cooperation of the magic pump station. Technology, at worst, ask Kalien. They may be able to provide you with such low-level technical information for free. But without enough foundation, even if Kalien gives you all the magic technology, you won't be able to create anything. Top-grade special submarines and top-grade special underwater mechas must be imported. If all the weapons behind the war are provided by Kalien, do you think in the end it will be your own war, or a war promoted by Kalien? Chapter 43. Just when Bei Long was thinking hard about how to help Mr. Hyu and the others improve their change plan. Other sides. The Arsha Empire, the Elf Tribe, and Kalien are all quite big. The Arsha Empire has also tried direct communication, secret communication, and even secretly let the powerful blood god sneak in, hoping to find the white dragon who is likely to be under house arrest and imprisoned, and the god-born boy who is likely to be related to the gods. Similarly, Kalien has sent representatives and senior officials to the elves many times, saying that all magical technologies can be used as bargaining chips and can be used as trade, and he only hopes that the elves will hand over the gods to Kalien. But no matter what both parties do, the result is the same. Think again. Really, no matter what kind of bargaining chips were given, even the first-generation aerospace aircraft carrier technology that could definitely make the elves excited, they could not make the elves nod. Almost always the answer is that it needs to be carefully considered. It's okay for the Arsha Empire, and they know that their competitiveness in this area is not as good as Kalien's, so it's normal to reject their trading chips. The only doubtful point is that there is indeed a high-level blood god who has sneaked into Fail, the ancient tree capital of the Fire Elves, as well as the academy where he had previously exchanged studies. But he didn't notice any abnormal blood-spirited aura other than that of the elves, as if it didn't exist at all. Transferred? The blood god could only think of this most reasonable and most likely answer. But the one who is most confused is Kalien. You have to consider this and that. What on earth do the elves want to do? Do you want Kalien to join them? Grand Marshal Jaika was already a little angry. After negotiating for so many days, we really have no intention at all. The trading chips given are enough, it is indeed a bit strange. Prime Minister Yasei also began to doubt the reason. The elves are convinced of us, so they want to continue to increase prices? But the problem is that with their industrial base, even if we give them all the cutting-edge technology, they will not be able to manufacture it now. When they establish a complete industrial chain, without a suitable education system, it cannot keep up with our iterative upgrade speed. But from the long-term perspective of the elves, given their racial stability, it is very likely that they will continue to develop. When the technological explosion period reaches saturation, even if they catch up slower, they will only be delayed by tens or hundreds of years. A long lifespan is perfectly acceptable. So, they really want all our technology. But from the analysis of the negotiation data, they have never given any hint in this regard. If they really want to, they have to express their thoughts, right? It's not that troublesome. Most of the communication among the long-lived species is very straightforward. The longer they live, the more they see things clearly, and the less they like to talk about things in a roundabout way. What's the reason for that? In the conference room, high-level officials from both the military and the political parties also discussed the matter one by one. How do I look at it now? Something is wrong. Elves, tell me what you want. Think again and again. You've been thinking about it for days. Could you please reveal what you are considering about what you want? Is there a possibility that the little guy from the God clan has actually run away? A strong and majestic voice suddenly sounded in the conference room. They all knew that the owner of the voice was the high-level god of the ghost race, the long-lived race behind Kalien. Longevity species usually do not participate in Kalien's various decisions. Even if they occupy the last 3 of the dash seats in the Central Assembly of the highest level leadership of Kalien, they still have a very high voice and special power. However, in various meetings, the most participation is in the form of observers, and there will be no easy intervention or verbal guidance. It is a possibility. Prime Minister Yasei thought quickly. The data shows that he only has king-level strength. Even if he does have memory recovery or strength recovery during this period, he will only reach the level of a low-level god in a short period of time, right? In this regard, how can the elves arrange for high-level gods to keep an eye on them? Can you escape so easily? Grand Marshal Jaika didn't quite believe it. Who knows? The gods were able to leave a backup plan for recovery in that situation back then. Now they have an alternative. If not, what other means are available to help a little guy escape? It's not impossible. The high-level god of the ghost clan continued. At this time, another unfamiliar female voice came. If the power of memory recovery is restored, and the means reserved by the gods are used to escape, then judging from the perspective of the gods, even if they know some of Kalien's previous things, they may not necessarily believe us. They will probably find a place to hide. Prepare yourself to revive the gods. This is a high-level god of the witch tribe. He woke up from his sleep not long ago. He is temporarily here to listen as the representative of the witch queen in the last 3 seats. Preparing to revive the entire powerful god clan with one's own strength cannot be accomplished in a few years. High-level god of the ghost clan. Neutral races and gods are the targets of cooperation. High-level god of the witch clan. Sea clan, Titan god. Unicorn, holy beast god. Free god of Warcraft. Soon Kalien's military and political leaders also thought of several possibilities. It's impossible to go to the unicorns. I would have known if we went to find them. Prime Minister Yasei said. She is a hybrid of 3 generations of unicorns. Like the dragons, the powerful long-lived monsters have the ability to combine with mortal races such as humans and give birth to offspring after changing their bodies. The former dragon race and undead race, a hybrid of phoenix and phoenix, were such a mixed race. The Sea Clan theory may be very big by then. In terms of neutral races and divine power, they will be the strongest. But the problem is, after all, they are 2 completely different racial environments, land and sea. What's more, the situation after the unification of the Sea tribe is also extremely complicated. The Titan gods who forcibly broke through the curse of the forbidden gods are still concentrating on recovering their strength. What can they really do if they have time to help themselves? A god that has no relationship. Should we ask or look for it? Let's look for them all. There are still many resurrected Warcraft gods, such as the mid-level Warcraft god Mountain Roar who entered our realm in the first half of the year. The next topic direction of Kalien's senior executives quickly changed. The elves continue to try to communicate. After all, the fact that the god has escaped is still speculation. The elves are the main direction of attempts. Second, it's time to go to the Sea Clan to test and find. And then next, it is to look for those resurrected, powerful neutral monster gods. After all, resurrecting a powerful god requires a huge accumulation of power. What's more, to revive the Protoss with 3 powerful super gods, the preparation required is definitely not something that a god descendant can bear, so it is inevitable to find a collaborator. The question is who to partner with. Anyway, first of all, just exclude the dragon, blood, elves, and demons from the 5 major clans. Especially Mozu. The 7th day when Beilong came to the High Clan. Sea Clan, Lynx City, one of the big cities in the old Lemuria region. Beauty. Just call me Tiffany. Oh, beautiful Tiffany, can you help contact the arms dealer? You can resell magic firearms. In the Undersea City Hotel, Bai Long was talking with the Demon King Tiffany. This was the first time he saw her after 7 days in the sea. He has been introduced here from the area where he went to the sea. Mr. C. Ray is on his way to communicate with the person in charge of the sea tribe here. All he needs to do is wait in the hotel here. Tiffany also took the initiative to find him at this time, and gave him a common gold coin of the entire magic ring for the sea tribe as a fund. The sea people used to use precious shells as currency. After communicating with the land races, they found that non-perishable metal coins were more suitable for trading. In addition, the only people who can smelt metal currency in the sea are magic alchemists, and even the intensity of private supervision can be saved. The sea people have gradually become accustomed to using metal currency. The only difference is that gold, silver, and copper are the conventional metal currency raw materials of the land race, while the copper coins of the sea race are replaced by broken silver coins. I don't care if you want to take the resistance route to attract the Titan God's attention. Funds are the most basic help, and there is nothing else. Tiffany answered directly. She is a member of the Demon Royal family. Can help, but very little. Beilong himself knew it too. If you want to attract the Titan God's attention and make them come to you, you can only use some special means. What? Why don't you take the initiative to find the Titan God yourself? It might be possible to ask someone from the sea tribe who has some status. Do you think the wanted orders and enforcers of the Arsha Empire, the Elf tribe, and Kalien will keep an eye on those who want to meet the Titan God? As a land race? Catch everyone you see. Of course. The most important thing is that if you can really get help from the ordinary people of the Sea Clan by helping the Sea Clan resist, it will be a big help, at least much better than being alone. Okay, I just hope those old people from the Titan God won't care about me messing up the Sea Clan. Bai Long also gave up directly. Now that you have made a choice, it should be clear. The gods don't care at all about the chaos of ordinary people, especially for ocean gods like Titan who have been around for thousands of years. It's just a small disturbance caused by the ordinary people themselves. The final result is nothing more than a short-term reduction in population. After internal hatred dissipates over time, the resumption of hatred is soon forgotten. What the Titan gods need is stable sea areas and mortals who will worship them regardless of chaos and peace. At most, when there is too much chaos, the so-called oracle is issued to let the common people stop. For example, a war that subverts the imperial realm. Tiffany obviously also has a lot of research on the sea tribe and the Titan god. Unlike the land gods. Due to fierce competition, if you want the best, you want the common people's country to be a stable territory, so as to avoid trouble as much as possible and obtain the most stable offerings. The ocean gods are different. Except for a few marine monster gods who can win the worship of a small number of sea tribes scattered in other sea areas, as well as some marine monsters with higher intelligence, most of the sea tribes will believe in the Titan god. Therefore, the Titan god does not need to fight for anything at all. He only needs to do the most basic things for the gods and ensure that the land of the gods is not invaded by foreign enemies. Sea Clan Civil War? A small fight is considered normal. In particular, the Titan gods are in urgent need of retreat and recovery. As long as the Sea Clan is not turned upside down and torn into pieces, if even one of the 12 Titan gods can open their eyes and take a look, it is considered to be considerate of the common people. Chapter 44. At the same time, another small hotel in the underwater city of Lynx City, in a secret basement protected by a magic circle. Several sea tribesmen were communicating with Mr. C. Ray. According to you, that human race is not very trustworthy, but it is very capable, right? Mr. Hai nodded, yes, although he said that he was a Kalien spy, except that he did have Kalien spy-related capabilities, it seemed that he had no communication with Kalien. Including my suggestion of whether he could secretly provide weapons assistance directly. When I did, I always found excuses to get over it. That person is not from Kalien, where could he be from? From the Arsha Empire? His code name is also the predecessor of the Arsha Empire. That code name, no matter how you look at it, is just used to confuse the public, right? I feel like he might be neither. Is it possible that they are from the West Sea Empire? I heard that there are people there who want to imitate Kalian, but after they were forcibly suppressed by the Empire, there was no sound after the gods revived. They are not only here to help us, but also for build a good relationship and find an opportunity to counterattack the West Sea Empire. It's possible to think so, but is he really that naive? Even if he helps us, we can't go to war with the Land Empire because of his help, right? Several sea tribesmen kept talking to each other, but they still couldn't figure out any clues. In particular, Mr. C. Ray also said that there was actually a reminder from an unknown god behind his back, letting him know about the arrival of this Mr. Avisu. If it was the West Sea Empire with many gods, wouldn't it be better to just choose a good territory on the Asilio continent? Is it possible? Is he also a god of ocean monsters? Come to the Sea Clan to rob the mortals and the sea? How stupid is that? The entire Sea tribe believes in Titan as the god of the sea. An exaggerated expression, if not 100%, it is at least 99.9%. No matter what, we need his help. Even if he or the forces behind him hope to disrupt our Sea Clan, as long as it doesn't threaten the Titan god, then I think it's totally okay to give it a try. After all, he is still a foreigner, and currently he doesn't have much support. No matter how much he provides us with methods or acts as a public representative, we still have the leadership. If there is any problem, we can force him to be kicked away on the grounds that he is a foreigner with evil intentions. Using it well will be our greatest help. We really need a qualified leader. It seemed that the leader of the Sea Clan made a concluding analysis. The other Sea people had different expressions, and they were all thinking quickly. Yes, as long as the guidance he brings to us can effectively liberate more people who are oppressed by the imperial domain and allow us to successfully overthrow the decadent old regime, then no matter what purpose he comes with, I think you can try everything. Risk and reward coexist, you can take a big gamble this time. Lord Poseidon will protect us from external enemies, but we need to fight for the most basic interests for ourselves internally. Yes, believe in Lord Poseidon, and believe in ourselves. This Mr. Avisu, we made a bet. The other sea tribes also gritted their teeth and made their decision. There are risks, but compared with the benefits, they are not risks that cannot be taken. Not to mention they have insurance. 1. After all, Mr. Avisu belongs to a land race. No matter how he serves as their leader, he can only be a leader. The only one who can lead their Sea Clan, besides Poseidon, Titan God, is the Sea Clan. They have the ability to expel the problematic person at any time. 2. It is the existence of their 12 sea gods. As long as the gods are still protecting them from being invaded by foreign enemies, they can engage in civil war without any worries and fight for all rights and interests for the future of the race they want. Imperialism is definitely not the future they and most of their people want. After making a decision, Mr. C. Ray also officially introduced Bailong, Mr. Avisu, to one of the senior officials of the Sea tribe who were discussing with him. After successfully completing the contact, they began to discuss future plans. With the large amount of financial support provided by Tiffany, Bailong now feels a little more confident. At least the money can be turned into strategic resources at any time. The main plan provided by Bailong has one key theme: dispersion. All scattered. Except for the main area responsible for the Sea tribe, other Sea tribes need to be dispersed to various urban areas throughout the western region of Atlanta, including remote small places and archipelago areas controlled on land, etc., all in an extremely dispersed manner. Way to penetrate. Not only that, these dispersions also need to have a clear purpose. Link City, suburban area. Haizu, Fudorsai Mechanical College. In the Secret Mechanics Club, Haikyong Society specially arranged a speech for Bailong and used it for planning discussions after the speech. Those who participated were senior members of the Sea Community Society in the Sea area of Link City, and they belonged to a group of Sea people who took risks and came here. But for the sake of the High Communist Society and the people of the High Tribe, they were still willing to take this risk and come to the secret mechanical club to listen to the speech of Mr. Avisu and participate in the discussion of follow-up planning. Mechanical Club of Dorsey. On the makeshift stage, Bailong had already read the speech he had written and had temporarily learned the language of the High Tribe. An unscripted speech in the sonic language of the Sea people. Decentralize the requirements. You need all the core Sea clans to teach those Sea clans who don't understand Kalien's philosophy. Whether you modify it slightly to make it more suitable for you, or you can directly follow Kalien's foundation. Then while leading them, we must secretly teach them basic writing and arithmetic, so that they have a basic understanding of mechanics and alchemy. At least they must know some basics related to military use. Ensure that even if they cannot be excellent mechanics, master alchemy and at least be able to do logistics, maintenance, supplies and the like. We don't pursue perfection, but the quantity must be large, so it must be spread as much as possible. Then, slowly discover those who are capable. Whether it's leadership ability, cultivation ability, technical ability, etc. Without a foundation, nothing can be discovered, so we must cast a wide net. Bei Long first explained the main reason why not to concentrate but to spread out. Before this, these sea tribes were afraid of being encircled and suppressed by the imperial territory. Although they were divided into several large areas, they were actually relatively concentrated. The advantage of this is that it has strong resistance after being discovered. The disadvantage is that the radiation range is far from enough. Therefore, the overall progress is slow. As a result, it has been almost 3 years since the unification of the western region of Atlanta, and the structure of the secret organization High Communist Society is not yet complete. After being dispersed, don't worry about being defeated one by one. You have to believe that everything you do is for the sake of a better life for more of you people at the bottom. As long as they recognize what you have done, they will quickly identify with you, even if they don't directly join you. Help will be given elsewhere as well. You must firmly believe that you are helping the people, and the people will naturally help you. We need to understand that the people are not helping whoever wins. Because no matter who wins, they are just at the bottom who are forced to accept it and have no right to choose of their own. What should really be realized? Whoever the people help will win. Bei Long's words immediately gave many core members of the Haikyong Society who were discussing with him an enlightenment. They were actually afraid before. I am afraid that many people have become accustomed to the rule of the imperial domain. Although they are exploited and oppressed, at least they can continue to live a stable life. There is no desire to resist at all, and he already belongs to the imperial domain both physically and mentally. They won't help them, and they may even be reported and caught if they don't pay attention. Being cut in half or something like that may be the easiest ending. You are all from the sea tribe, I believe you can all feel it. What allows you to fly freely in the ocean is not your natural tail fin, but the large amount of seawater around you that is easily overlooked and can be said to be completely inconspicuous. Ordinary, but it can support all of you sea races, including my land race. The source of our strength. In the people, in all the people who long for equal freedom and enjoy the most basic power. Scatter. Get them to get the future. Bei Long's words began to gradually become more inspiring, and the other leaders of the High Communist Society who were listening secretly became extremely excited in their hearts. Bei Long raised his hands with an impassioned expression, and the strength of his strong arms seemed to represent the weight of these words. He shouted. He is high-spirited. He is leading the people of the Sea tribe towards a brand new world. The secret leaders of the High Communist Party and the members of the High Communist Party present. At this moment, my heart is gradually becoming convinced. This is the leader they want. Kalian's rise lies in his belief that he will never be a slave. We also need our own core beliefs. We have been protected by the god of the sea since ancient times. We are all mortals under the gods. Why should those so-called racial differences in appearance and characteristics be used to distinguish us and measure our status? Are those so-called imperial royal families, those so-called powerful people, inherently nobler than us? They are all people of Poseidon, and they are all members of the complete sea clan. Do princes and generals care about each other? Under Poseidon, all people are equal. Long live the sea god! Long live the people! Long live Poseidon! Long live the people! Under Poseidon, all people are equal. Yes. The royal family and the powerful are not naturally nobler than us. We are all the people of Poseidon. Members of the Maritime Communist Society also chanted. Giving recognition. Giving affirmation. Princes and generals, Xiang Ning has the guts. Under Poseidon, all people are equal. For the future of our sea people, for our common long-cherished wish, and for the ideal society we long for. Hai Gong Shi. In the name of Under Poseidon, all people are equal. The slogan is princes and generals should rather have their own kind. Bringing about a new revolution. On the high platform of Feudal Sai Machinery Club, Mr. Avisu raised his arms high, clenched his fists and shouted excitedly. He is the new leader of the Sea clan. Chapter 45. That night, the 5 major clans all received a slightly strange news. Powerful long-lived races all have certain prophecy methods and can roughly predict changes in the world structure. During the previous World War, the 9 prophetic kings were all captured by prophecies. First there is the birth of the king, and then there is the prophecy. But ever since Kalian, the 9th king of prophecy, died after the gods of the 3 major clans joined forces to surround and kill him, the prophecies representing the remaining prophecy kings have also dimmed. For example, the starry sky of the witch clan, the sacred fire of the dragon clan, the flower stamens of the elves, etc. Even the starlight represented by one of the prophecy kings remaining in the powerful Kilian, the 6th prophecy king Yashai Belde, is still in a very weak state. The reason? After the death of the king of prophecy, who was the only one who could truly confront the gods, the kings of mortals lost their dazzling light like the blazing sun in front of the resurrected gods. But Witch's Forest. The ancient demon tree on the island in the middle of the lake is where the demon queen retreats. Reporting to your majesty the queen, in the prophesied starry sky, Slate, the king of the sea clan who was originally the 8th prophesied king, suddenly flashed several times. Although the time was short, the brilliance in that short period of time was extremely dazzling, and it belonged to her more than before. The heyday is still strong. The witch responsible for monitoring also came to report the situation. Sea Clan. The king of the Sea Clan was one of the chosen ones jointly selected by the will of the 12 sealed Titan gods at that time. Her abnormality should also represent the changes of the Titan gods. Contact the witch resident in the Sea Clan, inquire about the recent situation, and ask her to pay close attention to future changes in the Sea Clan. A voice that was clearly the voice of a girl came in response. It was hard to imagine that this was the voice of a powerful demonic god who had lived for at least 5,000 years. As you command. The witch in charge of monitoring. Just when she was about to retreat. Is his star still dim? Asked the demon queen. Yes, the starlight of the fallen 9th king of prophecy shows no signs of recovery, and no new starlight has relit. The witch in charge of monitoring. Sure enough, there is still something abnormal. One of his witch talents is related to resurrection. From his meager undead bloodline, he successfully inherited the power of immortal fire that resides in the bloodline of the phoenix. Even if there were many intervention methods to prevent resuscitation, it should be there won't be any reaction. Are there no other abnormal conditions in the entire star field? The witch actually had doubts about this. Even if there is no recovery. With the dazzling prophecy represented by the 9th king of prophecy at that time, even a slight sign of recovery should have caused a reaction. But in the end, nothing happened. Except for the minor abnormalities that have been reported and confirmed before, there are no additional abnormalities. The witch in charge of monitoring responded. Did the situation on the sea tribe's side arouse a response from the starlight represented by the 9th prophecy king? The demon queen continued to ask. No. The witch in charge of monitoring. Well, let's keep a close eye on him from now on, especially when something happens about the 9th prophecy king or a new prophecy. The demon queen stopped asking further questions. As you command, my queen. The witch in charge of monitoring also retreated. The ancient demon tree on the island in the middle of the lake has once again returned to its quiet state of meditation. But soon, a magical body in the shape of a girl condensed in front of the huge ancient demon tree, and finally converged into a magic body with the strength of intermediate god level. Later, with the blessing of several magics, she had the appearance and clothes of a normal girl, and her aura was concealed to about the 7th level. And in the process of this change, we also tried to freely switch between the appearance of the human race and the sea race, and the costumes can also be switched simultaneously. As expected, I'm still a little concerned. I'll use this magical body to go to the Sea Clan and have a look. The girl floated in mid-air. After trying to move her body and finding it was okay, she disappeared in front of the ancient demon tree. Noticed something unusual about the Sea Clan. It's not just the witch clan. The elves, who were also worried because of the loss of the white dragon, also discovered something unusual about the Sea Clan. Is it? Did Bai Long really escape to the Sea Clan? But the problem is, it's such a vast sea. After the gods have revived, there are so many monsters and gods in the sea. Where can I find them? How different is this from looking for land races? Even though the population base of the sea tribe is only over 26 million, which is only 1-th of the land tribes, it seems that the difficulty is much lower. On land, first exclude Kalien, which has a population of nearly 1 billion, then exclude the Ersha Empire with a population of more than 1 million, then exclude tens of millions of elves, as well as goblins and dwarves controlled by demons, and finally add various gods belong to the continent of Asilio. If the northernmost part is not counted, there is actually not much left in the Orcygian Empire area where the Lafiga continent is located. But is it easy to find on land? The answer is obvious. Those are all land races, so it would be easier to find them in the sea? On the contrary, because it is impossible to be sure and is just a guess, I have to divert some of my energy from searching on land to the sea tribe. At that time, if the sea clan is actually just guessing and there is no white dragon at all, then it will really make it more difficult for themselves. But now that you've noticed it, you still have to do what needs to be done. Include the vampires who are aware of the blood of the world and the blood god's territory. The Ersha Empire also have plans to do something secretly. And under this premise, time passes slowly in various searches. Even though the elves did not add any additional rhetoric after Bai Long disappeared, the Ersha Empire and Kalien were basically certain of the various subsequent reactions. Bai Long may really be missing. I don't know what the reason is, but continuing to negotiate with the elves or infiltrate or something like that is basically a waste of time. Searches in other aspects were increased, and additional attention was paid to the situation of the sea tribe. That's it. About half a year later. March 3290, of the walled calendar. A new semester begins. Since the 12 titans were sealed, the sea tribe has experienced a large number of regional and overall dynasty changes in the following thousands of years, and the calendar has long been in chaos. Especially after the Demon Clan War 5,000 years ago, various chaotic conditions did not improve with the advent of world peace, and there was still no unified standard for calendars and other things that accompany life. On the contrary, it was more than 3,000 years ago. Church Clan Gathering. After the end of the Demon Clan War, a group led by the Witch Clan, Elves, Dragon Clan, and Vampire Clan, plus the still powerful religious forces at the time, worked to stabilize and unify the overall environment of the world. A new calendar was drawn up based on the south-central part of the Holy Continent, which is almost the center of the world. This is the calendar that is now used by the Ersha Empire and later by Kalien, the Waller calendar. The High Clan, also under the leadership of the 4 major tribes at that time, unified the calendar without much difficulty and still uses it today. Therefore, the teaching time of the college is almost synchronized. Only a little bit different. The school season for the High people is not called spring, but the warm season. For the sea race, the temperature environment of the year is divided into spring, summer, autumn, and winter according to the land race. Corresponds to warm and cool. In the warm season, temperatures around the world warm up and sunshine gradually returns. The fire element will penetrate into the surface of the sea with the light of the sun, so it is called the warm season by the sea people. During the warm season, temperatures rise throughout the world and the intensity of sunlight intensifies. However, since the ocean is a superpolymer of water elements, the penetration effect of fire elements accompanying the sunshine is not too significant, so it is only called the warm season by the sea tribe. The cool season corresponds to autumn. Cold season corresponds to winter. The definition and naming reasons are similar. Specifically, it will also be affected by ocean currents, sea depth, sea conditions, and many other definitions. Atlanta West. The capital of the territory, Llanidos. This is a very large underwater city built with a water depth difference of up to 200 meters to 500 meters. The main urban area is located on an extremely flat submarine plain with a depth of about meters. In Yadu Academy. The Imperial Academy, exclusive to the royal family, has welcomed a new group of students. Everything has been reviewed this time, right? Don't let guys from the High Communist Society infiltrate. If all the students of Imperial College are bewitched, we won't even be able to save our waists. Asked an obviously high-status High Clan, who was the head of a similar department in this Imperial College. Don't worry, this time they are mainly the children of the rich and powerful. Talented civilians must not only undergo strict review, but also be strictly managed separately in life. It is ensured that they cannot easily communicate with the children of the rich and powerful during their studies, nor can they easily leave academy-wide. The person in charge of the Sea Clan assured him, patting his chest. Well, very good. All that's left is to pay attention to the supervision of the teachers. Last time, there were a few teachers who were bewitched, and we were almost punished as well. Hai Xiu, the director of the college, said with some palpitations. With the last punishment, those timid guys will no longer have the courage to continue to infiltrate. We have also updated some new preventive measures. The relevant person in charge, the High Clan, said. That's good, then you can continue your work and I'll go check out other places. High Clan, the director of the academy, nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, in the past 6 months, the High Communist Party, which was quite noisy before, has become much quieter. Perhaps the punishment measures of the imperial domain were too strict and finally had an effect, or maybe they finally gave up or something like that. In short, as long as there is no problem, that is the best. Enjoying the feeling of being at the top of Imperial College is still so comfortable. The premise is, preventive measures really need to continue to be updated. The responsible C-Clan member smiled to himself as if he was seriously reflecting, and turned around to do his own thing. But the subtle look flashing in his eyes, coupled with this self-talk without a subject, seemed a bit weird. What do we need? Still is. What do you need? Chapter 46. Atlanta West. Imperial College. I didn't expect you to be quite interested. The C-Clan girl transformed by the Demon Queen's magic projection clone is currently communicating with another C-Clan girl. The ice attribute magic power she exudes can be clearly felt, and she is obviously a magician who is good at ice magic. In the troubled times of the ancient tribe, we migrated to the current archipelago, and we happened to encounter the sea tribe's external expansion at that time. I still remember the incident of forcibly setting off a tsunami to submerge the islands and causing heavy damage to us. Although we have no hatred towards the ordinary people of the sea tribe who have long forgotten history and don't know how many generations have passed. But we don't have any good feelings towards the 12 Titan gods who made the decision in the first place. Naturally, we will pay more attention to things here. The ice attribute sea girl said calmly. Although he said hateful words, his tone felt like a statement, and there was no emotion at all. There was too much hatred in that era. The Demon Queen shook her head gently. The ancient tribe was in troubled times. After the Forbidden God curse limited the power of the gods, the era in which the strongest were only low-level gods made the weaker races also qualified to compete for interests. No longer satisfied with the rule of the old gods who were much weaker after being suppressed, or with the solicitation of other gods, a new round of interest division will begin. Or it could be that those who are simply implicated are forced to resist and join the chaos. It was a truly chaotic era, and a large number of races also perished in that era, perhaps leaving only some descendants who were no longer known. Even among the many long-lived races, after that era, only 5 major races were left active. Most of the gods that are resurrected now are gods from other long-lived races who died in that era. Don't you have any hatred? As someone who personally took action during the Forbidden God curse, you used the power of an intermediate god or above to destroy several small human nations. The ice attribute sea girl asked back. Of course there will be, but in the final analysis it is just a necessary correction after a wrong decision. We originally tried to integrate our clan into the ordinary society after the ancient clan's chaos, but the short lifespan of the eternal life species made their desire for reproduction extremely strong. The weak witches who integrated into the ordinary society became the goal. The irreversible situation created can only be completely resolved at the cost of violent deterrence. The Demon Queen was also very calm about this. Women who are beautiful, long-lived, and easy to control have always been one of the pursuits of male leaders in the feudal monarchy. In the past, only the elves were the best choice. After the witches chose to join the world, new pursuits were added to them. Is this one of the reasons why you chose the unique Kalien among the many prophetic kings? Asked the ice attribute sea girl. There is indeed a certain weight to the decision. The Demon Queen did not deny it. For the prophetic king of the traditional feudal monarchy and the powerful country he represents, the witch clan who have learned from the past will naturally consider it carefully. How long do you think they can maintain? In the ideal social state that still exists today, after ordinary people quickly iterate, can the latter still make the same decisions as the former? Can the order of society and the structure of the entire country, can it be sustained in the long term? If it can it last for hundreds of years? I'm afraid it's been an unknown number for thousands of years, right? The ice attribute sea girl asked again. Kalien's political structure made final adjustments before his death. The bottom 3 seats among the 13 seats in the Central Assembly can be transformed into the theocratic insurance you expect at any time. The election mode of the middle 7 seats and the promotion and rotation form of the top 3 seats will at least be better than just selecting from the royal family. The air is more stable and better. With a highly informatized military, there is no longer the possibility of using information gaps to cause rebellion in local armies. Not to mention, it is no longer the hereditary powerful who control the army. The Demon Queen still maintains an optimistic attitude towards Kalien's current model. Kalien, Central Assembly. The upper 3 seats, the middle 7 seats, and the last 3 seats. Except for the last 3 seats, which are relatively fixed for longevity species, they all adopt the election and recommendation rotation system. Power is no longer concentrated in an individual, a certain family, or a certain race. And there is a long-lived God among them, so that he can give suggestions from another perspective and better experience, thereby further optimizing the decision of the highest level of the entire Kalian. In most cases, military power is delegated to the Central Assembly. There is no authority to mobilize at will, and military equipment and logistics management also rely on the dispatch of the Central Assembly. I hope you can play longer. The Ice Attribute C girl no longer wanted to continue the discussion. Even now, you still maintain the arrogance unique to gods. Demon Queen. Otherwise? Even if ordinary people now really have the ability to fight against gods and have the qualifications to talk to gods, their lifespan is destined to change frequently in 100 or even 10 years. If you don't have a long lifespan, you won't have the rationality that a long lifespan will bring you. In the end, don't we have to rely on you, the last 3 seats, to maintain a future that appears to be mundane rule but is actually divine rule? The Ice Attributed Sea girl still didn't believe in the feasibility of mortal rule. The instability of ordinary people is simply too great. It is easy to be interfered by many factors, and the overall decision may be affected by individual problems. Do you know where this is? The Demon Queen suddenly asked with a smile. The Ice Attribute Sea girl frowned slightly. You should know why the 12 Titan gods almost never care about the internal wars of the Sea tribe. The Demon Queen continued to ask. Could it be that you? The Ice Attribute Sea tribe girl seemed to have thought of something. That's right, the reason why the Titan god never cares about the civil war of the Sea tribe is very simple. Because the life of ordinary people may be just a period of sleep for them. The so-called problems caused by the civil war will be completely settled in a few years. All they need to do is to provide an overall stable environment and then accept it. Just make a steady offering. If there is really a big problem, it's not too late for them to take action. The internal fighting is serious and the tragedy is extremely tragic. What does it matter? It will only take a few decades to take over personally. The Demon Queen said with a slight smile. You crazy bastards! The Ice Attribute Sea girl stood up, and finally there was some fluctuation in her words. The Demon Queen just smiled and did not refute this evaluation. If one day, Kalien really fell apart because of his own internal problems, the powerful magic technology he has developed is enough to destroy the entire world. So the ones who survive to the end must be powerful gods like us. Even if we are really killed in the process of destruction, as long as the foundation of the entire world is still there, we can still rebuild everything after recovery. Us. Have the capital for trial and error. But in this process, everything gathered by the command of countless mortals will belong to us who revive the new world. The Demon Queen smiled and told them the worst possible scenario that they had already conceived. Which clan? It is a special race that is naturally pure and only has women. But because of their natural simplicity, they naturally crave many things that are unknown to them. For the power that many gods seek most, what they desire even more is knowledge. In history, there have also been many extreme witches who were born innocent, grew up, and pursued their desires, making the witch clan itself somewhat dangerous. In the legends of ordinary people, the danger level was ranked lower than that of the 5 major clans, the Blood Clan and the Demon Clan. But overall, they can be regarded as a knowledge-seeking group, which is unique to their race. If the elves represent peace, then the witches must represent the pursuit of knowledge. We are gods. I can be like you, or I can be like the Titan god, maintaining the arrogance that belongs to the gods alone. We can also maintain the determination to make progress together with them just like we do with Kalien now, and maintain the best and most stable rule. At least for us. A more stable and powerful Kalien can produce more knowledge and enable more iterative upgrades of magic technology. For the ghosts and fairies, these things also represent power and can be used by them as a source of power to strengthen themselves. That's why we will gradually provide stronger protection to Kalian, just as we do now. I will personally look for the possibility of the recovery of head of state Kalian. The Demon Queen smiled lightly and said, "We are gods." What she represents? It is the arrogance of the gods. It is a characteristic of the race. It is also the present, a future where all people can make progress together. Can you guarantee that after the gods revive, they will be able to synchronize with your wishes? The Ice Attribute Sea Girl asked again. Many things are not done based on one's own ideals and expectations. Various other factors can also cause problems. There is no guarantee, but at least the gods who were surrounded and killed by many longevity species will not hate the mortals of this era. Just like you won't hate the ordinary people of the sea tribe now. Isn't it? The Demon Queen's faint smile also showed that they had long wanted to deal with the problem of the gods. If everything goes well with the God clan, they will be Kalian's last 3 seats. If the gods insist on grudges, they will only be Kalian's last 3 seats. Even if you have made many preparations, I will not join you on behalf of my clan. Maintain absolute independence, self-respect, and self-improvement. That's the future we want most. The Ice Attribute Sea Girl responded calmly. The Demon Queen just smiled, obviously not thinking that such a conversation could change a god's determination. Gods are gods after all. Chapter 47. The Demon Queen wanted to find the White Dragon, so she came to the Sea Tribe. But she definitely couldn't find him in the Sea Clan at the moment. Because this batch is worth 6,000 million K yuan. This batch is worth 1,000 million K yuan. This batch, let's put a zero on it, it's 900 million K yuan. At this time, Bei Long was acting as an arms purchasing agent for the Hai Clan's Hai Gongshi, purchasing old arms from Tong Kalian's arms dealers. It is said to be old, but in fact it is only a weapon from more than 10 years ago. After improving it, magic bullets wrapped in water elements can be fired underwater, so that the resistance of the bullet underwater is equal to the resistance in the air on land. Similar to magic firearms on land, bullets can easily break through the wind resistance problem through magic assistance. These magic weapons are Kalian's experiments. A batch of them were officially sold to the Atlanta Western region, but after the reunification, they settled down. There is no way, the Sea Tribe is unified, who wants underwater combat weapons. I see this guest, you don't seem to be here for business. The arms boss said with a cold face, and the younger brothers next to him also looked unkind. The prices for the first 2 batches were reduced to around %, and I couldn't stand it. For the last batch, what does it mean to just put a zero on it? Put it down. Now, apart from the fact that we can buy these weapons from you, even the Imperial Domain does not intend to continue to purchase these experimental products. Either we try to develop and mass-produce them ourselves, or we wait for Kalian to come up with the latest ones and use regular channels to buy. Kalian gave this batch of goods to you to handle, didn't he just want to sell it to us openly? In return for the cost, you can just earn part of the difference. Anyway, if you don't want to sell it, I will go to the Arsha Empire or the Siyori Empire, Goblin Tribe. They are also worried that they have no place to sell the experimental products. What do you think? Bei Long finally asked with a smile, and the carelessness in his tone could be felt. You can be sure that as long as the arms boss doesn't nod, he will turn around and leave. Magic firearms. After the firearms and weapons came out, there were actually high-level officials in the Empire trying to develop them, but the progress was somewhat unsatisfactory. For the powerful Empire at that time, it was very difficult to mass-produce high-precision conventional firearms and weapons. It required a large investment in research and development costs and the construction of various standardized military factories. Financial resources, energy, and technical personnel were limited. The only one who can quickly complete the iteration of firearms and weapons is Kalian, who has extremely standardized and complete industrialization. As early as the end of the previous World War, Kalian's Ace Team and God-Killing Team had already used very excellent magic firearms and weapons. Among them, the God-Killing Team uses the God-Killing Martial-level magic firearm defined by Kalian. It is so powerful that it can kill low-level gods with one hit under the right conditions. After there were no problems in top-level operations, Kalian began to try to decentralize technology. The military system also tried to change in the direction of magic firearms, so there was the development of various magic firearms and weapons after Kalian unified them. Among them are magical firearms for underwater combat. It's just that the Kilian military was not satisfied with the batch of underwater magic firearms. After equipping the first generation, it urged the military industry to quickly develop the next generation. The first generation was directly defined as an overused experimental model. This also led to a large number of eliminations, and at that time part of the Atlanta Western region was directly sold. And it is sold at a high price and the cost is directly recovered. The military of Kalian dislikes it, but the High Clan does not dislike it. Hyxia has never been able to use thermal weapons such as firearms to fight. The underwater magic firearm developed by Kalian was the only weapon at that time that could increase the combat distance. Not to mention the high price, even if there is only a small quantity of dash pieces, they will buy it. But, after all, there are two races, sea and land. It was not easy for Kalian to sell too much to the Sea Clan when the situation of the Sea Clan was not yet clear, so the amount of arms sold at that time was somewhat restrained. Until the unification of the western region of Atlanta was completed, Kalian still had many first-generation underwater magic weapons in stock. Unified. Atlanta Western region holds a small amount to maintain order, just wait for the latest one before buying. Kalian can no longer openly sell the rest to the strength of the Sea Clan other than the western region of Atlanta, so he can only sell them to arms dealers at low prices. How much they can continue to sell is up to them and has nothing to do with Kalian. With -% of the entire price back, we'll sell it, the arms boss said, holding back his anger. He was actually a little shocked. How does this High Clan know the research and development costs of the military industry? The price was almost reduced to the point where I could double my earnings. Is it a coincidence? The maximum withdrawal is -%. I understand that you want to earn more, but our funds are limited. Beilong also slowed down a little. The arms boss stared at Beilong and fell into deep thought for a while. Finally gritted his teeth. Row. Arms deal. Beilong finally bought a batch of old submarines and underwater mechas at -% of the price quoted by the arms boss. In the end, a batch of underwater magic firearms, about 1,000 pieces and -million rounds of special bullets, were purchased at a price of -% of the quoted price. It's a pleasure to cooperate. I'll come again next time. Beilong was also very satisfied with this. He actually doesn't know how much the research and development costs of magic firearms are, but he feels that only that level of price reduction is the most appropriate. Anyway, it's not a bad idea to give it a try. At most, it'll just be regarded as an unwelcome customer. If it works, it will be a big profit. A deposit was paid first and the transaction location was agreed upon. After waiting, you can deliver the goods in one hand and pay the money in one hand. It is a very pleasant transaction process. But this process... You scared me to death, Mr. Avisu. When the price was lowered, I was afraid that they would take action directly. Yeah, there's no way to lower the price and wipe it out. And the price they gave, as far as I know, is already -% of what Imperial Realm purchased from Kalian. You can actually lower the price so much, it's amazing. The accompanying High Clan was so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe, especially when Beilong lowered the price. They almost died of fright. The face of the arms boss suddenly turned cold. The boys next to them all had their fingers on the triggers, as if they would take action directly as long as there was an order. Hey, didn't I tell you, do you understand the value of Kalian's spies? How much is the approximate research and development cost and how much can they earn? Am I still unclear? Beilong said proudly. No matter what the reason is, just guess it or not. As expected of Mr. Avisu, then let's go back and wait for the goods to be received, or... The accompanying Sea tribe asked. Let's go to the Seiyori Empire and have a look. In order to keep up with Kalian's weapons and equipment, they should also develop some experimental products. If the army doesn't like it, we can only rely on us to make a return. The quality is definitely worse, but the first thing we have to solve is whether there are weapons or not. Even if we can only hit a splash, it is a deterrent. Anyway, the opponent is most likely in chaos, thinking that we are not accurate enough. Beilong said with a very experienced look. Change without force is ultimately empty talk. It makes sense, then I will lead the way. There are also a few goblins on the goblin side who can contact us. The accompanying Sea tribe also said with some excitement. The funds prepared this time were only enough for one purchase, but thanks to Beilong's bargaining power, let alone another trip to the Seiyori Empire, even another trip to the Ayrshire Empire would be appropriate. Enough. Buy a few batches this time and buy a few batches next time. Weapons workshops can continue to learn from and imitate, and weapons slowly become enough. Just when Bei Long was happily shopping outside. Among the Sea clan. Based on the overall plan proposed by Bei Long, it is the guideline. Currently, the High Communist Society is in a state of complete dormancy and will no longer cause any riots or riots. Even basic combat training has been temporarily put on hold to ensure absolutely private and quiet activities, and to continuously ensure that the infiltration process is not discovered. Especially the lower-level colleges are one of their main targets. The purpose is to find suitable young talents and attract teachers who can help popularize basic education. Penetration in the military is basically dominated by low-level officers. Because most of the current military leaders in the western region of Atlanta have distinguished hereditary status, it is a relatively difficult and extremely risky choice to win over. As for winning over lower-level officers, although the number of rebellions at one time is small, as long as the overall number is large enough, it will also cause a qualitative change in energy, ultimately making it impossible for those high-level officers to smoothly command the lower-level troops in a state of war. With luck, if there are officers promoted from the bottom, they will be absolutely stable high-level undercover officers. Penetration. It started quietly about half a year ago. Including the Imperial College and the top management of the territorial capital, there are already members of the Maritime Communist Society who have successfully infiltrated. And they are also paying attention to the fact that it is spreading quietly at a speed that they themselves did not expect. The senior leaders of the High Communist Society, who were aware of the penetration situation in all areas, were also very surprised when they saw the various situations reported back by the members of the High Communist Society. It turns out that there are so many Sea people who have the same idea as them. Kailin. The capital, Beimu City. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. But the situation in the High Clan and High Gong society seems a bit abnormal. Prime Minister Yasei was also a little surprised when he saw the report about the High Clan. Unlike the imperial territory's negligence in this regard, Kailin is far more sensitive to the existence of similar people than those imperial forces. There are even their spies among them. Since the end of last year, the overall strategy of the High Communist Society has changed. We don't know the specific reasons yet. But judging from the results, it must be guided by an expert, said the beautiful secretary of the Rabbit clan. The timing of the change is very interesting. Yashai couldn't help but smile as she looked at the report. Should we inform Generalissimo Jaika and the others? Asked the secretary, a beautiful woman from the Rabbit clan. No rush, let me take a look first. Yashai smiled. Chapter 48. The purchase of arms was completed in the next 3 months of busy work. Throw the submarine into the sea during the merchant trade, or secretly transport part of the normal commercial activities, or simply secretly drive the submarine to the area controlled by the High Communist Society, and send it directly to the High Communist Society together with other weapons loaded in it. In hand. In Bei Long's eyes. Magic firearms are basically equivalent to conventional firearms on land more than 20 years ago. Specially built submarines are basically equivalent to land-based airships from more than 20 years ago. The underwater mecha manufactured by Kailin is equivalent to the current top standard mecha weapon of the Sea clan. Although the ones purchased from other places, such as the Arsha Empire and the West Yoli Empire, are somewhat inferior, they are still usable. Except for these combat weapons. Bei Long also specially purchased an old command system from Kailin. The relay device used for wireless communication can also play a good role in the sea after Kailin's improvement. They only need to install the fixed device in a secret place on the seabed, so that they can have a complete combat command system. All communications, orders, etc. will no longer be discovered by the Imperial domain. At the same time, with this system, in the current process of gradual penetration, it can also control the overall situation more efficiently. In the end, through tentative inquiries, Bei Long got an unexpected gain. High-yielding seeds. Kailin was able to win the war that year. In addition to cutting-edge combat weapons and elite combat members on the front line, it was also inseparable from logistical support. The most important of these is food. Kailin's various crop yields at that time were the highest in the world. In addition to Kailin's unique efficient unified planting methods and mechanized operations, the help of high-yielding crop seeds was indispensable. Even in the northern part of the Holy Continent, it can achieve high yields. It is conceivable that its seeds have other characteristics. Bei Long guessed that it must be the result of research by those witches who possess a vast amount of knowledge. And based on some clues and the ambiguity of arms trafficking, Kai Lian may have asked the witch to help the Hai tribe research the issue of crop seeds. The result is: just ask, if you want to buy, sell conventional crops of Hai tribe. Catalpa beans, called sea beans on land similar to land soybean crops, they will produce legume fruits, seeds, which can be kept in the sea without spoiling for several months until they germinate and are planted when the temperature is suitable. Naomi, called sea corn on land, is similar to land corn crops, but it produces a small amount of seeds and is inedible. The main edible part is the stem where the seeds are produced. Vein surface, called sea wheat on land similar to wheat and rice on land, it will produce many small seeds. After the seeds are ground, they will form a powder similar to fine sand. It is generally eaten with other dishes. Specifically, the method is that most classifications will be mixed. And these things. Kai Lian sold Bei Long and the others a batch of seeds that were high yield and not susceptible to various environmental influences in the ocean. It can probably increase production by about 120%. This result shocked all the accompanying sea tribes. Could the crops be doubled? So exaggerated? Bei Long was very receptive to this and didn't think there was any problem at all, so the fluctuations in his expression were close to zero. This also fell into the eyes of the accompanying Hai clan. They had to marvel at what Mr. Bei Long had seen. At the same time, they also speculated that he must have a unique information channel and knew that Kai Lian had helped their Hai clan research these marine crops. Although the senior leaders of the Hai Communist Society had long disbelieved Bei Long's theory that he was actually Kai Lian's spy, other members basically bound him to Kai Lian after this time. After obtaining high-yielding seeds for crops, taking advantage of the time when planting was still taking place, the marginal villages controlled by the Hai Gongshi boldly eradicated some crops that were growing vigorously, planted these high-yielding seeds, and after confirming that seedlings had grown, eradicated a batch of crops to continue planting. Although there is a risk of being deceived by Kai Lian, if it is true, then this doubling of output will be a gamble. Food-related logistics, if nothing else, can be greatly alleviated. Next, there is the issue of penetration progress. Maritime Communist Society, secret meeting. Even Bei Long is blindfolded, shielding the secret place that a certain amount of mental power can perceive. How is the penetration situation now? Is it much better than before? Bei Long asked. It's really much better. Thanks to the overall strategy that Mr. Ivisu helped designate, now some of our members have even infiltrated into the royal family. With the ability to obtain a lot of important information, our infiltration has become bolder and faster. Now we can directly and boldly say that once the war really starts, about -% of the entire imperial army will be directly instigated by us to rebel, and the remaining about -% of the army will form chaos and small-scale rebellion under our interference. Coupled with some of the power we have gathered secretly, we have some confidence even if we start a war now. The senior executives of the Hai Communist Society said excitedly. Bei Long knew that this was not the highest level of the Hai Communist Society. There were a total of 12 top members, corresponding to the 12 titans of the Hai clan. However, the content of the meeting here will definitely be reported in the end. There is no rush to start the war. It will have to wait until next year at least. We need to wait until the first batch of crops are harvested and have a certain amount of food reserves. In terms of new military equipment, we also need corresponding training. Those trainings, in addition to the use of combat personnel, also require logistics personnel to be able to perform efficient repairs and daily maintenance. We cannot go to the battlefield and once problems arise, they will all lie down with nothing to do. The overall combat command also needs to be changed according to the addition of new equipment. The previous war strategies certainly cannot continue to be applied. For example, when Kai Lian used firearms and tanks to fight against the old knight mecha, the combat methods used were completely different. We must be prepared for this. Bei Long also reminded. It makes sense. The senior executive of Hai Communist Society nodded. With good weapons and equipment, even without updated combat methods, they can be crushed by combat distance alone, right? A member asked curiously. With the most advanced weapons, using tactics from before the World War, and fighting a war that will make the whole world laugh. Bei Long asked in return. Is that an exaggeration? Yes, if it is not used properly, it will end up like a small land country in the past. Using the most advanced aircraft and tanks purchased, they are still fighting trench warfare on the ground, and the tanks will eventually become the dead souls holding anti-tank guns. They can simply be beaten with ugly is the same thing. Bai Long said seriously. Chapter 49. September 3290 St. In the walled calendar. The Hai people have arrived at the hottest period of the warm season, and the first harvests of various crops have begun. Planting started in April, and after 5 months of planting new crops, Hai Gongxi obtained a bumper harvest that was completely unexpected by Hai Gongxi. Not only did the increase in production exceed 120%, it even reached around 135%. Their expectations were originally worried that the seed yield was exaggerated. In addition, it was their first time to plant, and they had to uproot the original seedlings, and missed the best planting time. They felt that they would be grateful if they could increase the yield by 70%-80%. God is enlightened. The results not only met the best expectations, but exceeded them. The reason? Hey? Didn't I tell you when I sold it? The yield increase of about 120% is the result of planting in the northern sea of our holy continent. The sea is colder and has less sunshine, so we can only achieve this level of increase. There must be more in your warm waters. Kailian, a vendor selling seeds, was also confused when asked. Many of Kailian's important military industries and scientific research institutes are basically in the northern region. He doesn't need marine crops. If he is just doing research, he will definitely not go all the way to the southern sea to stare at the cultivation results every day. If it is cultivated in the north and finally placed in the southern sea, it will basically be fine as long as it can grow normally. Such an answer immediately made the high-level officials of Heidongshi very happy. He directly ordered all the secretly controlled small villages and towns to plant new seeds purchased by Kailian in the second quarter of the crop planting, striving to get another harvest before the cold season. With luck, they can guarantee that they will have no harvest next year. And can have enough food to survive. Also to avoid being noticed. At the request of the High Communist Society, those High tribe farmers took the initiative to pay more grain as tax, and said some words of flattery to the imperial domain and thanks to the Poseidon. It made Daiha feel that the current situation in those areas was stable and they were lucky enough to have a good harvest year. Faced with this kind of sensible behavior of taking the initiative to pay more, as long as they are not too greedy and powerful, they will basically be satisfied and stop looking for trouble. Logistics and food are no problem. Then next. Have all the military factories on these islands been infiltrated? Bai Long looked at the map of the Hai clan and pointed at the islands in an area and asked. As long as we give an order, not to mention 100%, at least 80% of all factories here will directly plant red flags. The relevant person in charge, Hai Ziu, said confidently. The director-level Hai people in each factory, as well as a large number of Hai people workers, have been infiltrated by the High Communist Society. The reason is simple. Sea people cannot survive on land for a long time. Even if they are constantly nourished by sea water, they will become physically ill after more than a month. So usually, it is a work pattern that requires rotation every month. However, in order to save the cost of rotation, the Sea Clan dignitaries often make the Sea Clan working on land work at high intensity for at least 2 months before they can be rotated back to the sea. Under this kind of oppression, the resistance is extremely strong. Even the senior officials of the High Clan who specialize in supervision can't stand this kind of supervision work that seems like they are being suppressed and sent to the frontier. The speed and degree of penetration are extremely terrifying. Don't they have king-level or even saint-level experts stationed there to supervise them with their mental power? Bai Long was a little confused. 20 years ago, when a large number of Red Rebel organizations first emerged on land, various Empire-level forces used strong men to strictly supervise important areas. Yes, but it won't always be on land. The relevant person in charge, the Sea Tribe, said. I understand. Bai Long nodded. Just like a strong man on land, if you ask him to go to the sea to supervise the workers working underwater, there is a high probability that he will also find ways to fish. If this powerful man is still a pampered noble, then the possibility of maintaining long-term supervision is even lower. The period when the strong man is away fishing is the opportunity for penetration. In terms of public support and active participation in the army, there are no problems, right? Bai Long finally asked this question. This is no problem. Before Mr. Avisu arrived, we had secretly gained the support of a lot of people. At that time, it was estimated that the number of troops we could mobilize would have exceeded 30. Now that we have more combat weapons and logistical supplies, plus a wider and deeper spread under your guidance, the number of troops that can be mobilized in the first place will be at least 5 times greater. If we add those who have infiltrated into the Imperial Army and rebelled immediately during the war, the number will only be higher. Another senior KCP official said. There is no need to worry about the Imperial Territory Army. Even when the war starts, don't disturb them and let them continue to remain loyal to the Imperial Territory. Bai Long said. In this case, our initial casualties will be huge. The senior officials of the Maritime Communist Party were puzzled. Who said we were going for the decisive battle from the beginning? What do you think we were dispersed for? It was to launch operations in the form of harassment from various places, ensuring that there would be small-scale local riots at all times, so that the Imperial Territory I won't pay attention to it immediately. Then we slowly expanded the scale and slowly launched larger regional battles. This process will take at least a year. Bai Long began to describe the future combat strategy. Please explain the reason in detail. The senior management of Haikyong Society immediately asked seriously. Firstly, the Imperial domain has just been unified not long ago, and it still maintains the number of troops at the time of the previous war, which is tens of millions of troops. Even if many of these tens of millions of troops are integrated armies like the Lemurian region, dispersed and reorganized into new armies, they are still extremely large in terms of quantity. Among them, there are more than 600 million directly affiliated to the Imperial domain. They are well equipped and well trained, and they have actually experienced the fighting of war. Their combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. There is not much chance of winning in a frontal battle, even if there is a high probability of victory. A miserable victory. So we must avoid fighting with the main force of the Imperial Army. In our harassing operations, we must maintain our numbers and the mobility to move quickly. We will focus specifically on fighting in areas where the Imperial Army is not stationed and where the private armies of the powerful are not stationed. Bai Long first explained the combat objectives to ensure that the most dangerous Imperial Army would be avoided. Understood. And when the scale of harassment operations is not large, those powerful people will not easily allow the Imperial Army to be stationed in their own territory. They will definitely give priority to solving the problem themselves. That is indeed our opportunity, whether we continue to fight or find opportunities to seize it directly, etc. The senior leaders of the High Communist Society also understood immediately. The second is to slowly increase the overall tension. Once harassment operations break out in more areas and the scale of the outbreak becomes larger and larger, the Imperial territory will definitely be fully prepared for war in order to prevent large-scale rebel gatherings, which will inevitably increase the logistical burden on all aspects. Increasing the number means further and continuous exploitation of the people at the bottom. Increased taxes, increased grain collection, forced labor requisitions, etc. It will inevitably lead to more oppression and more people's resistance, which will further increase our possibility of infiltrating the people. Bai Long said the second point and observed the changes in the expressions of the senior officials of the Haikyong Society. Isn't this just to make the people? The senior leaders of the High Communist Society also noticed. Yes, they will suffer temporarily. This is inevitable when we start a war. War is never something that will bring any peace to the people. The only thing that can be done is to fully compensate them after the war, in a way that is far better than the oppressive rule of the imperial class. Bai Long did not deny that the combat opportunity he proposed would bring pain to the people. I understand. The senior executive of the High Communist Society gritted his teeth. If the imperial domain is not overthrown, then the oppressive rule will continue to exist, and people will still suffer even if there is no war. Only by overthrowing the imperial domain and overthrowing their backward rule can we strive for a new future for the people. Even if those who initiate wars are all sinners, regardless of the original intention. We all need to be aware of this. Bai Long stared at the high-ranking officials of Haikyong Society in front of him and said in a solemn tone. Understand, even the head of state who created a prosperous and powerful Qilian on land will still not deny his sins as the initiator of the war. The senior executive of the Maritime Communist Society nodded. Bai Long nodded slightly. It would be best for these senior officials to have this kind of awareness. What worries me the most is the kind of high-level officials who care too much about the people and therefore hesitate. If there is no problem in this regard, then continue. At the same time, this kind of harassment warfare has some benefits. For example, it allows us to infiltrate the lower-level generals in the Imperial Army and have the opportunity to be promoted to the top during the war, thereby further infiltrating and obtaining more information that is beneficial to us. Also, we need more actual combat opportunities to hone the military's combat capabilities, adaptability of new equipment, application of new combat systems, etc. These cannot be achieved through private training, and actual combat is a must. And it is an actual battle that requires sacrifice. This process will also bring a certain degree of heavy blow to our army. As the weaker side, we all need to be prepared to make sacrifices in exchange for progress. Everything is for the purpose of overthrowing the future of imperial rule. Bei Long said further. From the moment we joined the High Communist Society, we were prepared to sacrifice for the people of the High Tribe. The senior officials of the High Communist Society said firmly. Very good. Then, follow what I just said, draw up a rough combat plan, submit it to other senior officials for review and revision, and finally distribute it in detail to the Navy and Communist forces in each region. The preliminary war will begin after the cold season, winter, arrives this year. After nearly a year of deployment, Bei Long finally determined that the High Communist Society was ready to go to war. I'll make it right now. The members of the Maritime Communist Society also responded with excitement. The War of the Sea Clan will finally begin. It is no longer a chaotic war for the unity of the High Clan. But, after unification, there was a class civil war. Chapter 50. Kailien. Beimu City, Wolf's Den Building. The Office of the Chief, Head of 13 Seats. This is the latest intelligence from the Maritime Communist Society, and based on the newly established secret communication channel, they made a new request. The most important thing is to obtain some tactical guidance, especially when the Leviga party targeted the Oran's Empire. Senior level. The beautiful female secretary of the Rabbit tribe reports on the latest situation of the High Communist Society. Have you decided to take action so soon? Just give them what they want. It just so happens that our current communication with the Sea Tribe Imperial Territory is not very smooth. Being able to change to a completely new political system will be good for us and their people. It's also a good thing. Prime Minister Yasei quickly understood that the KCP had made preliminary preparations for war. But when it comes to military matters, I'm afraid we can't avoid Generalissimo Jaika. The secretary, a beautiful woman from the Rabbit clan, reminded him. Just apply to her normally. Instead, it's a hidden and strange move that makes it easier for her to notice the abnormality. Yashai said with a smile. The Central Assembly has the power to directly command the army. But Yashai is only one of the 13 seats, and for many military matters, applications still need to be submitted to the top military officials. I understand. The beautiful female secretary of the Rabbit tribe. How is the investigation going on that matter? Yashai asked again. About Mri Visu, we still haven't successfully contacted him. All the information about him is only a code name. The only clue that can be regarded as a clue is that before this Mri Visu appeared, we found other races that went to sea. There is something worth noting during the registration. The beautiful secretary of the Rabbit tribe pulled out a document from the magic ring. Where is it about? Yashai asked and started to flip through it. Page 12, paragraph number 3289, there is a human who entered the sea in a formal registration method. The time is -years of the Valerian calendar, -th day of the -th day, which corresponds to the time when the elf White Dragon, a descendant of the god, disappeared. And the small town on the edge of the sea where he chose happened to have a demonstration by the Maritime Communist Society that day. He was also used as a representative of Archelion. Because of this matter, we faced inquiries from the imperial territory and gave explanations to refute the rumors. The secretary, a beautiful woman from the Rabbit tribe, told a simple story, which made Yashai quickly recall it. The registered name is automatically ignored. With the order of the High Clan not yet completely stable, any fake name or identity can be fooled. The only reference is that there was a human race who went to the Sea tribe at that time. If it was the god-born White Dragon who went directly to the Sea clan in this way on the day he disappeared or within a few days, it would be too imprudent no matter how you think about it. So I didn't have much doubts at the time. Now it seems like it was a deliberate counter-thinking. Or who helped him and then made a decision that interfered with his original judgment, leading to this result. Yashai quickly thought of two more likely situations. Think about it, or someone can help. But if this person happens to be Bai Long, then it wouldn't be surprising that he came into contact with the High Communist Society so quickly. If he is really still related to the head of state, it is understandable that he can quickly integrate into it and cause various changes in the high communist society. It's a pity that there is no other direct evidence, and it is just speculation at the moment. The beautiful secretary of the rabbit tribe told her speculation. After she collected all kinds of relevant information, this was the only human race that went into the sea that she could pay attention to. Other registrations for entering the Sea clan due to business, exchange, and learning, adventure activities, etc. are all very ordinary, and there is nothing noteworthy about them. Moreover, if Bai Long really escapes to the Sea clan, he may choose to sneak into the sea, and no information will even be left at the registration points of the various islands of the Sea clan. Well, I think about it. Yashai lay back on the chair, holding her chest with one hand and lightly pointing to her forehead, thinking. The secretary, a beautiful woman from the rabbit tribe, did not interrupt, and quietly waited for the result of her thinking. Hypothesis. This person who registered to join the High clan was really Bai Long, and happened to encounter a demonstration by the High Communist Society. After being exploited, he came into contact with the High Communist Society. Finally led to the current situation. So, first question. Although we don't know much about the specific situation of Bai Long, the descendant of the gods, we can basically determine that after his recovery, his strength will be damaged. So after he knew about the age of theocracy, the troubled times of ancient tribes, and modern history, it was definitely not difficult to deduce that coming to Kalien was the best choice for him as a descendant of the god, because among the many forces now, only Kalien has the ability to actively revive the power of the god's intentions. From Bai Long's point of view, the only thing that cannot be determined, or needs to be worried about, it's Kalien. Will he protect him as a divine descendant to revive the Protoss, or will he use him as a divine descendant to only resurrect Kalien, the head of state who is related to the Protoss? Secondly, it is to continue to stay in the elves who are relatively safe, at least not in danger of life. As for the Sea clan, no matter how you think about it, it will not be an excellent choice. Because, without the recommendation of any modern strongman or high-level force, Bai Long would never have secretly gone to see the 12 Titan gods who were meditating in retreat and working hard to restore their power. It was even less possible for Bai Long to expect the Titan gods to help the gods recover. Reveal your identity and ask for help? Then why would the Sea clan help this hot potato, the descendant of gods? What specific attitude will it be? This is even less reliable than meeting the Titan god directly. At least the Titan god has the way of thinking of the most powerful god, and his thinking from the perspective of interests is more complete. So what's the point of going to Haizu? Just hiding it? Totally unnecessary. If you think about it this way, the only way he could go to the Sea tribe at that time was if someone was helping him. It also explains why he was able to successfully escape from the elves. Then this person. Yashai's thinking suddenly became much clearer. Excluding the long-lived gods of the old era, there shouldn't be many powerful people with abilities or connections in the elves. The beautiful secretary of the rabbit tribe said quickly. After the forbidden god curse. There are many gods in the Changshao species who have broken through to the middle-level gods, but the current intermediate gods of the Changshao species can be counted on one hand. Even though it can be easily ruled out, the only option is to choose among the long-lived species related to the elves. Some time ago, the elves wanted to restore the relationship between us, so they wanted to send the new god of the fire elves, Neve Saroya Angruzan, to come and communicate and stay here, right? Yasha Yi suddenly remembered this. Yes, but after discussions in the parliament, there is no intention to restore the relationship between the two parties for the time being. Secretary, a beautiful woman from the rabbit clan. It doesn't matter. In my own name, just find a reason to invite her over to play. I think I can get key information from her, Yashai said. Okay, I'll make arrangements now. Although she didn't know what Yashai had in mind, she just followed the instructions and made arrangements. Critical information. If anyone could have helped White Dragon at that time, who might it have been? Sea people. Atlanta Western Region, Archipelago Imperial Region Military Factory. Miss Tiffany, are you sure there is a new divine machine secretly developed by the Imperial Domain? It doesn't look like it. Bai Long, Mr. Avisu, is personally investigating intelligence for Haikyongshi, because he has shown that he has powerful space magic and can be very effective in spying on military factories. Although I was a little worried, there really was no good choice for the Sea clan, and I had no choice but to let Bai Long do it himself. This is a military factory that even the Maritime Communist Party cannot penetrate deeply. There is indeed something special about it. It is about 2,000 meters underground, and the most underground space is filled with seawater, which can be used for various performance tests of experimental products. Many related materials used for research and development are not transported through the apparent military factory, but use space it was teleported in by magic. Tefeli, the daughter of the demon royal family, also provided a new stage of help based on the current progress of the White Dragon. If you lend me 2 space magic props, can I sneak in? Bai Long asked. He knew that it was impossible for Tiffany to sneak in personally, not only because there was no need to directly provide this level of help to Bai Long, but also due to her own identity. Once discovered, it would be a serious diplomatic issue between the two races. We, the demon race, need to activate space magic in order to perfectly use my space magic props. Can you do it? Tiffany asked doubtfully. I can use mainstream magic such as the Oracle system, Dragon language system, Magic words system, and Blood curse system. For me, it is as simple as changing a spell, so it should be no problem. Bai Long still said confidently. Use magic words to condense 5 different elemental balls between your fingers and show me. Tiffany said still doubtfully. Magic cannot be used by changing the magic spell and changing the activation method at will. If you rashly change the magic spell and activation conditions, the magic will fail at first, or it will backfire on you at worst. Only the various types of magic that have been repeatedly explored, studied, and practiced can achieve what he said, as simple as changing a spell. Here. Bai Long didn't even turn his head. He continued to observe the arsenal with his oracle magic. He put his other hand behind his back and showed Tiffany the 5-element ball of the magic word system. Magic word system. It is the magic used by the demon clan, and it is basically difficult to use it due to the difference in physical fitness of the outsiders. The most typical example is that rash use of magic words spiritual magic can lead to one going crazy. Switch to another race. For example, if you don't have a vampire bloodline, you can rashly use blood magic of the blood spell system, or directly drain your own blood to activate the introducer of blood magic, which is always dangerous. Then I'll give you these 2 space bracelets. After the mental power is connected, you can learn how to use them. Seeing this, Tiffany directly gave him 2 artifact-level space magic bracelets. Thanks. Bai Long still didn't look back. When he took the space bracelet, he was still observing every move outside the military factory. Therefore, he didn't notice Tiffany's expression at this moment, the flash of smile in her eyes. Even if you are really a god, even if you have specially studied our magic words, you want to perfectly use the space magic props made for me by my father. I can only use the space magic he taught. Chapter 51. Atlanta West. Island Secret Military Factory, Core Area. Although it is a bit strange for Tiffany to give magic props, and the method of space magic required is relatively unique. Fortunately, she seems to have studied it before. After using it normally, she can hide it with the help of powerful space magic, as well as her own cooperation with blood magic and dark magic. Sneaked into it smoothly. Bai Long cast multiple layers of magic on himself, making him invisible, hiding his breath, and blocking the fluctuations of air and water flow. The effect is indeed so powerful that it does not trigger any detection magic circle. The only problem is to maintain so much magic, and the magic power consumption is nothing. The key is that you need to be highly concentrated mentally, otherwise problems will easily occur. This also makes him need to be careful every step he takes now. A little bit of exploration, a little bit of careful exploration with mental power, and the inner mind is constantly analyzing the current situation. According to the High Clan's meal time, it should be meal time now. The deep water area where mental power fluctuations are relatively complicated should be their canteen. The magic circles in all places are activated, but the intensity here is the highest. It seems that it requires some kind of magic prop certification to successfully infiltrate. I don't know if I can sneak in smoothly without being discovered by using the vampire's concealment magic. It's better to be safe. After Bai Long made his decision, he directly adopted the method of waiting where he was. Waiting for a destined Sea clan to appear. Soon. After finishing their meal, the Sea tribesmen began to return to their workstations one after another. Bai Long quickly targeted one of the many Sea tribesmen. He was probably only around the 5th level of strength, and his attire and work badge were relatively advanced, so he was obviously a suitable target. Then. Dark element, 7th level magic. Dark Devouring. The silent magic was activated, and in a dark mist, the sea tribe member quickly disappeared without resistance. After a while, a flash of blood that quickly faded appeared in the eyes of the sea tribe. As usual, he started walking towards his workplace. Higgs Research and Development Area. Haggis is what the sea tribe calls mechas, just like the goblin tribe, the race that invented the night mecha, calls it Dalita. Why did you come here? Stop dawdling. You are responsible for optimizing this module here. It must be done today so that we can continue testing in the water tomorrow. A sea tribe member came over impatiently and assigned a task. After taking over the task as usual, the sea clan assigned to the task didn't pay much attention and hurriedly went to assign it to the next sea clan. The way to assign tasks is very simple. You directly give the design drawing of the module you are responsible for, and then indicate the areas that need to be optimized, as well as what other related parts are needed, and there is a basic document indicating the placement in that place. This is a group task. Obviously, this sea clan is the leader of a team responsible for the research and development of a module. However, he did not rush to his workplace. Instead, he looked at it carefully and quickly browsed the contents of the file. The other side. This kind of materials, parts, and requirements, it seems to be an 8th level mecha. The sea clan's mechanical skills have actually grown to this point. The white dragon, who was still in the outer area, under the protection of dark magic, was simultaneously sensing the scene of the sea clan. After being swallowed by his dark magic, he briefly controlled it with blood magic. During this period of time, the sea clan will continue to carry out their original work unconsciously. As long as Beilong does not impose new orders, they will continue to conduct research on some modules of the mecha. As the sea clan continued to act unconsciously, Beilong, who was sensing simultaneously, also understood more clearly the research and development scale of the entire military factory. Since I can't make too many unusual moves, I just occasionally go as far as possible to check out certain parts when I need them. In order to explore the core area of the entire military factory, Beilong was stunned to control the High Clan until late at night. At last, while cutting off the control of blood magic, the sea tribe fell asleep directly. Beilong also quietly activated the space magic items and left the arsenal. Get back on the ground. Miss Tiffany. The first time Beilong came back, he tried to look for him, but he didn't see anyone. Does this mean that I will continue to use this spatial prop? No more recycling. Beilong was a little confused, but he didn't really care. Anyway, Tiffany might take the initiative to look for her again sometime, and it wouldn't be too late to return the pair of space bracelets to her. What we have to do now is to return to Hai Gongshi. Space magic, space teleportation. Launch. Hey. After teleporting to the safe area, Beilong dialed the dedicated wireless communication. This is an improvement on the old communication system that was previously purchased from Kalien. Instead of using satellites for relay, it uses a new relay device that can be buried in the seabed. After the improvement, it is guaranteed that even Kalien will not be able to carry out the relay. The extent of monitoring. Mr. Avisu, how is the situation? The sea tribe over there asked quickly. He had been waiting nervously for a day. Because they didn't have powerful space magicians, they didn't rush to send a half-hearted person to follow them and hold them back. Worried about the failure of White Dragon, and also worried that the Higgs being developed by the Empire would affect their subsequent war situation. Let's start with the bad news. The Higgs mecha, currently developed by Imperial Domain, has reached the level of the 8th Order Holy Level, and according to the area I have explored, 5 of its experimental models have been produced. This is just this military factory. Production capacity. And this is not close to a core area such as the capital, so it is probably not the most cutting-edge Higgs mecha Research and Development Institute. We do not rule out the possibility that a divine machine has been developed. Beilong first explains the bad news. The sea tribe is an extremely backward race in terms of mechanics. This is a sea tribe that is limited by the environment and has difficulty smelting metals in large quantities. Naturally, the corresponding mechanical research has always been lagging behind. It was just over 400 years ago that the magic element power core was developed, allowing the goblins to create the large-scale mechanical puppet Dalita that could be driven and controlled, which was later called the Night Mecha by all races. The Sea Clan has just begun to learn the magic core manufacturing technology. Magical alchemists and mechanics can use magic to perform unique underwater alchemy in the sea, and use this to create special magical cores belonging to the Sea clan. The result was naturally successful. However, it is very, very difficult to make further iterative upgrades, especially those equipped with magic cores. Apart from magicians, there are basically no mechanics in the Sea clan. Without a large amount of mechanical foundation, the Sea magicians can only slowly explore on their own, and then try to learn from the land races before optimizing and improving. Before the modern Land World War began, the night mechas independently developed by the two imperial realms of the Sea clan were only at the 8th level. If you include the help of the goblins, who were relatively strong in mechanical skills at the time, to help build them, there are only single-digit 9th level divine machines. Just now, after the reunification of the Atlanta Western region, preparations have begun to mass-produce 8th level Hygas, mechas. If the military factories you detected have 5 units, then counting other similar uninfiltrated areas and places that may not have been discovered, it is estimated that there must be at least 50 units of the new model of Hags. The Sea clan on the other end of the communication line was obviously worried. Don't worry too much, there is good news. By long. You said. Hi clan. I took a rough look at the parts they are still developing. According to my research on mecha mechanics, they are basically still in the semi-finished stage. It is estimated that successful development will take about half a year to a year. This can be fully utilized. And if the situation is more urgent, I can bring the timed blast bomb developed by Kalien and sneak in to install some. But once we do this, the Imperial Realm will definitely know that we will make a big move and will directly enter the highest state of war. Then there's another point. At least I didn't find any surface weapons or flying weapons or anything like that. Bei Long said the good news and added something at the end. Surface weapons are understandable, but the Imperial territory doesn't need flying weapons, right? The High Clan on the other end of the communication also asked in confusion. I'll explain it to you in detail when I get back. As for the backwardness of your combat system, the Imperial territory probably hasn't noticed yet. Bei Long. Oh, good, then I'll prepare for a new meeting. The Sea tribe on the other end of the communication also quickly paid attention. Is there any lagging behind in the combat system? Return to Heigongshi. Relevant meetings have been convened, and some senior officials have already arrived. Skip the simple beginning and get to the point directly. You should all know that unlike the land races, the land combat system originally had the highest priority. Especially before the invention of air combat weapons such as aircraft, and when the conditions in the sea were too complex and naval battles were rarely touched. Our Sea clan does not strictly distinguish between land, sea, and air. We can live and work on the seabed, or we can swim up and soar at any level in the sea like flying monsters on land. Therefore, operations basically revolve around the hierarchical operations of undersea, sea, sea surface. But it ignores the level of sea. Bei Long used light magic to simulate a three-dimensional layered projection. The quick-reacting Sea tribe had already understood this immediately. Even if he hasn't reacted yet, his eyes are bright and he seems to be able to use something. Before. On our sea surface, there are only ships of the land race, and almost no combat weapons have been developed against our sea race. Because they cannot survive under the sea and have no direct conflict of interest with us, they have no relevant war weapons. We didn't even think about building a boat and then leaving the water to float on the sea. So, can we buy from Kalien some obsolete ships with strong hulls? And some obsolete airships with good defensive performance? With specially developed explosive weapons that can be launched underwater, can we gain our sea advantage? After Bei Long finished speaking, his thoughts became clearer even if he didn't understand it immediately. Sea people are born with the ability to fly in the sea. There is no need to strive for air superiority or air superiority. Also limited by factors such as technology and demand, no attention has been paid to sea issues. If there are surface ships, or even sea airships that are absolutely impossible for ordinary seamen to hit, that would be absolute sea superiority. Also, the unique air superiority of the Sea clan. Chapter 52. The requirements for new weapons and equipment were quickly determined. Then came the matter of discussion with Kalien. First, it's money. Totally not enough. Although the Sea tribe also uses gold and silver as currency, the smelting of gold and silver can only be accomplished by magicians through magical alchemy in the sea, and cannot be done through the use of flames and high temperatures on land. Ordinary people can also assist in the smelting. So the overall output is actually relatively low. After purchasing the previous weapons and equipment, the High Communist Society was already seriously short of funds. Then the lack of money is the main issue to discuss. The money issue is easy to deal with. We can sell you the weapons and equipment you want directly and help you with improvements, technical maintenance, training of combat members, etc. You can regard it as our investment, and what we need is the mining rights of Shuimu fuel. If you fail, it will be considered a failure of our investment. Kalien, who was in charge of the docking, seemed to have already made a deal for further weapons needs, and directly gave the conditions. Fuel. In this world where everything is based on elements, free elements can be transformed into magic power and fighting spirit, and exist as energy. When elements are highly complex aggregated, they become various substances. Among them, fuel is mainly composed of fire elements, mixed with various other elements, and is a highly complex element polymer substance. According to the natural breeding environment, fuel oil is usually divided into 3 types. Desert area underground. The fire oil is formed by condensation of the fire element all year round and continues to accumulate. Underground in extremely cold areas. After years of hard-to-corrode plants were buried under ice and snow, the wood element slowly evolved and transformed into icewood fuel. Underground in ocean coastal areas. The sedimentation and collapse of the earth element, or the movement of the earth and seabed caused by the outbreak of natural disasters of the earth element, and after vegetation was buried on the seabed, the wood element slowly evolved and transformed into water and wood fuel. Kalien. What they want is the water and wood fuel owned by the Sea Clan and buried in the seabed. Exchanging resources for weapons. This really needs to be considered. The senior leaders of the Haikyong Society who followed Bai Long were still hesitant about this. You live in the sea, and resources like fuel, which requires the participation of the wind element to release the power of the fire element, have no direct use for you. If we didn't help you build the fire demon pumping station on the island, it would just be some threatening substances that occasionally spew out on the seabed and cause environmental pollution to you. Besides, even the fire demon pumping station needs the refining technology we provide if it wants to use it efficiently. For you, the tide and wind magic pumping stations are more practical. It shouldn't be that difficult to make a choice by exchanging resources that are not available to you for the power to fight for freedom and equality. Kalien's contact person had obviously already thought out the words for the negotiation, and had already determined that the Maritime Communist Party would agree. We are indeed of no use, but that doesn't mean we don't know its importance. Especially you Kalien, in order to enhance domestic transportation convenience and be more suitable for ordinary people, fuel as an energy source of transportation has a lower cost and a higher penetration rate. A wide range of weapons are being used, and even some military weapons are being used. This is a strategic resource of extremely high status for your land race. Even if we use it for trading, it must at least be at a reasonable price. The senior management of High Communist Society immediately said calmly. Bai Long on the side nodded with satisfaction in his heart. This senior member of the Maritime Communist Society had indeed a strong mind and ability to think calmly. After a brief hesitation and explanation from Kalien's contact person, the situation was quickly clarified. A fighting spirit warrior who doesn't know how to use magic artifacts. But that doesn't mean that warrior doesn't know the value of magic artifacts. When grudge warriors are in urgent need of weapons, they will not sell magic artifacts easily. It's natural. The first way to trade. According to the overall ratio of 3:1, 3 times the actual fuel price, in exchange for weapons and equipment of corresponding price. That is, assuming tons of water and wood fuel, corresponding to the price of an old destroyer, you need to use tons of water and wood fuel to purchase it. We bear the mining, transportation, and labor costs ourselves. If there is any environmental pollution, we will be responsible. Kalien smiled at the contact person and said the first transaction method. A ratio of 3:1 is too much, right? The senior management of the High Communist Society suddenly frowned. Wind and thunder magic disasters, thunderstorms, hurricanes, that often break out on the sea surface, as well as occasional soil and water magic disasters, earthquakes, tsunamis, pose a great threat to offshore mining platforms, and the construction and later maintenance costs are extremely high. In addition, we also need to be responsible for your subsequent environmental problems. This 3:1 ratio is already very cheap. Not to mention, this is still our unilateral investment, and we still need to bear the risk of your failure and all investments being in vain. The contact person Kalien shook his head slightly and didn't think there was anything wrong with the price given. Toss 1 and return 3. There is a risk of complete loss of 1, and 3 still needs to be collected at your own expense. Let's talk about another way of trading first. The senior management of Hai Gongshi nodded in no hurry. The second way to trade. It's a little simpler. All the water, wood, and fuel are still yours. We secretly provide you with all weapons and equipment for war until you fail or win. If you win, the right to exploit any type of oil in the entire western region of Atlanta will belong to us, and we will enjoy % of the actual profits from the oil exploitation forever. In short, we build, we maintain, and we mine, and you just sit back and enjoy % of the profits. Kalien contacted the staff and explained a simpler and more crude transaction method. On the condition of continuous armed provision, in exchange for permanent percentage mining rights. If fail, the provision of weapons and equipment of this scale will not be hidden from the Atlanta Western region. Kalien will not only face the risk of complete loss of weapons and equipment, but also face serious diplomatic problems with the Hai clan in the future, which will most likely lead to a direct break. The risk is extremely high and the reward is extremely high. You haven't secretly discovered the water and wood fuel reserves we have here a long time ago, right? The senior leaders of Hai Dongshi were keenly aware of this. If Kalien had not already discovered and clearly knew how much resource gains there would be after success, no matter how hard he thought, he would not have been able to propose such a crazy transaction method. At the direct risk of breaking with the entire Sea Clan empire, we must support the Sea Clan society in exchange for future benefits. Gambler. Probably not enough to describe Kalien. There is no comment. I am only representing Kalien at the central meeting to convey our choice of transaction method. Kalien contacted the staff. Central Assembly. The eyes of the senior leaders of the Communist Party of China brightened. Of course he knew that the 13 seats of the Central Assembly of Kilian represented the highest power of the entire Kilian. With the unanimous will of the 13 seats, the Central Assembly can even directly order the Kilian army to attack any empire, race, or even god. The mobilization of terrifying war weapons such as aerospace aircraft carriers and divine machines is easy for the Kilian Central Assembly. If you want to be on the safe side, you can choose the first option and then discuss it in detail. If you want to be even more crazy, you can also choose the second method. We can provide support from up to secondary aerospace carriers, naval battle groups, and low-level divine machines. That is, when you need it, I will help you give the imperial territory a fatal blow. Kalien contacted the staff, still smiling, and said without much emotion. I need to go back and discuss it immediately. The senior management of Hai Dongshi stood up immediately. If we can really get Kalien's absolute support in weapons, then we can consider exchanging resources that the Sea Clan cannot directly use in the future. Do you need me to go back with you? Beilong asked. No, just leave one here to contact me and use space magic to give me a ride, said the senior executive of Hai Dongshi. Beilong nodded and activated weaker space magic to teleport to other nearby places first. Then after several twists and turns, the long-distance space magic teleportation was launched to send the high-ranking member of Haikyong Society back. Afterwards, he returned to the place where he contacted Kalien's handover personnel. When coming back, Kalien contacted the staff and poured tea for Beilong again. You are not an ordinary docking officer, are you? Beilong asked first. You should be the special MR of ISU in the High Communist Society, right? Kalien's contact person asked back with a smile, which was also regarded as an affirmative answer. Beilong felt a little wary in his heart. The space magic bracelet that Tiffany left for him was ready to be activated at any time. That was one of the powerful magic items that allowed Tiffany to take him with her to leave the elves at a long distance. When space magic breaks out at close range, even a high-level god who is not good at space magic cannot stop him. Don't be nervous. We are based on the corresponding strategies left by the former chief, the head of state. As early as the Sea Clan, there were related infiltrations. Whether it is the Imperial Domain or your current Sea Communist Society, we actually have our Sea Clan spies. Kalien's contact person continued. In the High Communist Society, there are not many Sea people who have directly met Mr. Avisu, especially those who can directly see him without disguise. How did you determine that I am Mr. Avisu? Beilong did not admit it directly, but asked curiously. It's very simple. From the code name, we know that this must be the Sea Clan related to our Kalien or the Ersha Empire. At least they know it very well, so they use this as the code name. Then the negotiation about our arms deal does not have that Mr. Avisa sitting in the chair. I am afraid that the Maritime Communist Society, which was a small local Red Rebel organization last year, does not have enough courage and ability to negotiate with the most powerful people of our land race. Powerful countries come to negotiate. And he can still maintain such confidence. Kalien contacted the personnel, looked at the Sea clan in front of him and smiled lightly. Bei Long suddenly felt that he had used the camouflage magic that he had improved using various magics, and the appearance of the Sea clan he had transformed felt like he was being seen through directly. This guy in front of me. May I take the liberty of asking for your real name? Bei Long asked. Jude Heneda. Kalien Central Assembly, one of the former 7 central seats. Code name, Businessman. Kalien contacted the personnel, and the businessman Jude introduced himself with a slight smile. Chapter 53. One of the 13 former seats. Even with the prefix predecessor, it should not be underestimated. Kalien is different from traditional feudal imperial countries. There is no so-called hereditary reward, but a rotating election system. If you want to become one of the 13 seats, even the longevity seat of the last 3 seats, you need to have absolute status in your respective race. Take other races and countries as examples. Such as elves. If the elves join Kalien, then the longevity race who can serve as the last 3 seats must be at least one of the 7 elf clan chiefs under the elf king. In other words, before the election, businessman Ute already had a transcendent status at the top of Kalien. And as long as he is not an old fool and exceeds other restrictions, then he may still become one of the 13 seats again. A big shot like you really takes us seriously enough to negotiate this kind of thing in person. Bei Long also responded calmly. After clarifying the situation, I felt calmer inside. This is what it should be. Although we have infiltrated the High Clan, we originally had no intention of directly intervening in the High Clan's political power. After all, they belong to 2 races with completely different environments. They can have friendly exchanges, but we want to build a high degree of harmony. A 2-way social structure still needs a long process. The king of your Sea clan still has strong old ideas, and we are having trouble communicating. If there is a brand new regime like yours, we will naturally be happy to see it. This will be beneficial to the future of both of us. Businessman Ute briefly explained the situation. Ocean, land. A completely different living environment, at least until magic technology has not reached the level where people can communicate at any time and at will. There will not be too many interests or conflicts in a short period of time. What you want are our sea tribes, various marine resources, right? Such as icewood fuel, or other seabed mineral veins. Bei Long also quickly understood. This is inevitable. Similarly, the sea tribe also has needs for some resources on land. Stable trade exchanges are a good thing for both of us. According to the philosophy of the former head of state, we are all intelligent beings in this world. Without such irreconcilable conflicts as the hunting relationship, harmonious progress should be our most ideal future. The only slightly contradictory point is that we are definitely not subordinate to the gods, but you absolutely obey the Poseidon, Titan god. This is not irreconcilable. Because we, Kalien, also cooperate with the gods. Businessman Ute said simply. They did come with the purpose of trading interests, but the idea of friendship and cooperation was also real, and they even considered where they might have conflicts. And actually, apart from the issue of gods, the current sea race itself does not have any contradiction with the land race. Even the elves only think that what they need to keep in mind is the historical issue of the Titan god, god of the sea, itself, not the ordinary sea people. Oh, all right. Bei Long let out a long sigh. Although from a personal point of view, I should try to hide it as much as possible, but considering the current future of the entire Sea clan, it's better to be honest. I am indeed the Mr. of Isul you are looking for. I am an orc. My current sea appearance is a disguise using special ancient magic tools. Then what? What do you want from me? After Bei Long thought carefully, he decided to be honest half and lie half. Magic methods such as lie detector props mainly test authenticity based on mental fluctuations and body fluctuations. As long as he keeps his mental power stable and controls the appearance caused by the blood flow, which is the most important part of the physical fluctuations, he can also don't worry about lie detection. And explain more information and mix in more false information. Even if you know that some are false, you don't know which one is false. According to our current chief's speculation and the results of discussions between relevant members of the parliament, the core of changing the entire high communist society should be you, Mr. Avisu. So your attitude towards the sea people and the land races, especially us Kalien, is very important. Asia Empire, West Sea Empire and other forces may be slower than us, but after having a general understanding of the situation of the sea tribe, they will definitely have similar ideas to us. At least building a stable relationship in advance is not a bad thing. Simply put, we tacitly agree that you will be the absolute top executive of the Sea clan in the future, or a foreigner with the highest level of connections. Businessman Ute expressed Kalien's most important thoughts. Negotiations on arms transactions are actually secondary to Kalien, mainly in terms of building a stable relationship with the High Communist Party. You didn't go directly to the high-level officials of Haikyong society, but you came to me. You guys are really interesting. Beilong couldn't help but laugh. The Leviga party of the former Oran's Empire, the Red Moon Society of the former Saibo Empire, the Duri organization of the former Alpha Empire, etc. These former Red reform forces, in a sense, the final results of their reform were integrated into the Kilian. This is actually a very uneasy result for the new reform forces. The CCP side will definitely be worried too. Judging from our current communication attempts and the situation understood by the infiltration spies, this is indeed confirmed. There are a lot of political considerations. Businessman Ute did not hide this, it was a little inconvenient to point out. Strictly speaking, Kalien is not absolutely righteous. But in terms of results, the future that Kalien has given to the people of the entire country is in line with ideal expectations and even exceeds them. It is not difficult to understand that Hai Gongshi cannot be trusted absolutely. Beilong fell into thinking. Businessman Ute didn't say much, but quietly drank tea and waited for Beilong's results. Obviously, in a certain sense, it is an issue related to the entire Hai clan, but yet it seems so indifferent. In other words, you want to coerce the entire Sea tribe people and join the Together Progress camp headed by Kalien and dominated by ordinary people, so you need a suitable middleman, right? Beilong cleared his mind and understood Kalien's true purpose. The great changes that the High Communist Society has undergone in a short period of time are indeed inseparable from your contribution. Businessman Ute praised. This compliment was also a disguised reply to Beilong. If you really want to establish contact with the Sea tribe, you must not avoid the Sea God, Titan God. If communication can be done properly, I think you can allow the longevity gods in the last 3 seats in the Central Assembly to negotiate and communicate with the 12 Sea gods. The dialogue between gods is also simpler and more direct. For the entire High clan, whether it is the current imperial domain or the High Gong society that may bring about changes, they all have absolute faith in the Poseidon. The communication between the gods is successful, there is no need for you to go to such trouble. Whether you can't or don't want to, at least as a result, you have no choice to achieve this method of communication. Beilong quickly analyzed. Businessman Ute nodded slightly, agreeing with his guess. In addition, your purpose is to focus on the people. In this regard, the 12 Sea gods, as the supreme beings of the Sea clan, can only ensure that the Sea clan itself is protected from external enemies. Various internal changes, whether they are prosperity or decay, will not attract their attention. Whether it's empathy or compassion, that's not the outcome you want. Beilong continued, and the merchant Ute looked even more satisfied. It can already be proven. Kalien's guess was correct. The key to the changes in the High Communist Society came from the unknown Mr. Avisu in front of him. In fact, there is no need to completely abandon the Titan God and turn to us to achieve such a tough result. Businessman Ute said at this time. Understand that you only need to implant the thinking of worship and fear the Poseidon, but also need to liberate and pursue yourself. The people of the Sea tribe can accept it, and the Sea God will not be too resistant. You pretty much want this result, right? Beilong also quickly understood what Businessman Ute meant. So, what do you think of Mr. Avisu? Businessman Ute asked with a smile. Poseidon and the like actually have little to do with me. Since I have chosen to become the Mr. Avisu of the Sea clan, I naturally hope that the people of the Sea clan can have a better future. At least it can't be that everything is fine when I come here, only to be devastated after I leave. So, I can accept your proposal. Beilong's calm expression at this time also had a solemn look. I'm glad you can give this answer. Businessman Ute said with a smile. First of all, since it is for the future of the people of the High clan, after the end of the High clan's civil war, Coupled with the impact of the previous imperial war, the economic situation of the Hai clan will inevitably be worrying. Swap the income from water and wood fuel. After the war, the Hai people desperately need a stable source of income to carry out post-war recovery work. Beilong once again used his unique bargaining talent. It can be said that businessman Ute nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Second point. Hai Communist Society's harassing operations are about to begin, and a continuous escalation of the war will begin in the next year. Whether it is ensuring the logistics of the army or the survival of the people during the war, the rigid need for food is absolute. So I hope Kalien can help continue research or provide a large amount of high-quality crop seeds. It's best to plant it in the sea area you control, and then sell it to us at a low price without losing money. How? Beilong said further. Businessman Ute once again nodded directly in agreement. Then there are some minor issues. After we have discussed it over there, we can plan carefully for a new round of negotiations. Beilong also relaxed a little at this time and smiled. Businessman Ute also nodded and did not refute anything, not even adding anything extra. And after? Wait until the senior leaders of the Maritime Communist Society bring other senior members over again and be prepared for hard negotiations. Especially the top priority issue of water, wood, and fuel income. What? Who do you think the % belongs to? Isn't it us three? This, 30%, is, what Kalien wants. Isn't it the third one from Haizu, the seventh one from Kalien? Why was it reversed? What happened, who can explain? Chapter 54. There won't be any big problems with weaponry. In the follow-up, we only need to continue to communicate and discuss the method and time of providing weapons and equipment, training on related logistics systems, etc. The only problem is, even if it has been confirmed that weapons and equipment will be provided, the Hai Communist Party still needs to fight for it in the next year. The reason is simple. If the Hai Communist Society makes no achievements in the harassment operations in the next year and is unable to show its ability to fight against the imperial territory in the future, then Kalien will judge this unilateral investment to be a failure and will not give any more follow-up weapons and equipment support. After all, Kalien really needs a Hai clan regime with better communication, rather than the current feudal imperial domain. But this does not mean that the Kalien will risk serious diplomatic problems to support an incompetent local force. If it would cause more unnecessary trouble, or even a whirlpool of war, it would be more practical to let the god behind Kalien directly communicate with the Titan god. See people. The secret base of the Hai Communist Society. Beilong, Mr. Avisu, is presiding over a meeting. The theme of the conference is, how to achieve stable and efficient penetration and dormancy. The reason for such a meeting is that the subsequent infiltration of various high-level officials in the imperial domain is somewhat unsatisfactory. It is true that we cannot infiltrate those high-level officials who are bound by blood and hereditary status. But there are only so many of those at the top. Those powerful people always need servants to command, they always need capable subordinates, they always need to train their cronies to fight against other powerful people. The power struggle cannot stop at any time, and we can always find the right opportunity. Whether it's a college, a military academy, an industrial factory, a military factory, or a research and development institution. As long as they can't make it all composed of powerful people, we have a chance. Even if you are a powerful person, you must believe that among those powerful people, there will always be people who embrace kindness and compassion. Beilong was explaining seriously. In the audience were not only the newly trained outstanding members of the Hai Communist Society, but also one of the 12 senior members of the Hai Communist Society. Until now, because Beilong is a foreigner after all, he has only met 3 such high-level officials, and the others have only heard of his code name. Of course. Now Beilong's status is approaching that of the 12 senior members of the Hai Communist Society. In the entire Hai Communist Society, Mr. Avisu has been vaguely rumored to be the number 13 senior executive. From top to bottom, his recognition is extremely high. Basically, with the growth and success of the Haikyong Society, it is already destined that Mr. Beilong, Mr. Avisu, will become one of the main leaders. This is also in line with businessman Yute's speculation. Mr. Avisu will be the absolute top executive of the Sea clan in the future, or a foreigner with the top-level connections. One of the Sea tribesmen raised his hand, and Beilong signaled him to stand up. Mr. Avisu, the current infiltration work in the military direction I am responsible for is in trouble. Is there any more specific method? The Sea tribesman asked. The army, right? Is there a civilian military academy? Bei Long asked. Yes, the imperial domain has always had the habit of training civilian generals. After all, they also know that it is difficult to ensure the continuation of outstanding generals by relying solely on the glory of their ancestors, so they will train civilian generals. However, the review will be very strict, and there will be many assessments, screenings, and other things. Many of our infiltration personnel cannot keep up with their performance, and many of them have been eliminated, and they cannot penetrate at all. Especially since we have recently begun to target civilians in areas we secretly control, the review will be particularly strict. The Sea tribe member explained the situation, looking very distressed. This is simple. Bei Long. Hey! The Sea tribe member was confused. Those who have been trained to become high-ranking generals of the imperial territory may not necessarily be our current members of the Haikyong Society, but they can also be members of the Haikyong Society in the future. Bei Long said with clear intentions. The Sea tribe member was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. Other members, including one of the 12 high-ranking members of the Hai clan, also quickly understood. What you mean is that we don't need to guarantee that our members are absolutely excellent and will definitely become high-level people. We just need to ensure that we can continue to stay in the Imperial Military Headquarters, and maintain communication with those outstanding civilian generals as much as possible, and secretly continue to instill the ideas and strategies that belong to our maritime communist society. They are from common people like us, and their success rate is much higher than that of infiltrating those powerful people. And they are cultivated from the bottom by the imperial realm. They have higher trust and are not easy to find. Do you mean this? The Sea tribe member thought quickly. Bei Long couldn't help but praise with satisfaction in his heart. He was indeed an outstanding member of the Maritime Society who could be arranged here, and his thinking was flexible enough. Not only that, this method of focusing only on quantity regardless of quality has a higher error tolerance rate. After we complete the initial penetration, even if we are just a magic correspondent in a communication room, we will be able to obtain a lot of important information. When there are enough such members, they can develop their own network of relationships in various locations. This network is not used to ensure further penetration, but to ensure the safety of myself and other members of the High Communist Party. For example, when you, as an infiltration member, have been suspected by the Imperial Intelligence Department, you can send a request for help. At this time, the network of other members of the Maritime Communist Party, such as friends and good brothers in the Logistics Department, Communications Department, Financial Department, etc., can come to help guarantee, indicating that you, the infiltrated member, can be guaranteed by them. As long as these connections are numerous and large enough, even if you and our internal secret messages are intercepted as evidence, they can be stopped directly. Bei Long further explained the penetration and maintenance methods in more detail. After infiltration, it is not necessarily to further expand the membership of the High Communist Society, but to try to protect yourself and other important members. Humanity and brotherhood will always be there. Even if the evidence is really conclusive, it is possible that the good brother will spare his life. And there are further benefits. When the network of connections is large enough, even if one of us is unfortunately caught and executed, we can rely on our connections to recommend new members of the Maritime Communist Society for the positions that will be vacant after he leaves. Go instead. I guarantee that even if they are eradicated, it will not change the outcome of our strong penetration. Bei Long continued to talk, and the eyes of the outstanding members of the Haikyong Society became brighter. My mind suddenly opened up. If there are still any problems in this regard, I can take members to infiltrate and set an example for you. Then it was very easy for me to escape. I just asked 2 outstanding members to report me, and I just absconded in fear of crime. Members who report are lucky and can be promoted more easily because of their merit. Bei Long then continued. The members of the Sea tribe were very happy, but one of the 12 senior officials who was listening was startled. You, Mr. Avisu, have gone and infiltrated it yourself. Who will be responsible for the overall planning and guidance of the rear? Then of course it was rejected. The meeting continued normally, and there were other aspects of infiltration, waiting for Mr. Avisu's guidance. Meeting. Then it lasted for about more than an hour. Bei Long, who has teaching experience at Polestar College, is quite relaxed about such long meetings. After the end. Mr. Avisu, what do you think is the success rate of our harassment operations now? Is it possible to start a full-scale war in the same area in 1 year? The person who asked Bai Long what he said was one of the 12 high-ranking members of the High Communist Society, codenamed Haisha. It is also generally called Mr. Haisha. It depends on the imperial domain. Bai Long said seriously. Please speak. Mr. Haisha. You have all experienced the current penetration and expansion speed of the High Communist Society, and you must have understood the core reason. After completing the unification of the High Clan, the imperial territory did not end the class oppression before the war, and even in order to recover after the war, in some aspects, it has become even worse. The more high people who want to resist and want a better future, the stronger our High Communist Society will be. But if the imperial realm suddenly wakes up and starts to choose the way of the Ersha Empire, without shaking the main power of the top management, it starts to delegate some rights to the people, making them mistakenly think that they are living a better life, and it will be difficult to rise up again. Bai Long said solemnly. People will only think of resisting if they can survive. But if at least 3 meals a day can be guaranteed, it is hard to say whether you will give up everything and fight for your life. Our current overall industrial production capacity is not yet at the level that can satisfy the rich and powerful and allow us civilians to live a normal life, right? Mr. Haisha said. Theoretically yes. According to the data provided by Kalien, even the unified imperial domain can only be regarded as an agricultural country. And we haven't carefully studied crop yields and overall planning. Once we suffer a seasonal magic disaster, there will be a direct possibility of famine. Bai Long nodded to this, not denying this. That. Mr. Haisha was just about to say something. But if any empress has enough courage and absolute prestige to force a change in the way the Ersha Empire is ruled, then it is not impossible. As far as I know, during the previous World War, the 3 major clans with powerful prophecy abilities jointly predicted 9 kings of troubled times. The head of state from Kalien is one of them. And the current empress of the Sea clan is the 8th king of prophecy, the pre-selected one by the sea god. Tis Slat. At least during the World War, she existed side by side with the head of state Kalien. Don't underestimate any king of prophecy. Bai Long did not take it lightly. Current status of Hai Gongshi. Expansion is smooth, penetration is smooth, and external support negotiations are smooth. But will it definitely succeed? What they are facing now is someone who has completed the unification of the Sea clan and has an unprecedentedly powerful empire. The 8th king of prophecy. Empress, tis Slat. Chapter 55. After a few days. Although the high-level officials of the High Communist Society dissuaded him, they still could not dissuade Bai Long. He temporarily suspended the guidance for 2 months on the grounds that the Maritime Communist Party cannot rely too much on him, a foreigner. During this period, he will take 2 members of the Maritime Communist Society to personally go to the Imperial Military Academy's autumn recruitment. Go play spy. Of course. Autumn moves are definitely too late. Because the autumn recruitment period is in September, it is already mid-October. So you need to use some special methods. That is. Pfft. 3 sea tribesmen were killed by the White Dragon, and the blood scattered in the sea water was allowed to spread. These are the 3 sea clansmen who have been investigated. They are the scions of the lackey family who belong to the standard of the powerful class. Although they do not have titles or other status, they have always served the powerful people, so they were directly selected during the autumn recruitment. And being caught on the trajectory of his life, following him is now the stage of erasure. Mr. Avisu, is this really okay? The 2 young members of the High Communist Society were a little panicked. Although this was not the first time they had seen the High Clan being killed with their own eyes, they still felt a little uncomfortable mentally and physically. Of course it's no problem, then it's time to perform. Bai Long expressed his relief, and then used blood magic to make slight adjustments to his Sea clan appearance. He also helped 2 young members of the Maritime Communist Party make some adjustments. Then. Kill, High Clan was killed. All dead. Bai Long suddenly shouted in fear, and the tail of the transformed Sea clan trembled, unable to control himself from sinking to the sea bed. When the other 2 young members of the Maritime Communist Society saw this, they also understood it and immediately made similar reactions. One was so frightened that he froze, and the other was so frightened that he stepped aside. Bai Long's horrified cry soon attracted the patrolling guards. Seeing the dead High Clan wearing a military school uniform, he also looked very panicked. He quickly called other High Clan guards to cordon off the scene. Simultaneously, It was inevitable that the 3 civilians present at the crime scene would also be arrested. After normal program processing, in a room similar to a temporary detention center, Bai Long and the 3 of them were temporarily detained separately. According to the confession prepared by Bai Long in advance, they were from the Hai tribe who came to the big city from remote areas and wanted to join the army and change their lives. Since they all have some fighting spirit and magic skills, they don't want to start as low-level soldiers in the rural recruitment office, so they want to try out at the civilian military academy. But as a result, there were delays on the way, and I even got lost because of unfamiliarity. In particular, I strayed into the World of Warcraft territory and was trapped for more than half a month. As a result, it took more than a month to arrive here. As soon as I came, I encountered this situation. Anyway, never mind those interrogators asking, how could something so bad and such a coincidence happen? Just insist that this is the case. If you can't handle this most basic question well, then you won't be able to complete in-depth penetration in the future. There is no problem with their identity. With the help of white dragon blood magic in terms of strength, it is impossible for ordinary Sea tribe interrogators to detect anything strange. The 3 young Sea clansmen who are currently temporarily detained are ordinary rural Sea clansmen with only 2 or 3 levels of fighting spirit and magic, and low strength. With their strength, they couldn't kill those 3 unlucky guys quietly and directly. There is no problem on Bai Long's side. I was scared to tears, and I was constantly worried about whether I would be caught and sentenced. I looked like I was the absolute victim, and it didn't take long to get over it. The other 2 took some time. Although he insisted that he went to look after hearing the cry of Bai Long and did not see who moved his hands, he still seemed to be somewhat incapable of coping during various subsequent interrogations. Although it has not been directly exposed, the attitude of reservation of suspicion is much higher than that of Bai Long. After checking, there should be no problem with those 3 young guys. They were just passing by. If you don't want to join the army, prepare to work in the city. Let's wait for the cold recruitment, winter recruitment, and next year's warm recruitment, spring recruitment, to see how things go. Especially the one named Long Bai. He was so scared that he almost cried after being arrested. I was even amused by his funny look. The interrogator reported on the status of the interrogation. It's a coincidence. They were preparing to join the army, but the 3 who were killed happened to have entered the civilian military academy. The Hai clan was still a little concerned. It shouldn't be the case, Lord Bromo? Could it be that 3 of them happened to die, so they were recruited to fill the vacancies? Let's not talk about whether the military academy will arrange it like this. Even if it is true, who would deliberately choose such a method to arouse suspicion? That's so stupid, haha. The interrogator himself laughed as he said it. No matter how he thought of it, there would be no such stupid method. Besides, it's not like the military academy lacked the training of these 3 unlucky officers. If they were unlucky enough to be killed by some enemy, they were killed in the academy, so they didn't have to take any responsibility. But at this time, is Master Bromo here? I am the deputy director of the Linbo Military Academy, and I am here to inquire about the investigation results. Outside the office, there was a muffled knocking sound unique to the sea. The Hai clan from the military academy still came. It was one thing not to be held responsible for accidental deaths outside the academy, but after all, he was a newly recruited student, so he still had to come and see the results. After a simple exchange, I understand. Since he is not the murderer, I have nothing to ask. I just hope that Mr. Bromo will look into other clues as soon as possible. It is better to have a specific explanation about the death of the new student. Of course, it would be great if the real culprit could be found. The deputy director of Linbo Military Academy also said with deep regret. As for the real culprit, we will do our best to find it, you can rest assured. The man called Lord Bromo is actually the head of the city's guard regiment and the supreme leader responsible for the entire city's defense. I believe in your ability, sir. The deputy director of Linbo Military Academy also nodded. But soon, he seemed to think of something again. By the way, you just said that those 3 little guys are also preparing to join the army? Asked the deputy director of Linbo Military Academy. It's true. Those 3 are actually unlucky in a sense. They got lost and accidentally entered the territory of Warcraft. They are lucky to come out alive. The interrogator also said with a suppressed smile. Is that so? The deputy director of Linbo Military Academy seemed to be thinking about something. What's wrong? Lord Bromo asked in confusion. It's nothing, I just thought that if the ability is suitable and there is no suspicion, it seems that I can consider recruiting directly into the academy to fill the vacancies. Anyway, the situation of the three little guys should be that they are preparing to work in the city, and then wait for the cold and warm recruitments. But the deputy director of Linbo Military Academy also looked worried. Is it too much of a coincidence? Lord Bromo also thought. Guru. The interrogator on the side couldn't help laughing, and the bubbles in his mouth flew towards the ceiling. If the three of them are really members of the maritime communist bandits, they are definitely the stupidest. How can they join the army after attracting attention in such a ostentatious way? They are either seeking death or they are mentally ill, ha ha ha. The interrogator couldn't help but say it, and smiled even more. It seemed that he was thinking of the embarrassment of the three young unlucky men during the interrogation. You still have to be vigilant. The deputy director of Linbo Military Academy said seriously. The interrogator then restrained himself a little. Otherwise, just in case, I'll take him back and use the military academy's magic and drug interrogation methods to try and see what's going on. If it's really the murderer or someone related who is planning something, maybe we can find some clues. It just so happens that recently, in order to strictly investigate the maritime communist bandits that have infiltrated our college, the senior officials of the Imperial Domain have given a new set of audit methods. They're not bad as experimenters, either. The deputy director of Linbo Military Academy thought of this and prepared to try further interrogation. That's no problem. We're going to let them go anyway. If you want to continue to experiment, just take them back. Lord Bromo also said very politely. Then let's go through the normal procedures, and give me a copy of their basic information and so on, said the deputy director of Linbo Military Academy. Soon, the normal handover was completed, and the three unlucky guys who were supposed to be let go were taken to the military academy for a new round of interrogation. In addition to interrogating whether he is a criminal, he also checks whether he has the ability to enter the military academy. And the result? Naturally, it went very smoothly. Night. Are we coming in now? The two young members of the Maritime Communist Society looked a little bit in disbelief. They were in the same dormitory at the moment, and had entered sleep under the multiple anti-detection and disguise magics deployed by Bei Long. In fact, I am reviewing what happened today to see if there are any loopholes or the like, but most of it is actually unbelievable. Mr. Avisu, that deputy director or something, isn't he our secret infiltration member? Asked another young member of the Maritime Communist Party. He is a serious dignitary, the kind whose ancestors have connections with the imperial royal family. He is an infiltrated member of a ghost. Bei Long said angrily. The background information of many important members of the academy was also shown to the two of them. What's going on? The young member of the Maritime Communist Party didn't understand. He's not, but the subordinates around him are. Have you forgotten what I taught you in the meeting before? Bei Long asked the content of this teaching. The eyes of the two members of the Maritime Communist Society suddenly lit up. The deputy director was surrounded by members of the Maritime Communist Society who had already infiltrated the company. He would not directly participate in the process of bringing Bei Long and the others in. Instead, he would say something to the deputy director and ask him to think more about this and let him make the final decision. At last, as long as Bei Long and the others are really not suspicious and are good enough, they will have a chance to be brought in. The worst case scenario is that nothing is found and those who don't want to be admitted to the academy will be kicked out. Okay, everyone, go to sleep and prepare for your future military school life. After Bei Long finished speaking, he swam back to bed first. Chapter 56. The first week of military school life. Since his ability is pretty good, but he is still selected as a substitute position, he needs to be stricter in order to keep up with the basic requirements in all aspects. For example, learning to read and arithmetic. Normally, Bei Long and the other 3 sea tribesmen who came from the countryside would be able to add, subtract, multiply and divide at level dash, which is their limit. As for writing, you don't have to gamble on luck. There are no more than 5 out of 100 sea tribes who can easily read. Highlight a pure and flawless beauty that is not tainted by worldly knowledge. Of course. In fact, even White Dragon learned the unified script currently prescribed by the western region of Atlanta during the time he came to the Sea Tribe. Therefore, their learning process is basically pretending to learn, but actually fishing. When you have free time, you mainly pay attention to whether among the civilian sea tribes you recruit, there are sea tribesmen who are good enough and can be incited to rebel. And you can also pay attention to whether there are any powerful people or sea clans related to powerful people that can be used. Soon. After various simple tests, Bei Long, who now uses the pseudonym Long Bei, began to learn basic knowledge, and at the same time, he prioritized learning alchemy related to magic. The alchemy of the sea tribe requires magic reactions in sea water, so it is still different from that on land. Bei Long was also happy to study and didn't waste anything. "Hey, handsome guy in charcoal grey, where are you from the sea tribe?" Bei Long greeted him enthusiastically after class. "Even if I tell you, you don't know him from Huiner." The charcoal greyskin sea clan seemed to be used to answering such questions. "Oh, it's from the Tonglit Sea area, former Tonglit Kingdom, I know that place." Bei Long said with a smile. "You know?" The charcoal greyskin sea tribe member was stunned. The kingdom of Tongrit was one of the 2 imperial territories and 11 kingdoms before the unification of the sea tribes was completed in the western region of Atlanta. It's just that this kingdom is smaller among the 11 kingdoms and is located near the southeast and relatively remote. In the urban areas of this country, if you look at the entire High Clan today, basically no one except the High Clan of the Tonglit Kingdom knows about it, let alone an ordinary rural youth like Bei Long. I heard from travelers passing by the village that there is a large area of beautiful coral in Huinar, which is extremely gorgeous under the sunlight. Bei Long said with a longing look, and spread his arms as if describing the vastness of the coral reef. "Yes. The corals we have there are very beautiful, and there is also a special kind of seaweed. In the past, powerful people bought it at a high price." The charcoal greyskin sea tribe also said with some excitement. "Really? I want to go see it if I have the chance." Bei Long looked surprised. "This?" The look of the charcoal greyskin sea clan darkened. "What's wrong?" Bei Long was confused. After a while, due to the previous war, a lot of that coral reef was accidentally bombed. I don't know how many years it will take to recover." The charcoal greyskin sea tribe said regretfully. "What a pity. It would have been better if there had been no war. Fortunately, the imperial domain has been unified now." Bei Long said regretfully, but happily. "Yes, it's a pity." The charcoal greyskin sea tribe also agreed. "By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Long Bai." Bei Long simply introduced himself. His current full name is very long, with a full 5-section name, and the care put into it makes it look like it is his real name. "My name is Shenzhen. The pronunciation may be a bit difficult to pronounce. When you call me, you only need to have a similar sound." Shenzhen, a sea tribe with charcoal grey skin, said with a smile. "The pronunciation is indeed a bit difficult to pronounce, so I can only use an approximate transliteration. But it's not bad for Bei Long. Because after he transformed into the appearance of the Sea Clan, he imitated the sound waves of the Sea Clan and made it difficult to pronounce. On the contrary, it is more standard to use magic to pronounce it directly, but now that he is a middle level, second level, little magician from the Sea tribe, it is very strange to use magic to pronounce it. Brother Shenzhen, when you go back to your hometown in the future, will you bring some of the seaweed you mentioned? I will buy it from you then." Bei Long also quickly said. "Then we have to wait for the warm season, summer, it's still early." Sea Clan Saint Zizhen said with a smile. "There's no rush, there's no rush. Anyway, there's no war now, so some maritime communist bandits are just making a small fuss. As long as it's harvest time, they will definitely be able to eat." Bei Long also looked open-minded. "High communist bandits?" Shenzhen of the Sea tribe repeated. His expression fluctuated. "Yes, I heard that those bandits did all kinds of evil, burning, killing and looting everywhere. When I have the opportunity to lead the army, I will be the first to kill them to prevent the war disaster of destroying the coral reef from happening again." Bei Long said indignantly. "Well, then come on." Sea Clan Shenzhen smiled. Although Bei Long was imagining, in fact, his mental power had been paying attention to the changes in Shenzhen's expression, blood, magic power, etc. One thing is for sure. This guy must know about marine communist bandits and does not recognize this title. So, this is the guy. In the test of more than 500 students, second-year students, of Tianlinbo Military Academy yesterday, the top 10 outstanding students were from civilian backgrounds. Night. Also in the dormitory. "How was your contact?" Bei Long asked while lying on the bed, holding a space magic on his head to connect the bubbles formed on the sea surface at night. Sure enough, it was still comfortable to breathe the decent air. The person I came into contact with was not very ideal. He was a fanatical member of the Imperial Territory, and his thoughts were all about serving the Imperial Territory and making contributions. A young member of the Maritime Communist Society shook his head. My place is pretty good. The guy named Zhong Yang seems to be very interested in high communist society. But to avoid attracting attention, I discussed it casually and then changed the topic to avoid being suspected by other students next to me. What? Another Minghui reported. Zhong Yang. The former young member of the Maritime Society was a little confused. It's the one with a long name and 7 stanzas. Oh, I remembered, the one who scored number 9 in the written examination. The two of them then exchanged some new information, recalling whether there were any mistakes today. Follow the instructions given by Bai Long. With their abilities and the way they entered the military academy, there is basically no need to consider getting to the top. Therefore, the most important goal is to target those outstanding civilian academies who may enter the upper echelon, and subtly transform them through long-term contact. It can be as fast as a few weeks or as slow as a few years. Anyway, as long as they are still involved in the military, they will find ways to continue to penetrate and expand. It doesn't matter if you can't climb up. The effect of climbing up if the sea tribe who instigates rebellion will be the same. By the way, you guys have nothing to do and take a look at this. Bai Long interrupted them at this time and gave them a pamphlet. What is this? They are puzzled. It contains the basic geography of the sea tribe. When you try to establish a friend relationship with someone but can't find any topics to talk about, you will basically have no problem talking about things related to their hometown. If the situation in my hometown is very bad, I can avoid it directly and avoid talking about it to death. It can also increase the topic when talking about other things. Bai Long explained simply, a communication technique. Understood. Next time you communicate with outstanding students, you can use new communication methods. You guys go to bed later, I'll find something to do. Bai Long suddenly thought of something. Leave now. They are a little worried. I will leave a magic avatar to simulate sleeping. As long as I can't be found close by, I will be back in 2 or 3 hours at most. Bai Long. Then be careful. Bai Long then waved his hand and left the academy directly with the faint fluctuation of space magic. The reason for leaving was because he suddenly remembered. The Sea Clan basically has no vampire activities. Unlike on land, the vampires prefer to mingle among the human race, especially among the more powerful nobles and royal families, so that they can obtain the resources they want, and there will also be royal nobles who can help cover up. In the sea, vampires don't like to stay for long periods of time. Even if they want to eat flesh and blood, few vampires would go to the sea to enjoy seafood. And so, since Blood Clan rarely appears, will the Sea Clan neglect their vigilance against blood magic? Bai Long muttered to himself to the sea tribe in front of him, and said it as if he was asking questions. The person in front of him was the Lord Bromo, who was the leader of the city guard regiment that he had used space magic to transfer over. The deputy director of Linbo Military Academy took Bai Long and the others away after communicating with him. You, what, are? Lord Bromo, who was awakened from his sleep and whose 3 limbs, tail fins on both arms, and neck were controlled by blood magic, asked in horror as he looked at the humanoid figure in front of him that was haunted by blood magic and whose appearance could not be seen clearly. He struggled, wanting to shout, wanting to burst out with powerful fighting spirit. But all over my body, I felt as if I had no strength at all. Neither my body nor my fighting spirit could lift me up. Shh, be quiet, I won't eat you. Bai Long whispered with a slightly cruel smile. Fear spread rapidly in the heart of Lord Bromo. Such magic, such words. It is really the legendary vampire, one of the 5 long-lived races on land. What is he going to do? Fear is the best inducer for vampire blood magic to invade. It's now. Blood magic, level dash, blood gaze. Master Bromo suddenly felt that there were countless pairs of blood-colored pupils staring at him in the darkness, and then the blood that spread quickly enveloped and engulfed him. No matter how much he struggled and shouted, he was as powerless as suffocation, and he could only face the dark ending in endless fear. When consciousness gradually sinks, when blood fills the spirit. So. Wake up! With the white dragon snapping his fingers in the sea water, Lord Bromo's eyes filled with blood-red halo opened aimlessly in the dim room. Recover! White Dragon whispered again, accompanied by further blood magic control. The blood in the blood-colored halo eyes subsided, and the expression gradually returned to normal, but he still felt a little confused about the situation. It seems, not bad. Bai Long nodded with satisfaction. This was the first time he used this kind of blood magic to control others. Chapter 57. In the following month, the two members of the Maritime Communist Society also entered the end of this semester normally and began to prepare for various final exams. Even counter-infiltration work has been temporarily slowed down. Follow Bai Long's strategy. Their first task is to safely take root in the Imperial Military Headquarters. Only after they have established a firm footing can they spread with luxuriant branches and leaves. When facing various tests, you must do your best, at least not so bad that you will be assigned to a marginal area without any direct achievements. However, Bai Long himself had no such plan, so he was more concerned about fishing, and he was even more undisguised about his small actions. This can also be regarded as foreshadowing. Because he will definitely leave this military academy in the future, and he will be rewarded for his report as a member of the Maritime Communist Society, helping them to climb further. Before this, City Guard Regiment. Head of the group, Lord Bromo's office. See, people don't like too bright environments, so the place where they work for a long time is dark, and only needs a basic halo. Is this a city defense map from another city? Why is it so different from yours? Bai Long put his legs on the desk and asked with a proud attitude. Reporting to your lord, because we have a relationship with the Linbo Military Academy, our defense intensity is much higher than that of other cities. Moreover, this is also a key point connecting several major cities. In order to ensure safety, the priority in the supply of weapons and equipment is also high. Hi, Bromo responded. He was completely under control at the moment. Unless other powerful people discover it and use purification magic to help him release the mental control of blood magic, otherwise he will be like a blood dependent, completely obedient to the white dragon who controls him. If this kind of control were placed in a land race empire that was on guard against vampires, it would not take long for it to be discovered and lifted. The Sea clan really neglected to take precautions. In the long history, the vampire clan did not like to live in the Sea clan for a long time, so they never had any secret control, and naturally their vigilance dropped a lot. What is the killing radius of a bomb of this size? According to Kalien's standards? Bai Long asked, pointing to a group of weapons. Only 5 meters, and then the power will be greatly weakened. This is an improved version of Kalien's conventional depth bomb. Bromo replied. So weak? Bai Long wondered. As far as he knew, Kalien's current conventional depth bombs had a killing radius of 10 meters. Some high-standard ones, even when mixed with alchemical mixtures of water elements, can reach a killing radius of 30 to 50 meters. It was a sea battle group that dropped depth charges and fought with melee weapons. It was unknown how many casualties there were. These are all stocks purchased from Kalien many years ago. Our self-developed technology cannot exceed this specification. It is also limited by the production environment and the number of skilled workers. In order to ensure subsequent production, we will not consider developing powerful products for the time being. Model, Bromo explained roughly. It's good to give priority to solving the problem, and then consider improving quality. Bai Long is still very satisfied with this strategy. What about this handheld torpedo? He asked quickly, pointing to another weapon. It is a handheld miniature torpedo with a length of 0.9 meters. Under the buoyancy of sea water, it can be launched by a single sea turtle, and it can be launched on the shoulder with a special launcher. This is a weapon aimed at Hygas, mecha. If hit head-on, it can paralyze most ordinary models of Hygas. However, the speed is slow, and sneak attacks hidden under the seabed are usually used, and it must be at least 3 fire a salvo to ensure the hit rate. Bromo also quickly introduced. Sure enough, they are all backward models of weapons. There is no simple anti-water resistance magic added to the torpedoes to increase their speed. Bai Long flipped through the list of weapons related to the defense map again. As long as they involved hot weapons, they were basically 2 versions behind Kalien's public weapons. And most of them don't have the ability to conduct subsequent research and development on their own, so they can only rely on land military factories on the islands to imitate some, and their functional power may be even weaker. Even in terms of cold weapons, the metal production of the Sea clan is also seriously insufficient, and the later maintenance and replacement rate is much higher than that of the land. Even in this city with strong defenses, there are only a small number of elite equipment and handmade magic firearms. The armor of the remaining elite soldiers is simple, unable to achieve the heavy armor of the land races, let alone large-scale weapons. Scale installation. This also leads to very divisive problems. Imperial Army. Some soldiers were armed with underwater magical firearms. Some soldiers can drive underwater all-terrain tanks. Some soldiers can drive submarines or hygas, mechas. And some can only be equipped with armor and hold a spear or trident with only a metal tip. Even the armor coverage and installation rate are insufficient, and some soldiers can only use cold weapons such as handheld spears. Not to mention facing tanks, submarines, and Hagars. A large army of magic guns can achieve unilateral massacre. The feeling of fragmentation is extremely severe. This is the result of the Imperial territory's own lack of basic industrial capabilities and the massive patchwork of weapons and equipment for land races. The root problem indeed lies in basic mathematics, mechanics, physics, and alchemy, chemistry, unique to the ocean have not been effectively developed, or there is no clear path. After the rise of the Arsha Empire and Kalien, the land races have made many leaps and bounds in magic science and technology. The sea race is limited by the environment and cannot follow up. At the same time, they cannot easily imitate their own research and development system. If these problems are not solved, the High people will never have a future of their own. The more information Bei Long obtained about the High clan, the more he felt that the future situation of the High clan would be dire. Mechanics and alchemy. It will always be limited by many factors such as different pressures, stresses, reaction changes, etc. of land technology, which will block the follow-up of a large part of magic technology. It can only be found in a long research time to find suitable alternatives for the Sea tribe. No one can help the Sea clan, they can only rely on the Sea clan themselves. If the Sea clan cannot have another existence like the head of Kalien who can point out the most correct path of development, then it will always be trapped in the ocean. Sir, do you want to help our clan? Bromo asked at this time. He is being controlled, but he still has the ability to think independently. He just cannot refuse and do things that harm the controller. Therefore, he probably felt that the vampire in front of him seemed to have a special stance. Help? That also depends on whether you, the Sea tribe, have the ability to get help. Just by relying on your current imperial system with extremely low resource allocation and utilization, and even the partial slavery that you still retain, you will not win any help from the land races and national forces. Especially because you have no ego at all. The Titans are your absolute leaders and have long been over-mythified in the hearts of the people. Any decision they make can easily change the fate of your entire race. That's it. What kind of help do you want? Bei Long also asked in return, with a playful smile. Since he asked, he also wanted to see what kind of answer this high clan member, who was considered a powerful member of the imperial domain, could give. Her Majesty the Empress has begun to abolish the slavery system, and as one of the pre-selected Poseidon, she has the power bestowed by Poseidon and has a long enough lifespan. We believe that Her Majesty the Empress will reform the fallen system and begin to learn more excellent management methods from the land races to better coordinate the resources of the entire empire and find the best results in cooperation with the land races. The right direction. It's just that the imperial domain has just been unified, so everything still needs time. Lord Poseidon's recovery will also buy us enough time. They will continue to protect us. Bromo said his answer, which was full of confidence in the future of the imperial territory. What you call time is just based on past history. No matter how the land races fight, it will be difficult to reach the ocean. The most recent and most serious one was just the Demon War 5,000 years ago, but you are really still like this now. Do you think so? Bei Long said, and used space magic to take out an underwater magic gun made by Kalien. The weapons of land races can already threaten the ocean. We firmly believe in the protection of Lord Poseidon. Bromo firmly believed. Then what? How vast an area of sea can they protect? Even now, the sea area controlled by the unified empire of your entire sea race is not as large as the land race, the former strongest empire of the human race, the Oran's empire. Not even as good as Kalien now. There is no strong productivity, magic technology, and overall improvement after effective planning of resources. I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult to compete with other ocean monster gods for resources in the future. The land races want marine resources. At worst, they will have to avoid you first. Then all the sea areas around you will be their target. Bei Long picked up the gun with one hand and pointed it at Bromo with his finger on the trigger. And at the end, move away momentarily and aim at the right side of his head. I have the ability and scruples to leave you alone for the time being. But... and after that? Bromo was silent, not knowing how to argue. Faith should be used to strengthen your heart, not become a reliance. Poseidon can't help you with everything. When you can realize that you belong to your sea clan, can you receive the so-called help? Or progress? Bei Long said with a slight sigh, and at the same time came to Bromo's side and patted his shoulder gently. Moreover, the control of blood magic was released. Surprisingly, Bromo, who was no longer controlled, remained silent. I won't erase your memory. Just think that I am interested in the Sea Clan and come to understand it briefly. With our long lifespans, we sometimes get bored. Goodbye, little fellow of the Sea tribe. After Bei Long finished speaking, he disappeared into a dim blood-colored halo. Bromo turned around and looked at the place where the white dragon disappeared. Long silence. Chapter 58. Red Rebel Forces. This is the collective name for this type of force by the Imperial Forces. As long as two main conditions are met, it can be called this. Which is ideological arming based on Kalien's CO advantage system. The belief is to overthrow the old monarchy and create a people-centered country. The reason why they are called Red Rebel Forces is because the Kalian flag is mainly red, and all imitators will adopt various flags with red as the base. Therefore, no matter where the rebel force rises, it will set off a bright red. Kalien, Wolf's Den Building. Prime Minister's Office. Magic Space Secret Room, a secret space for strategic deployment in the world. Reporting to the Prime Minister, according to your instructions, we have successfully set off a resistance from all the Red Reform forces except the Ersha Empire. Dwarves, Mokener Empire. Goblin Tribe, Siori Empire. Orcs, the Aegean Empire. Human Race, West Sea Empire. Wars of different scales have broken out in local areas, and the most powerful forces have completed the transformation of the main city-level areas. The fastest moving force has completed beheadings and genocide of regional dignitaries, and completely wiped out the areas where they were located. The old powerful forces in the region. The transformation of the world has begun. A petite catwoman, who was actually in her late 40s or -s, said excitedly in a military civilian uniform. Cat Tribe, Elia Einkit. The former 23-seat Central Assembly, the 9th of the 7 central seats, is also the youngest of the seats currently held. He was only years old when he took office, and has completed re-election. During the World War, at the age of 16, he was a political genius who overcame all opinions to persuade the senior officials of his country and actively integrated into Kalien. After Kalien completed the unification of the Holy Continent, he made outstanding achievements in various orc-related political achievements, and was successfully elected as the 13th representative of the Orc tribe. Now he is temporarily behind the scenes, following the instructions of Prime Minister Yasei, secretly guiding the Red Reform forces of the Orc Aeg Empire. Sure enough, as long as there is news of his return, these reform forces will be completely awakened. Yasei smiled and nodded, very satisfied with this result. Of course. The head of state is a true pioneer who will never be a slave, and the true leader of our system of mutual progress. In the words of many extreme people, Kalien without the head of state is even incomplete. Catwoman Yelia said while waving her little fist. Although many of them do have this idea and it is very real, there are still residual old ideas at play. We have always changed from the original feudal monarchy, the world of royal families and powerful people. Some of the older generation, and a small number of the younger generation of people, still have the idea that men are superior to women in the patriarchal society. After the death of the head of state, the military and political affairs, there is dissatisfaction and suspicion about the situation being taken over by two of us girls. So in their eyes, the man who can personally lead them out of the decadent monarchy with iron-blooded means from the chaotic World War period is the leader they support most. We are barely qualified successors at best. Yashai knows this very well. Just like the Red Reform Organization of the 10 Nations in the 10 Nations Alliance area of the Ersha Empire. Their attitude is very clear and they will not follow any instructions from Kalien. They have their own wishes. Unless the former head of state Kalien returns, they will ignore even the United Flowers, a chamber of commerce force that was once directly under the control of head of state Kalien. Among them, some indeed believe in and imitate Kalien. Some believe in Kalien's thoughts and that red flag. Some even directly believe in the person who brought all this, namely head of state Kalien. Because of this, although they are all Red Revolution forces, not many can really obey Kalien's arrangements. Most of them have their own ideas and are taking actions that they think are beneficial to the people in their respective regions. But now, the power of magic and technology currently displayed by Kalien clearly has a way for ordinary people to resist the gods, which will further increase their faith. Coupled with his secret guidance before, we have successfully secretly assisted the Sea Clan, and now we have been recognized by the Titan gods. It has also greatly increased the trust of other reform forces in our Kalien. Finally, and most importantly, he chose to appear in the most eye-catching way during the battle between the gods on Tarabuan Island, and clearly informed the time of his return, which will surely further ignite the enthusiasm of the reform forces. Not even the gods can kill him, even the gods can hunt him, so there is no longer any fear. Yashai looked at the world strategic deployment map that appeared on the wall. The red flags had been erected in various continental empire-level territory areas. His words were as calm as ever, but there was also a hint of excitement. Change will take the whole world by storm. Even the resurrection of the gods cannot prevent the awakening of the common people of the world. This world no longer needs any oppressors. The torrent of destiny for change will eventually sweep everything away. The royal monarchy and theocratic rule will be completely ended. The changed world will also give birth to a new magical technological civilization, guiding and developing an unprecedented future for all mortals. Yashai seems to have felt that the new future has emerged in the power of prophecy that she can feel. With the transformative destiny of the king of the 9th prophecy. With the guidance and development of the king of the 6th prophecy. They will eventually create it. That country that exists only in ambition and unrealistic delusions. While all races, empires, and gods were still thinking about how to deal with Kalien. Kalien has taken the lead in attacking. Due to many factors such as trust, timing, and ability, they have been unable to attempt large-scale changes. Just like the High Clan's High Communist Society, they can only carry out demonstrations or processions in small areas and on a small scale, which are of little use. Now that it is clear that head of state Kalien has returned from recovery, the trust problem has been greatly alleviated, and it is clear that he can obtain additional armed support. They will have the confidence and ability to resist. Among them, the power of the gods behind them is relatively dispersed. The red reform forces of the two races, which have been most severely poisoned by the Carol system of the Goblin Empire and the surname system of the Dwarf Empire, are the strongest and fastest to break out this time. Almost immediately, the Earth Abyss gods counterattacked. The two most powerful high-level gods in Daiyuan personally took action to suppress it. The sacrifice is huge. Chapter 59. See it. This is what we call a god, a bullshit god who wants to protect and lead us from generation to generation. Under the oppression of the Carlo Empire, our lives are in embarrassment and precarious, but these superior gods turn a blind eye. But when we want to resist and seek our own rights like Kalien, and also for us to have a better future like Kalien, they will stop us immediately. The rebels in the two main cities and tens of thousands of resisting people were brutally, arrogantly, and arbitrarily slaughtered as if they were a piece of grass. Even if it's a monarchy, they may not be able to judge you immediately. But why can these aloof gods be so cruel and ruthless? A large number of angry and roaring voices spread among Mokanar and the Siyori Empire. Because they have never looked at us mortals. In their eyes, they only have the arrogance of their self-proclaimed Earth Abyss race, the noble race that rules the underground in the age of theocracy. We are just lowly mortals who serve them and are ruled by them. Civil. Our lives are short and our strength is weak, so in their eyes, we are just ants on the roadside, as worthless as flies in front of them. Killing, torture, humiliation, it all depends on their mood. They want to establish their authority and force us to obey, so they will ruthlessly slaughter all of us who resist. Without any extra reason. It's not even as good as the monarchy. At least those disgusting powerful people will still care about their face and properly maintain the empty laws, so that they think they are oppressing and exploiting us reasonably. God? What is that? The so-called gods, the so-called race of gods. They are just a group of barbaric races that have longer lifespans than us and are more naturally powerful than us. In the distant past, in the era of divine rule and the era of chaos of ancient tribes that we can only briefly understand, we could only be forced by their powerful power, and we could only surrender humbly and let them control everything. But now, the times have ushered in a new change. Even us weak mortals can still rely on the magic technology developed in just 30 years to grow ourselves at a much faster rate than those gods. The power of us. Whether it's the goblins, dwarves, humans, or beasts, all the races they devalued as mortals already have their own weapons. Rise up and resist. All fellow mortals. In our future, there will no longer be royal nobles who are aloof from generation to generation, let alone arrogant gods that will never change. In the name of common progress. War on the gods. Different red flags were raised on the Gallia continent at a speed that the Empire could not imagine. The Empire couldn't even fathom it. Obviously they have not directly obtained Kalien's powerful magic technology, and they do not have enough power to resist the gods on their continent, but they still launch a large-scale war of change without hesitation. The war is spreading faster than the warm-up of previous world wars. It's just like there are pairs of invisible hands that are secretly guiding everything. The Mokener Empire. The secret leader of change, Udhenada. One of the 7 seats occupied by Kalien's predecessor, the 7th seat. In order to infiltrate and control the Chamber of Commerce, he heavily funded the Red Revolutionary Forces, and through various business channels, transported a large amount of Kalien's obsolete weapons and equipment to the territory of the Mokener Empire. At the same time, a large number of armed guidance and strategic guidance members were sent in the name of Chamber of Commerce partners. And in the first place, the announcement of the bankruptcy of a large number of chambers of commerce directly disrupted a large number of industrial chains related to the empire's military. The entire military-industrial system, which had just developed from the foundation of the agricultural empire, suffered heavy losses on a large scale. In addition, in order to ensure production capacity, a large part of the members with knowledge reserves defected from the Red Reform forces, making it impossible for the empire to find enough technology and leadership members in a short period of time to rebuild the military industry even if it reacted. System. A planned attack with clear intentions caused heavy damage to a large number of industrial areas in the Mokener Empire. Has a regional main city been captured? When such a large-scale heavy industry area was damaged, it was nothing more than a small matter. Siyori Empire. The secret leader of change, Wiffle Longwin. First Marshal Kalien. Since it is impossible to determine the time when he was revived by head Kalien, it is also impossible to know what kind of change and penetration ability he possesses, as he has already transformed into a blood family member of head Kalien. Even if the Siyori Empire is on guard, it is impossible to truly detect his presence. Just like Beilong's previous identity as Mr. Avisu and He Dongxi, even if he really knows it, it is impossible to complete the lock. When many eyes were attracted to the Hai Clan and Kalien, secretly contact and integrate the various Red Reform organizations in the West Yoli Empire to form a huge underground alliance with effective connections with each other, and use the superb mechanical technology possessed by the goblins themselves. Use your own abilities and the production drawings of weapons and equipment picked up in various forms to imitate enough weapons and equipment in large quantities. Further cooperation with the Red Revolution Chamber of Commerce in the Mokener Empire, and additional heavy weapons secretly donated, gave them a powerful armed force. In terms of military strategy, Wei Fei secretly took the lead. It was also under the command of the first marshal who initially followed the head of state Kalien that the Goblin Tribe's Red Reform Organization launched a lightning-fast offensive on the day the Resistance War was launched. The fastest, working together inside and outside, to seize the regional main city of the West Yoli Empire. The Aegean Empire. The secret leader of change, Jalaya Ironcat. Regarding the secret changes in the Aegean Empire, various red seeds of change had been planted in advance as early as the World War. Especially during that period, a large number of orc refugees fled to Kilian. A large number of them were trained and repatriated to the Aegean Empire. In the Ego Empire, which does not have a complete industry, let alone complete information and statistical capabilities, it is impossible to know how many orcs who were contaminated by Kalien's red revolutionary ideas returned during the World War. There is no need to be as cautious and secretly guided as Mokener and the Siyori Empire were. All you need to do is blow a breeze into the Aegean Empire, which is full of sparks, and the flames of change will be ignited in a large area. Chapter 60. When the two major racial empires in the Gallia continent were vigorously launching a red war of change. It was also when the Ego Empire began to gradually detonate the long-hidden red power of change. On another continent that is relatively remote and theoretically the least likely to be penetrated. Asilio continent. West Sea Empire. Secret leader of change. Javi Friedman. In the early days of the original World War, he was a native of the Lanmuo Kingdom, and later the country was merged into the Ersha kingdom. During the Ersha Empire, he became an imperial soldier and was quickly promoted under the background of war. Eventually, he became one of the leaders of the Great Purge event during the World War in the Ersha Empire. In that incident, a large number of old dignitaries, old military power, and chambers of commerce forces that were difficult to control in the Ersha Empire were purged on charges of treason, rebellion, etc. During this period, a large number of Red Reform organizations and secret spies were purged in sectors that were not in his charge. It was a disaster for the military and political system of the Ersha Empire at that time, but it was also that Great Purge that made the top management of the Ersha Empire more stable in the future. Then, as one of the leaders and executors of the Great Purge, Javje should have also been included in the final list of purges. But in the end, he successfully left the Ersha Empire and disappeared completely. No one knows where he finally went. And now, he was in the West Sea Empire of the Asilio continent and had arrived here a long time ago. He has already become the leader of the secret changes in the West Sea Empire. If you want to test it out, try it slowly, and you will naturally understand. But please make it clear. Once the change begins, there will be no retreat. Whether it is a monarchy or a theocracy, they will not allow forces that endanger their ruling class to emerge. Even if they want peace talks in the end, what awaits you will be slow. The ending of being dismembered and killed. Just like the Great Purge of the Ersha Empire, any factors that threaten the empire will not be allowed to continue to exist. Change is a fierce battle destined to shed blood and sacrifice. Ruofwie glanced at the secret room with a cold expression, and the leaders sent by other Red Reform forces said, "It's different from the two empires in Gallia. The abyssal gods behind them, as well as their two empires, will probably not intervene in the next war. Therefore, they will most likely have more energy to deal with the red forces of change within, and the sacrifices will naturally be more tragic. They need more heroic and passionate guidance to implement their own changes. Without being filled with passion and a belief that they are not afraid of death, they will not be able to persevere in the next battle with the gods. Because they do not possess powerful magic technology, nor do they have enough training resources to make them enough mortal gods were born. What you are going to do is far less dangerous than them. Because this is mainly the territory of the dragon god. Although there are also blood gods and other warcraft gods, there is a bridge that can communicate with them, which is the former brave man who led all races to the final victory 5,000 years ago. With him here, at least you don't have to worry that the dragon god will launch an indiscriminate purge and massacre of you, and there will be more room for maneuver." Ruofwie calmly described the situation on their side. Different regions have different gods behind them, and different maintainers of the entire system. All require them to make different adjustments and corresponding mental preparations. Then according to what Mr. Zhovie means, there is nothing wrong with our current strategy, right? At least at this stage, the attitude of the dragon gods is still uncertain. Whether to directly mobilize dragon hybrid monsters and gods to attack Kalien has not yet been determined. There is nothing wrong with instigating changes appropriately. We also think so. If the dragon clan takes conservative measures at the beginning and gives priority to eliminating our forces that have not yet spread, and then deals with Kalien, wouldn't we become the victims instead? Others in the secret room expressed their own opinions, and overall they were conservative. There is also a very important point. Because we are too far across the sea, Kalien has not supported us with much weapons and equipment so far. In this regard, it is completely inferior to the two empires of dwarves and goblins. In terms of the current ordinary troops, none of them can compete with the imperial army. And among us, there are still some who belong to the blood god. As long as we show our faces, it will be easier to eliminate us with the blood clan's methods. We are certainly not afraid of sacrifice, but we must make the sacrifice meaningful. That's right. If you act rashly, you are risking your own death. The strength you have finally cultivated may be destroyed soon. So Mr. Zhovie, do you have a better view on these issues? The last words also focused attention on Ruofwie. They all really admire this person, who can guide them in many places and help communicate with Kalien secretly. But their position is that of all the people of this continent and this empire. Before that, I would like to reiterate my position again. What I am loyal to is not the country you are currently in, nor the Ersha Empire I once belonged to, nor the current Kalien. It's the red flag and the man who gave us the flag. Whether the flag is still there or not, whether that person comes back alive or not, there will never be any change in this regard. Ruofwie's attitude was clear and he said firmly. This is his position, and it also shows once again that he is not simply standing with some of the leaders of the Red Revolutionary forces in front of him. It is only because they have common or similar goals and beliefs that the current situation is formed. They are not entirely consistent. Of course we know this, and it is precisely because of this that we give you the highest trust. Someone also said immediately. Ruovi is extremely pure in this regard and does not even tolerate changes in nature that deviate or compromise. He is a supporter of the red flag and the most ardent believer of that head of state. It does not have any clear national or racial nature, which is exactly what they need most. I'm here to tell you very clearly. You currently have only two choices. One is to temporarily adopt a conservative approach to change as you think. Depending on the situation, further expand the intensity of the war and eventually confront the empire and the gods. The other one is to launch the largest red war of change from now on. Whether it's the battle on the front line or the infiltration of ideas from the rear. You may have to make greater sacrifices, but you will also involve the energy of the main forces of Dragon God and Blood God to a greater extent, and make the greatest contribution to a new civilization belonging to ordinary people, rather than just being limited to this continent. Ordinary people. Ruofuie said clearly. Either, fight for the people of your own continent or country. Or, fight for the future of the entire world and all people. Chapter 61. The second meaning is that we need to make greater sacrifices to believe in the future created by the power of change led by Kalien. It's not that we don't want to believe it, it's just. Kalien is indeed continuing the principles of the head of state. Even foreigners can be treated relatively equally. If our Asilio continent, which is mainly a human race, fails in the future, it will eventually be defeated by Kalien after the victory. There is nothing wrong with the annexation. Only. We still want to believe in our abilities and try. They were hesitating, trying to weigh things up. Ruovi did not interrupt, but patiently waited for their private discussion. Standing on the stage, he calmly glanced at these people. Some of them are from the dignitaries and civilians of the West Sea Empire, and some are from countries that were once captured by the West Sea Empire during the World War, such as the Kingdom of Suxia where Beilong was originally located. Some of them are adventurers who have no fixed abode. After being exposed to Kalien's related ideas, they resolutely choose to join it. Therefore, they have a variety of ideas based on their original positions, and they can all understand them. There is no problem whether you are thinking from the perspective of the human race, the people of the empire, the people of the kingdom, or you can look at a broader perspective and think from the perspective of ordinary people around the world. They are change makers, but they are also people. Environment, personality, experience, relationship network, position, etc. may all lead to differences in thinking. Ruofuie can understand this. But, sure enough, they are still a group of people who embrace lofty ideals, care about all people, have the courage to fight and sacrifice, and are tenacious and tenacious. But they are limited by various factors such as country, race, ethnicity, etc., and they are short-sighted and narrow-minded people. What's the point of limited changes and partial unification? If we don't move towards the greater goal of world unity, what will happen even if we win in the form of divide and rule? Hundreds and thousands of years in the future, we, who are rapidly iterating, will still reignite wars due to the accumulation of various contradictions. You who still have heretical prejudices, how can you talk about making progress together in the country you will lead in the future and its further development? It's so stupid and ridiculous. Irritated, irritable, irritable. A civilization that can provide any people with basic rights to survive, guarantee basic dignity, and is free from exploitation and oppression is the greatest goal under the glory of that flag. You guys who only focus on the old nation, kingdom, this continent, and this race should be eliminated. All. Everyone should. At this time. Mr. Ruovi, we have discussed it. One of them stepped forward and said. For some reason, looking at Ruofuie, whose expression remained calm and his eyes clearly unchanged, he felt an uneasy and dangerous aura as he approached. No problem. Ruofuie nodded lightly. As usual, take 2 steps forward. Since you choose a conservative approach, you also need to be prepared to make sacrifices. Due to the outbreak of the Revolutionary War in the Abyss territory, the West Sea Empire will definitely be extremely sensitive. Even if they carry out reform actions cautiously, they will soon be suppressed by the Imperial Army at the earliest opportunity, and the speed is much faster than you expected. Be quick. So what we should do next? Ruofuie has been listening to their discussion, and after understanding their choice, he quickly gave corresponding suggestions. As usual, efficient and accurate advice, and a variety of options for them to choose from. Seeing this, the man who came forward also put away the doubt in his heart just now and attributed it to a vague illusion. After all, even if Ruofei cannot be loyal to the Ersha Empire, even if he is loyal to Kalian, he cannot have any unfavorable thoughts against them at this stage. On the contrary, we should try our best to help them and cooperate with each other. It's probably an illusion that it's dangerous. Next. It is their very regular discussion session on the overall strategic deployment, making adjustments according to the territories of different gods and ensuring mutual contact. No doubt. Red revolutionary forces of different sizes appeared simultaneously in the four great empires of the four major mortal races on land. The empires, which were already extremely sensitive to this aspect, quickly organized their troops and began to attempt encirclement and suppression. However, except for the gods of the abyss of the goblins and dwarves, the gods of Beeman behind the Agu Empire, and the main dragon gods of the West Sea Empire did not take direct action. Whether it's because they don't bother to take action, or because they want to test their earthly royal power, or because they have other considerations, only they themselves know. Or maybe they themselves don't know yet. Komi United Kingdom. Baimacheng, Central Military Headquarters. Kalian Special Secret Department, Kalian World Intelligence and Security Agency, Kachibok. It has been confirmed that the senior leaders of the Siyori Empire and the Mokanar Empire will secretly meet with the senior leaders of the Aegean Empire. The gods behind both sides will attend, and the location has been determined to be in the Skarda Island area in the eastern part of the Aegean Empire. In the Old Palace in the main city. The time will be September starting around PM, and it is expected to last 6 hours. The specific location in the Old Palace is being confirmed, as well as 2 alternative locations and alternative times. Report. The West Sea Empire has also confirmed that their request for a secret meeting has received a response from the Ersha Empire. However, the meeting location is currently waiting for confirmation from the Ersha Empire. However, it has been basically confirmed that the approximate time is between September-RD and -TH. Report. The demon region has obtained the latest information. The demons are preparing to speed up the recovery of the subsequent gods and are preparing relevant recovery rituals. We are quickly confirming the location. All kinds of information are being passed back from empires and racial forces around the world. Kalian possesses all 4 major mortal races on land: humans, orcs, dwarves, and goblins. Therefore, the various spies they cultivate can easily infiltrate into the different imperial forces of each race. Including the demon clan that rules the goblins and dwarves, they are all within the scope of Kalian's penetration. The establishment of the Kalian Intelligence Organization took shape as early as the World War. The earliest group of spies were spread out through cooperation with newspapers and chambers of commerce. After accumulating considerable infiltration experience, they returned to Kalian. After the end of the World War, they began to enter the era of mass training. Kakibok was initially established with the help of Prime Minister Yasei, and was integrated into the intelligence organization that belonged to her during the Saibo Empire period. The follow-up will be completely handed over to the military department. If you include the era of newspaper penetration, it has been established for more than 25 years. Most of the first batch of spies who infiltrated into the Ersha Empire and the Ego Empire had already started families in the empire, and even their children had integrated into the empire normally. Just now, it's time for them to play their part. Chapter 62. Tarabvan Island. At this time, the entire island has undergone tremendous changes. The number of volcanoes on the ground increased to hundreds, and the airspace where the scepter was in the sky and the sacred gate became clearer. In this world, the existence of volcanoes is caused by the high concentration of fire elements in the region. If there were no mountains, a canyon would open up on the ground, and a large amount of magma would condense in it. The more volcanoes there are and the wider the area where magma spreads, the more intense the fire element in the entire region becomes. Often under such circumstances, many types of natural monsters with the fire element will emerge from it. But the volcano formed on Tarabwan Island was deathly silent, without any of the large numbers of natural monsters that usually breed in magic disasters. Sure enough, the resurrection of Warcraft gods can actually control the magic disaster problem, but those Warcraft gods often do not do that. Beilong, who had spent a lot of effort to deal with the problem of the magic pump station, sat down in the crater with a finally relaxed tone. Only top-level monsters like Phoenix can accurately control their own magic power without a large amount of it escaping. Normally, even if it can be controlled, for individual monster gods without a strong group, triggering a magic disaster and increasing the number of monsters in the area can be regarded as a preliminary control of the area. It's not so much that they don't control it seriously or are unwilling to control it, it's better to say that the magic disaster itself is the army they use to declare regional sovereignty. The shadow next to Bai Long explained simply. The resurgence of the World of Warcraft gods and the accompanying magic disaster situation can actually be avoided. Especially for World of Warcraft gods like Phoenix, they can better control the huge power gathered during resurrection, even if they only have a little instinctive awareness in the early stage. This is something other Warcraft gods cannot do. But if other Warcraft gods are willing, they can actually reduce the large-scale harm caused by magic disasters. But most of them are solitary, so they need a large number of magical beasts that breed in magic disasters, and take them under their command after they stabilize. The natural monsters that breed in magical disasters can continue to exist as long as they survive the initial chaos and gradually become stable in the future. The stronger the strength, the longer it lasts, and in the future it will gradually acquire the intelligence of a normal monster. These are all in line with the interests of the gods of Warcraft. So, the demon's innate ability to summon natural monsters is somewhat similar to magic disasters. Bai Long suddenly thought of this. The difference between precise summon control and large-scale random induction. Phantom answered simply. The topic did not continue, after a short silence. The war outside has begun. Shui Ying said proactively. It's a tentative attitude. With the magic technology currently displayed by Kalian, and the fact that there are 3 longevity species joining behind the scenes, even if the 3 blood demon dragon clans want to take action against Kalian, they need to think carefully, and it is impossible for a single family to just go ahead. From the previous actions on this island, they should all have felt that the Demon Queen's power has almost completely recovered. Even if she wants to suppress it with the power of a super god, with the Ghost Clan's Sumair Senpai around, she can barely hold it back for a while. Drag. If we win miserably in the end. The elves who remain neutral, the uncertain Titan god, and you and the Skyfire god who may be revived later need to be carefully considered no matter what. Bai Long knew very well that the war to eliminate Kalian must be comprehensive. No planning, no clear cooperation, just acting for the purpose of destruction can no longer be called stupidity. It is no different from ordinary beasts and low-level monsters, and will only react directly and aggressively to threats. How long are you confident that your arrangement will last? Shui Ying asked further after hearing this answer. It is expected that it will be delayed for 5 years, and there will be no problem in 2 years. Bai Long said confidently. With the 2 abyss territories, you are using more intense conflicts and resistance. The Behemoth territory, which is closest to the core area, has the most comprehensive penetration. On the Dragon tribe and some Vampire tribe territories, due to the farthest distance and the characteristics of the Vampire tribe, you have what is it used for? Shui Ying asked curiously. His mental perception is limited. Asilio continent is too far away from the West Sea Empire, and the current reform forces have the smallest momentum, so it is impossible to know the general situation. What's going on over there? Bai Long had a rare look of worry at this moment. What's the problem? Shui Ying asked doubtfully. It is true that because of the distance problem, and the fact that the overall empire structure built by the former brave man is relatively stable, and there are also some vampires, it is difficult for reform forces to breed on that continent, so theoretically speaking, the restrictions are minimal. So I sent a very capable person over a long time ago. But when Bai Long said this, his worried expression became a little more worried. Shake his head and sigh slightly. To be honest, he is already a bit extreme. Bai Long also had to admit this. Specific. Shui Ying was confused. He was born in a land ruined by war. It was the original Principality of Ayrshire that gave him a brand new growth, and under the teachings of his nurturer, he had a high level of admiration for me. So much so that he should be the one he is now. Call it fanaticism. Especially after the Great Purge of the Ayrshire Empire during the World War, it went further to the extreme. I'm still a little worried, more or less. Bai Long said truthfully. He actually knew very well about Ruofwie. However, in Asilio continent, there is no one with more ability than him in this area who is qualified to guide the current changes. I understand. Shui Ying nodded. Although in extreme terms. At the end of the World War, head of state Kalian did not have much qualifications to evaluate others. After all, in order to ensure that the multinational, multiracial and multi-ethnic Kalian can quickly complete the integration, he even launched such things as deadly enemy clan wars, causing a large number of people to kill each other and forcing their wives and children to separate to complete the identity of the people. Reinvention. Especially when various conventional religions, cults, and other forces are involved, extreme extermination killings have occurred. Caroline, Kalian's blood wolf marshal. It was also during that period that he received this title. As well as the books are written in the same text, the carriages are in the same track, the degrees are in the same system, the deeds are in the same trend, and the place is in the same region. In this process, extreme measures are inevitable. But at that time, it was a period of turbulent world war, and the threat of the resurrection of the gods was imminent. In order to strive for faster integration and more efficient integrated development, something must be done. Head of state Kaolian himself admitted that those things were sins, and he also knew very well that they were cruel mistakes against the people of that generation. Only at this time, Ruofwie probably regarded it as correct. Chapter 63. What did you originally do with the last Ersha Empire? Phantom asked another empire again. Ersha Empire. The true identity of the head of state of Kalian is Suman Liandal, the grandson of Emperor Suman Ersha of the Ersha Empire. A relatively rare prefixed surname was the royal surname of the former Aviso kingdom. Suman Ersha was the prince of the former Aviso kingdom and the youngest brother of the king of that generation. His own magical talent is extremely high, and so is his ambition. However, since his elder brother Suman Chiwiro had already inherited the throne when he was only 7 years old, no matter how ambitious and capable he was, it was difficult for him to rise in that environment, so he chose to tolerate it to the greatest extent, including self-concealment magic talent. After taking the initiative to travel abroad, I met the current queen, Philomena Lycaon, the patriarch of the Lycaon clan who was also a vampire werewolf at the time and the head of the 13 clans. In the context of roughly predicting the outbreak of a world war and the resurrection of the gods. The vampires themselves have a plan to obtain stable territory, and they also need stable imperial power. Whether they choose to join in the form of cooperation or join forces in a closer way, it is one of their choices. Then, Ersha, who possesses ambition and ability, and Philomena, who leads the vampire plan, hit it off in terms of emotions and interests. And further, it triggered another ambitious attempt, a strength experiment. The vampire clan werewolves with higher fighting spirit talent provide second-generation mixed-race males, and the witch clan with higher magic talent provides second-generation mixed-race females. The second-generation hybrids of the witch clan can only be female. In this way, conflicts of high-purity bloodlines can be avoided and the fusion of bloodline power can be completed as much as possible. Among them, the second-generation hybrid provided by the witch tribe has a faint trace of the undead descendant bloodline related to Phoenix, which is used to increase theoretical stability. Therefore, Suman Lender, the child of a second-generation blood werewolf hybrid father and a second-generation hybrid witch mother, was born in the year 3238 of the Waller calendar. And soon, 2 years later, in the cold winter of 3240 in the Valyrian calendar, he died due to the still unstable bloodline conflict. And because it was expected that it would be almost impossible to control the male relationship between the witches' bloodline talents, they were regarded as unqualified experimental subjects by both the vampires and witches, and further treatment was abandoned to prevent instability in the future. Only his parents at that time asked Ersha to make him the Pope of the Kingdom of Ivisu, and finally tried to use magic to save him. But the healing magic with unique sacred properties was ultimately unsuccessful. On the contrary, it stimulated the oracle system magical power hidden in the bloodline power of the witch clan, which originally belonged to the god clan. It guides the wandering soul outside the world to merge with the soul of a 2-year-old baby that has almost disappeared. In the process, it further merges the conflicting blood power of the two original bodies, and ultimately triggers a miracle that resolves the blood conflict. That is, a person from another world whose original name was Solien came through time travel. The power lodging of the gods also quietly began at that time, waiting for the time suitable for their recovery to arrive. Solien, Suman Liandel. After completing normal training with extremely strong magic talents and fighting spirit talents, he quickly learned all kinds of knowledge in the world and incorporated it with the original knowledge from other worlds. Develop magic trains to lay railways, concentrate steel resources and recruit a large number of mechanics, and cooperate with Ersha, who is already ambitious, to quickly complete small-scale industrialization transformation, and complete military expansion through the wealth accumulated through railway transportation and a new business and financial model. Finally, as the prince of the Eviso kingdom, he expanded his territory and established the original Escia principality. It was an original ideal country that could distribute free food to the people, help rebuild better homes, provide more and higher paying jobs, grant the most basic equality and power to all people, and provide education and medical opportunities. Even though they faced many problems initially, anyone from the Principality of Ayrshire who had experienced that era, even if they had endured the suffering of a short war, had to admit the beauty of that time. Unfortunately, good things are short-lived. Ayrshire's power experiment is not only for future generations to have stronger ambitions, but also for easier control. After the bloodline awakening related to the bloodline, the mixed blood descendants of the bloodline will be affected by the bloodline itself and have a subtle bias towards the bloodline as long as they further return to the bloodline. It is the deepest spiritual influence originating from blood. Simultaneously, Ayrshire's ambition is to be emperor. The so-called equality of the people, decentralization of interests, etc. are all efficient means to better stabilize public sentiment and expand in the early stage. Therefore, Suman Lender realized this. Escaped. He decisively gave up his right to inherit the future empire as his only grandson at that time, and gave up everything he had originally created. The kingdom of Ayrshire that had already taken the shape of an empire in the subsequent war. The Yuan Dun Beast clan, who travelled far away from home, recreated everything from scratch. That is, the original Komi kingdom. The predecessor of the United Kingdom of Komi, a country that raised the red flag among the chaotic beasts. The old man is the clearest among all the emperors about my tricks, so the intensity of prevention is extremely high. In addition, he once launched a great purge, which caused the forces that had secretly infiltrated to be severely damaged. Initiate change again. He also re-optimized the aristocratic system and changed it to an honorary aristocratic system without real power to actually complete imperial control in the form of controlling the economy. On the basis of its own industrial empire, the benefits produced with sufficient productivity will be appropriately distributed to the people of the empire in a noble form, so that they will not have the worries of starving to death and freezing to death like other empires. Luck, it's good to live a comfortable life. Not to mention, there is still a vampire behind it. After all this is done, even I have a headache in inducing change. Bei Long also admitted this very frankly, but he didn't look worried at all. On the contrary, he was surprisingly relaxed. Great purges to consolidate the military and political structure. Optimize the system and change it to economic control rather than oppression. To ensure basic rights and interests, there is no longer any ground for risking one's life to resist. Plus the vampires are behind. In the case of possible changes that are clear, the penetration of Kai Lian's ideas can be better eliminated and it is ensured that it is difficult to trigger further related threats. But you don't seem worried at all. Shui Ying was even more curious. War does not necessarily require fighting and killing. Wouldn't it be better to focus on counter-change and defeat it elsewhere? Besides, now, because the other four empires are having problems, when the Ayrshire Empire is still stable, there will still be some hesitation on whether to take the initiative to take the lead on this issue. So, not urgent. Bei Long said with a slight smile, the joyful look in his eyes seemed to see an interesting future. Chapter 64. Kai Lian. Beimu City, Beimu Academy, Magic Department. In a private office. Isn't there a Red Revolutionary War in the Ayrshire Empire? Xi Lily looked at the latest news on her phone and asked doubtfully. Didn't Sister Yi, Nalin, tell you? He prepared the Ayrshire Empire himself. Once the Empire goes to war with Kai Lian, it will cause problems on the same scale as the War of Change. Tiffany drank the freshly brewed drink tea said. Ah? What should we do? Isn't my brother still sealed into Rabuan Island? Sylvia was confused. Sylvia Marita, also Suman Sylvia, lived with Sililai at Whitewood Academy most of the time. There is more than one witch teacher here, Xi Lily, who makes it easy to learn magic and has stronger protective capabilities. With multiple research institutions inside, the overall defense strength is very tight, second only to the Wolf Lair building and the central military headquarters. Occasionally, Sylvia can also teach for Sililai who wants to be lazy. Although she appears to be only 8 or 9 years old, this is due to the slow development of the race itself after the witch bloodline was fully awakened. His actual age is almost 50 years old, and he has enough magic knowledge to be a substitute teacher without any problem. Well, I don't really like going to the military headquarters. Xi Lily said with a slightly red face. Hey! Tiffany was confused. Because the stupid sister-in-law went there, many of the older generals who knew her would jokingly call her the little lady of the Führer. Of course, it's limited to the absence of Sister Nalin. Otherwise, unless it's that Uncle Caroline, few would have the guts. Sylvia explained while complaining. Seely's face turned even redder. In this regard, she does not have Nalin's composure, blood power, as the Generalissimo of Jaika. That's understandable. Tiffany nodded. A witch of Silali's level would use magic to weaken her presence when she went out. It is considered a spiritual magic that can make the weaker people around her ignore or quickly forget her existence. But as time went by, I saw a lot more, and my cooperation with the witch further deepened. Xi Lily didn't hide her identity much. Therefore, the older generation of powerful high-level generals actually knew that a lovely witch was always following their leader. Naturally, there will be some scandals. But speaking of it, Sister Yi usually won't be jealous of Sister Zilali, right? Even if she says something in person, it doesn't matter, right? Tiffany thought again. Sister Tiffany, why do you think she is the little wife of the head of state? Sylvia asked in return. I understand. Tiffany understood instantly. Why is it small? Because there is a big one in front, that is Prime Minister Yasai. But Xi Lily has nothing to care about. While the three girls were still chatting. That. A nervous teenage voice came from the corner of the office. Did you finish writing? Show it to me. Sylvia turned her head and said in a teacher-like manner. A tall boy with wolf ears and a wolf tail, obviously a human-wolf hybrid, bowed slightly and nervously held a test paper. Astonishingly, it was after rapid development and growth. Mixed-race boy, Imia. Teacher, here. After going through the growth period, Imia was already 1.9 meters tall, almost 2 meters tall. At this moment, he looked nervous and timid in front of the three women, which really seemed a bit inconsistent. Especially Sylvia, who looks only 8 or 9 years old. But there is no way. Because he knew it not long ago. Teacher Sylvia, the biological sister of the head of state Kalien. Teacher Xi Lily, the little lady of Mr. Kalien. The new teacher Levanti, Tefali, is suspected to be the new wife of the head of state. Then. And because after he was rescued by Kalien before, he had excellent grades in all aspects and had strong magic talent. In addition, he was the one accompanied by White Dragon, so he was specially assigned to a class with a witch teacher, and successfully attracted the attention of the three girls. After all, you can learn about the previous information about White Dragon through him, and you can also teach him about magic. In theory, that's a good thing. But actually, so much pressure. This question is wrong, the answer to this question is incomplete, and there is something wrong with the alchemy format of this question. And here, how could there be such a low-level mistake? Don't tell me it's stressful in this office. A high-pressure environment is not an excuse for making a mistake. While Sylvia pointed out the mistakes one after another, she also questioned and reprimanded them. As a teacher, she is strict. The students who have been taught by her all know this well. The last thing they want is for their lovely teacher Xi Lily to stop being lazy, otherwise the petite and cute but stricter teacher Sylvia will take over the class. Be careful next time, be careful. Imia said repeatedly, with his tail hanging low and his ears low. Do you still want to do it next time? You just came here to make up extra classes to study again, and you want to make the mistake a third time? Sylvia asked. Imia suddenly felt stressed. I secretly groaned in my heart. Although Sylvia usually has a very easygoing personality like Bai Long, the master Bai Long he knew was very gentle when teaching him magic. He would never be like this at all. Isn't this teacher Sylvia his biological sister? How? Don't say anything to deceive yourself. The goal you set for yourself is not just a matter of passing the exam. If you are not good enough, why should you follow your wishes? Copy all the basic principles related to the wrong question 10 times and give it to me tomorrow. After using magic power to mark the wrong questions, Sylvia returned the test paper to Imia. Is teacher? Imia drooped his head, took the test paper and left the office. After he leaves. Little Sylvia is a bit like your brother, but he was much more vicious when he scolded his subordinates in the past. Xi Lily said with a smile. It's definitely not comparable, right? The magic videos my brother left behind are scary to me when I look at them. Sylvia stuck out her tongue and said, this is all true. In fact, Yumiha has some misunderstandings about White Dragon. Bei Long's easygoing and gentle character was based on the environment and memory factors at the time, which caused him to have no clear responsibilities and goals. Switching to the head of state Kailian during the World War, especially during the war, the wolf clan could be scared into the dog clan. Is it scary? That should be considered awe-inspiring, right? Tiffany Lee was slightly confused. Well, in the eyes of a demon girl like you, it should be like this. Xi Lily said jokingly. Sister Xi Lily, don't you think so? Tiffany asked. Well, maybe I feel that way for a little bit, hee. Xi Lily said with a shy smile. Making jokes that others may be shy about can boomerang to you. You stupid sister-in-law are really hopeless. Sylvia complained again. Xi Lily. Chapter 65. Speaking of Sister Tiffany, there is a question I have always wanted to ask. Sylvia suddenly said. What? Tiffany. Let's not talk about my bastard brother who is a piece of steel. How are you going to convince the bad sister-in-law and Sister Nalin? Sylvia asked curiously. Kailian's monogamy system was set by the head of state Kailian himself. As the first citizen of Kailian, that is, as the head of state, he must set an example. Regardless of whether it was due to a political marriage or not, he had indeed married Yashai, and the wedding was completed in the presence of the entire Kailian at that time. Blatantly break monogamy and become polygamous? This is almost impossible to violate. The most effective are two approaches. One is that now that they are in power, the relevant laws will be changed in advance. For example, there are special restrictions on the level at which people are recognized as having excellent blood, and can have multiple wives or husbands under specified conditions. It actually exists now. For example, the Goblin tribe itself is not completely restricted by Kailian's laws in this regard. Powerful Goblin women still have multiple Goblin male husbands. The second is that it is very simple to divorce and then get married. This is something that does not involve the law at all, but must be agreed by the two people. I haven't thought about what to do at all. Tiffany spread her hands and said. Ah. Sylvia was confused. I went to talk to Sister Yi about this matter. She still doesn't dare to fully face her emotions. She can't take the next step, right? Tiffany was also helpless. Sister Nalin is really... Sylvia was speechless. When Sylvia was still 2 years old, Nalin was brought home by the former head of state Kailian. Although there was nothing emotional at first, it was just a matter of learning blood magic, and the head of Kailian wanted to expand his network of influence. But judging from the results, it is true that, as Caroline said at the banquet, the two of them are childhood sweethearts in a strict sense. Therefore, if we want to say who is the sister-in-law that Sylvia, the younger sister, recognizes the most, it must be Nalin, the Grand Marshal of Jaika. Speaking of Sister Sylvia, you already call Sister Zililai and stupid sister-in-law, why do you still call Sister Yi sister? Have you been used to calling her sister since childhood? Tiffany asked curiously. There is a reason for this. After all, I started calling her sister not long after I learned how to speak. When I think about this, I'm still a little angry. I abducted Sister Nalin so early, but there is no follow-up until now. I think about war, people, development, etc. every day, and don't look around me at all. Sister Nalin and Sister Zililai. In the end, the bad sister-in-law succeeded through political marriage. It is not difficult to tell from Sylvia's tone that her title of bad sister-in-law is somewhat heartfelt. Hasn't he always been like this? This has been his purpose ever since he brought little Nalin home. Xi Lily defended herself. The fact is indeed like this. When he brought Sister Nalin home, it was almost a transaction or use. But after so many years, he still had feelings for Sister Nalin to some extent, right? In the end, he was so determined to marry the bad sister-in-law. Sylvia became angrier as she talked. Back then, Nalin was considered a second-generation vampire wandering around. His father's actual identity was one of the original candidates for the vampire clan leader, and he was a leader among this generation of young vampires. At the same time, he is also a complete scumbag, which is why Nalin went from her original country to the country where Kailian was the head of state and met him. The study of blood magic and the contact with more vampire channels were the fundamental purpose of head Kalien bringing Nolan home. Emotion? At least at the time, there was none. But the reason why I still call her sister now is because I also tried calling her sister-in-law directly, but she stopped me. Sylvia calmed down a little and said again after calming down. It can't be because Tiffany probably guessed something. As you think. Haha. I never said I liked that guy, and I have no real relationship with him. Why do you call me sister-in-law? It's inexplicable. Humph. Sylvia imitated Nolan's tone and expression, and said in a very picturesque way. Sister Yi, she, is really hopeless. Tiffany held her forehead helplessly. As long as she has sister Tiffany and you take the initiative, my nephew will probably get married and start a business. Sylvia spread her hands and said. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Xi Lily added in a low voice. And you stupid sister-in-law. The reason why Sister Nolan is like that, in addition to her own character in this aspect, is that she is actually very serious and strong. She feels that even if she can replace him in commanding Kilian's military, she will still be unable to do so. Not worthy of him. Whether it was the initial establishment of the Principality of Ayrshire or the current Kalian. I have always looked up to my brother, so I didn't dare to face him. What about you, stupid sister-in-law? You follow my brother every day. Even if you seduce him a few more times, he won't be like this now, right? Sylvia also said angrily. Well. Xi Lily immediately found a pillow and hugged it to her chest, burying half of her little face in it. Little Tiffany has been with him for more than a year. Xi Lily thought for a while and said in the pillow. I'm following the white dragon, how can I be so casual? Tiffany said calmly. Okay. Xi Lily. Sylvia sighed and shook her head, it was really hopeless. Speaking of which, when Sister Zillalai was in the academy, she often teased us by saying that she would marry him in the future. She even teased Sister Neve, the fire elf, with her. Aren't you quite enjoying it? How? When it comes to yourself, it will become like this. Tiffany suddenly said with a smile, as if she wanted to return the humiliation of being teased. Well, that's different, right? Watching other people's fun makes you happier than doing your own thing, of course. Xi Lily argued. Really? I also know other witch sisters and aunts. How come others are just watching the fun and having fun, but you, Sister Zillalai, are having fun yourself? Tiffany pressed further. No, me and him. Hey? Him? I remember Xi Lily, didn't you call him Brother Leandal before? When did you just become him? Ugh. Sivia, who was on the side, looked at the harmonious two sisters and sighed again in her heart. My brother, there are so many types of beautiful sisters who like him, but in the end he doesn't look back at all. That great, unrealistic ideal. Really? Is there no room for a trace of love between children? Chapter 66. Ayrshire Empire. The imperial capital, Vaushakam. At the underground secret meeting center, the Empire's top officials and the vampire gods were already present. Empire side. Emperor Suman Ayrshire, sitting on the main seat on one side. Blood clan side. One of the current patriarchs of the vampire clan, August Setat, vampire, represents the stance of the vampire clan this time. There are high-level and mid-level gods of the vampire clan behind him, but they still admit that he, the contemporary patriarch who only has the initial strength of a mid-level god, is sitting in the main seat, which is also a recognition of his strength and ability. What do you say about the war? Uncle Ayrshire? Patriarch August asked in a relaxed tone. On this occasion, Ayrshire should be called Your Majesty, and according to his age, Ayrshire, who is much younger than him, should not be called uncle. The reason? Marshal Jaika of Kalian, whose real name is Nalan Setet, is his biological daughter. The leader of Kalian, whose real name is Suman Leandal, is the grandson of Ayrshire. They are young but have seniority. Even though the two have no actual relationship as husband and wife, they are pretty much the same as each other. Speak straight. Our army does not have the ability to compete with Kalian. At present, the number of regular troops we maintain is only about 300 million, and there have been obvious generational differences in weapons and equipment. In terms of military quality, due to previous purges, the military's training ability has also declined. Once a war begins, even if we invest all our troops immediately, we will not be able to break through the border with millions of troops. Emperor Ersha explained the results very directly. The empire is no match for Kalian. Let alone now, even during the World War when the gap was the smallest, the three empires joined forces and failed to capture Kalian at that time. The current Ersha Empire basically has trouble breaking through Kalian's border defenses. What if we unite with the Ego Empire? The West Sea Empire will also try to send an ocean fleet to escort the army to attack from the southwest. We are also trying to persuade the West Yoli and Mokanar empires to send troops, and the additional demons will definitely take action. With a six-sided attack, using the power of a god as a single target to break through, there's still a good chance, right? August asked while helping to analyze. Unless we can break into the core area of Kalian, any number of troops who land on the Holy Continent will die. Large main battlefields can be broken through with the help of gods, but once the troops are concentrated, Kalian's long-range firepower, especially the formation magic, is released in large quantities with the assistance of magical core weapons. Even the gods cannot stop them all for the army. Come on! If it is a decentralized battle, then the gods' advantage will be greatly reduced. It will almost be a pure competition on the quality of the army's small-scale combat, and we are even less likely to be opponents. Because once a full-scale operation begins, we will not only face Kalian's army. There are also tens of millions of people in Kilian. Ersha said very seriously, this is an unavoidable problem. What if a large-scale divine war can be launched that completely disrupts Kalian's overall deployment? Although there are still gods from various races that have not been successfully resurrected, Kalian's current number of divine machines and combat teams are not enough to completely fight against the current gods. The deployment of formation magic should also not be comprehensive enough. As long as the speed is fast enough, there should still be a chance. Then we will launch an all-out siege by all the imperial armies. Is there any chance? August asked after thinking carefully. Don't you consider the Witch clan and the others? Ersha asked. The Witch tribe was very weak before, so they didn't have many gods before. The number that can be revived in this era is far less than ours, not even as many as the fairies and ghosts, so don't worry too much. Even if a small number of phoenixes are revived, it is difficult to reverse the situation, and we can still only rely on the cooperation of the divine machine and the combat team to barely compete with us. The only thing we need to care about is the attitude of those who are still undecided about race. They may have been nearly exterminated during the troubled times of the ancient tribe, but as long as their descendants exist, it is possible to revive their former gods. After witnessing Kalian's special power, we are not sure whether there will be any additional ideas. August also shook his head at this was the most uncertain factor. After the end of the era of divine rule, the ancient tribes' battles in the troubled times were too chaotic and fierce. There is more or less hatred between various ethnic groups, and it is difficult for them to unite together. Although Kalian is opposed to gods, he is opposed to the gods who still try to oppress and exploit ordinary people and put themselves above them. If there is no intention in this regard, such as the fairies who have better personalities and the witches who have never ruled the common people in a theocratic way, it is very easy to integrate into Kalian, so that it can recover quickly and have the possibility of advancing into the future together with magic technology. So among other ethnic groups, are there still people who make this kind of choice? Then by default we can handle the gods, magic technology and military power behind Kalian. Once the war starts, we in the Ersha Empire may be fine. Other empires that have not yet completed industrialization will immediately fall into poverty because of the war, and the fire of resistance belonging to Kalian will be quickly ignited. At that time, can they continue to fight against Kalian with peace of mind? This is something that is easy to think of. Other races and empires will definitely have concerns in this regard. Once we feel that something is wrong, we will reduce the number of frontline troops to a certain extent and turn to suppress internal problems. Then we, who are in the same holy continent and completely adjacent to each other, will bear the greatest pressure from Kalian. Ersha said in a very clear imperial perspective that this was something he had to consider. In war, there are always sacrifices, right? August said with a smile. Since this is what the vampires mean, I will naturally not say anything more and will completely follow the instructions in this regard. But I still have to remind you that there is something wrong with the current situation in the Ersha Empire. It's too quiet. Ersha said solemnly, not only the attitude towards the vampires, but also the current situation of the empire. Besides change, what else can affect the stability of the empire? August was also curious. The head of state, Kalian, was also the son-in-law he cared about most, and he also knew very well the destiny of change that he represented. I don't know, but I have a definite hunch. As long as we declare war, our Arsha Empire will definitely have huge problems that are equivalent to changes. Especially now that the silence has made me feel uneasy even more clearly. Arsha's tone at this time was full of worry. He didn't know where the uneasiness came from, but it was extremely clear. These expressions, changes in tone, and passivity in blood were all seen by August and other vampires, and they were definitely not a deliberate disguise for the benefit of the Empire. Chapter 67. That's a little weird. August was a little confused. You should also know that among the 5 recognized longevity races, the witches, demons, dragons, and elves all have different methods of prophecy, and our blood race mainly relies on the perception of blood wool to predict the world. A general change in the pattern. Because as long as there are major changes, there will naturally be no shortage of bloodshed and fights. But so far, we have not felt that the Arsha Empire has any bloody passiveness other than conventional war. August said clearly, and looked at the high-level and mid-level blood gods behind him. They also shook their heads or frowned. After trying to sense it again, they did not feel any special blood passion. War does not necessarily require bloodshed. Arsha said suddenly. Oh. August thought of something. The other blood gods were a little confused, but they quickly guessed that it should have happened in recent times. It seems that you have also thought about the previous economic collapse of the Kenyan, Swiss, and American empires. Then you should also know that the Ponzi Chamber of Commerce plan regarding the further collapse of the Kenrame Empire was actually started when he was 12 years old. And after half of the process, he had already left the kingdom can still proceed smoothly. Until it completely detonates, the empire's economy completely collapses. While striving for a large amount of development funds, it will delay the time for the Kirin Russian Empire to launch a war, and significantly weaken its future war strength. Arsha roughly described how the empire was collapsed through economic means. Throughout the process, there was no bloodshed or sacrifice. There is no such type of chamber of commerce and that type of speculation in the empire, right? August wondered. Of course I will pay close attention to this. It is definitely not the case. But similarly, there is no such thing in the Mokener Empire. But now their military industry-related chambers of commerce are also experiencing problems. This is a very dangerous signal. Arsha further said. In the dwarf Mokener Empire, it is not just the red rebel forces that are disrupting the empire. And at the very beginning, a large number of bankruptcies occurred in the upstream chambers of commerce related to the imperial military industry. Even if the Mokener Empire is making significant repairs and finding ways to reassemble relevant technical and management members, it cannot be rebuilt in a short time. Among them, there is no shadow of the Ponzi Chamber of Commerce of the former Kenrame Empire. Then, is there a similar problem hidden in the Arsha Empire that is currently extremely quiet? Even if the economy collapses, the war can still be forcibly maintained, right? Forcibly reducing wages in relevant factories to maintain production or something. The high-level blood god already has a general understanding of the current industry. Since it is a matter of money, the special treatment during wartime should be maintained. Money is really not the problem is the lack of money. August soon understood. The high-level blood gods were slightly startled. Our Arsha Empire can maintain the status quo and not be infiltrated by Kalian's ideas because we can guarantee the most basic interests of the people at the bottom. And when our economy really has problems, once the people enter a precarious state of extreme poverty, some things can't be suppressed. Arsha explained very clearly. Many things are interrelated. The people of the Arsha Empire began to have various complaints about the empire's rule itself. This was something Beilong could clearly feel when he first traveled around the empire. The reason why they are still stable is that at least they don't have to worry about starving to death or freezing to death. As long as they are not in remote areas, it is not difficult to live normally. If you are lucky, you can live a healthy life. Change requires blood and sacrifice. How many ordinary people can have the courage to participate in change when they can at least live well? But if the economy collapses, under the exploitation of the honorary nobles, it is completely another matter for the people at the bottom who just maintain a normal line of life to be affected. Previously, there may have been an unwillingness or fear to resist and change. After that, you may have to change. That's just your hunch and assumption. If you make relevant preparations and precautions in advance, you should be able to control it, and if problems do arise, you can also draw blood from your 10-nation alliance area. They should not be completely out of control yet, right? August asked. There is still some control, but it's hard to say what the situation will be during war. Arsha shook his head, not optimistic about preparations in this regard. Is there any possibility of not taking the initiative to attack? Queen Philomena, who has been silent all this time, can be regarded as the leader of the vampire werewolves, said at this time. Reason? August asked. His previous behavior towards Lord Blood Ancestor on Tarabwan Island can be understood as a hint that he wants to ease up, right? The silence in our empire now is further evidence. As long as we don't take the initiative to start a war, there will be no subsequent problems. But once we take the initiative to ask for war and completely ignore his hints of active relaxation, it will become the situation Arsha forebodged. There is a high probability that the empire will have an economic crisis. There are problems in this area that we can't think of yet. Philomena gave a rough analysis. Lord Blood Ancestor has thought about this possibility, but on Tarabwan Island, changing the original choice from choice 1 to choice 2 is already a response to his initiative to moderate. Otherwise, Blood Ancestor will definitely insist on choice 1. August, he said in a negative tone. Then let's do it. You decide and we take action. Arsha no longer hesitated. Because he already understood that the empire was always the territory of the blood god. Since they belong to the territory, August and the others are willing to take the initiative to come over for discussion, which is actually a great deal of face. But if a decision has been made, it cannot be changed unless there is an absolute reason. The Arsha Empire was finally ready to send troops. However, whether and when to declare war will depend on the final outcome of the gods. The Blood God, Dragon God, Demon God, Behemoth God, and Earth Abyss God all need to conduct a round of discussions regarding the interests of their respective races. This is by no means a matter of just one or two short discussions. The positions and interests of representatives of all ethnic groups are different. The level and priority of contradictions are also obviously different. Such as, for the Dragon Clan, Kalien, who can grow quickly and hunt monsters and gods like them, is the primary target. As far as the demons are concerned, Kalien's problems can actually be dealt with later, while the problems of the gods are the most serious. It is not easy to reach agreement. Chapter 68. Witches Forest. New Restricted Area, Magic Technology Center. Mo Dong Core R&D Department. This magic core is still not stable enough. No. We don't have much experience in manufacturing 11th level magic cores. The magic core of Nile God has mixed attributes, so there is no way to create a stable core structure. The magic crystal core of Aranok, intermediate god, snake form, is more unstable than last time. It is easier to deal with the one with a single attribute. Also, since he has the bloodline of Chimera, this magic core will also have certain chaotic attributes, and there is no way to stably build the core. How about, try a new structure? All the witches were thinking hard. Next to them, a bunch of human mechanics and alchemists aged between 60 and years old, and even higher up, were also frowning and thinking. This magic core trophy of a high-level Warcraft god has been sent to them for a long time. Not to mention that it has started to be used and manufactured. They can't even think of a stable magic core frame drawing. There are various kinds of things on the wall next to it. The documents are all scrapped cases that I have been thinking about for the past few days. It's difficult. The military department wants us to make it within a year. Even if it is not used for the night mecha, we still have to find a way to use it for the aerospace aircraft carrier. But now even manufacturing is a problem, there is no way. How about we reduce the output magic power? Treat it as a 10th level, intermediate god, magic core with a super large magic capacity? This is at least 10 times larger. A single magic core can't power even an aerospace aircraft carrier. Question. In a bunch of discussions, one person came up with this proposal. The others thought about it and it seemed like a good idea. However, the witch seniors are not very willing. They don't like this kind of compromise decision, which simply shows their lack of ability. The method you mentioned can definitely be done, but it's better to send it to your military headquarters for a look. If they think it's feasible and have high willingness, it's not impossible. One of the witch mechanics said. She even looks old, which proves her qualifications. In the witch clan, as long as there is a certain amount of practice, aging will happen after at least 800 or 900 years. Some well-maintained witches can even start to age after they are 1,000 years old. And this witch has the strength of a low-level god. She is a witch who has been studying mechanical arts in this era. She has been studying this kind of thing for hundreds of years after the invention of the magic core. There is no magic core mechanic in the entire world who has studied the magic core mechanics more thoroughly than her. All of Kalien's current 10th level magic cores were developed or supervised by her. She has full participation in the 11th level magic core. If Senior Jackson is very confident in the 10th level magical core plan, then we don't have to rush to propose it. We will have time to make decisions and designs by then. The person in charge of Kalien also said. Mechanical Heart Witch is the title of this witch mechanic. The human orcs and dwarf and goblin mechanics here currently call her by this name. When the witch clan reaches the god level, witches with certain qualifications and special abilities will be given titles. These titles can be inherited or brand new based on specificity. For example, Celali's title of witch is the newly named Spirit God Witch because of her special spiritual related talents. It's just that not long after she was ready to go through the training, she stayed with head of state Kalien because she was monitoring the king of prophecy. As a result, she had no time to promote her title. Even among the witch clan, there may be witches who have forgotten her title. Then apply to your military department to transfer the Grey Wood. We need to recruit the complete magic core made by the Chimera Magic Core. Then use it to do experiments and try to design a new structure, so that it is possible to create a new 11th level magic core. The mechanical witch put her palms together and pushed her special magic glasses with her middle finger. Anti-xin, do you have any ideas? A witch asked immediately. I just have a clue. I only know after trying it. If it doesn't work, then I can only use the second option just mentioned. The mechanical heart witch directly tried it as the second option. I heard I have a clue. They couldn't help but feel happy, because her clues were often very useful, and this time might be no exception. So they started making new preparations. By the way, Senior Tool Heart, we have re-optimized the design of the quantifiable 9th level magic core. Can you see what else needs to be changed? And based on the current core architecture, is there any further optimization? Space. Mechanic Kalien gave a data disk, which is the latest magic computer data storage device. Even if it is given to other empires without encryption, it has no reading ability. Show me. The mechanical heart witch nodded. Plug into the computer interface. Password input, magic sequence authentication, R&D member identity authentication. Through, the data is expanded. The mechanical heart witch is watching carefully. The other witch mechanics and alchemists are also watching carefully. The quantifiable 9th order magic core prototype was developed by their witches, but subsequent improvements were basically left to Kalien's mechanics. Because there are quantification issues to consider, only Kalien's mechanics know their basic manufacturing capabilities and how many materials can be quantified. At the same time, since the witches also have other research, this kind of subsequent optimization is left to the Kalien mechanic, which not only saves time, but also further develops their research and development capabilities, which can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. But the problem arises. Your optimization will still lead to a shortage of magic power, especially the reduction in volume is too serious. The quality of magic power should be able to reach the level of magic cores produced by conventional magic cores, but the magic power reserve may only be 1/10, that is, only ordinary magic cores. The level of a human Dharma god. The mechanical heart witch commented very straightforwardly. Warcraft reaches the god level, 9th level low-level god. Often because of its relatively large size, the advanced magic core will have about 10 times the total magic power of an ordinary 9th level magic god. Smaller monsters may only have several times the size. Larger ones are available at 20 times and upwards, and monsters and gods such as dragons are even at 100 times level. This is not used to drive mechas or large magical core weapons. Mechanic Kalien said. Formation magic, artificial magic god. The mechanical heart witch thought quickly. Yes. This is also what the military department means. The quantified magic core used in the magic core was also deliberately used to guide the sight of other empires and gods. We are also very clear that the optimization of the divine machine cannot be achieved in a short period of time. On the contrary, it is more suitable for the magic computer that iterates quickly. So we only need the quality and reserves of magic power to reach the level of regular magic gods, and then we can cooperate with the magic computer to achieve the goal of mass-producing magic gods. Mechanic Kalien said slightly excitedly. That's a good idea. The mechanical heart witch nodded. The other witches also had different expressions on their faces. Mass-produced Dharma god. This sounds crazy. Even if they are just gods of low-level mortals. Chapter 69. Mass-produced Dharma god. This is what head of state Kalian left behind before his death. Top secret, super god-making project plan. Magic computer class. Magic core classes. Joint extended arms plan, mass production Dharma god plan. Long ago, when head of state Kalian made it clear that computers could assist in the release of low-level magic, he had already determined based on the basic computing power of computers at that time that more advanced and sophisticated computers in the future would definitely be able to assist in the release of more powerful magic. And learn more. The witch tribe itself has already found an alchemical creation that can replace the magic core, and has clearly defined the direction for further optimization. It only requires a lot of subsequent practice. Head of state Kalian is also certain that Kalian, who has strong industrial capabilities, can definitely provide a large number of practical conditions, so it is very likely to achieve the goal of quantifying the magic core. Then, the computing power to assist in releasing magic is available. The stable quality and total amount of magic power for releasing 9th level magic is now available. Then combine the two together. Ask. How long does it take for Kalian to obtain a powerful Dharma god? The only problem at the moment is that the computing power must rely on the supercomputers being installed in various regions. Today's computers can only reach the 8th level single unit limit, and they are bound to break down. Military quantified computers can only release 6th level magic by itself. If you want to pursue stability, you can only release 5th level magic. It's still a pity. Mechanic Kalian said this with a look of regret on his face as he could not start mass production of the Goddess of Law now. It's already great, right? That's right. It's been hundreds of years since the magic core was invented, but how many years has it been since computers were developed? It's only been about 30 years and we've almost caught up. If we add this left and right, we should be able to catch up. Isn't the follow-up computer research plan very clear? On the contrary, our materials and magic engraving machine are a bit behind. How about we also apply to be transferred there to help speed up the progress? Cough cough. The mechanical heart witch finally glared at them angrily. Several witches also stuck out their tongues and shrank their heads. Magic computer kind of thing. For witches like them who study mechanical alchemy, it is very attractive. Even those who don't study these things, the things that powerful computing power can derive are enough to fascinate other witches. Say without hesitation. Because they are a single-sex race, they are born with no desire for men. No matter how handsome and strong men are, they can't compare to a small basic component of a magic computer. Therefore, even among the witches in the magic core R&D department, there are many who want to jump to the computer R&D and iteration side. That is to say, theoretically speaking, if the intelligent sequence magic that is more suitable for computers is successfully developed, the magic computer will have the possibility to release a large number of 10th order or even 11th order magic. It would be best for us to develop 10th order magic that can be quantified. Even the 11th level core, right? The mechanical heart witch asked. That's pretty much what it means, but the military also knows that further research and development requires more time and energy, so they don't pursue it forcefully. Mechanic Kalian nodded. In this case, the mechanical witch once again pushed up her glasses with the middle finger of her palm, and looked at the magic core of God Nilet. A smile emerged. Anyway, next year, the magic computer should still be iterating, so we might as well make this high-level god and demon into a special magic core that stabilizes the high-level god's magic power. Let this god Nilet, who was killed by a large amount of computer formation magic, provide magic for new formation magic and intelligent sequence magic in the future. It must be interesting. The mechanical heart witch suddenly thought of a new clue. The eyes of the other witches suddenly lit up, and all kinds of thoughts seemed to come to mind, and some of them had slightly evil smiles. The mechanics from different races in Kilian also felt a chill in their hearts. In fact, most of these witch sisters are usually quite good, but sometimes their bad taste and fun attributes are something they can't accept. Maybe, this is the witch. Soon. The new ideas from the witch clan, as well as the secondary plans for the Nilegod Demon Corps, were also sent to Kalian's military headquarters. In these aspects, as long as it is not directly related to the witch, most of them only require Kalian's military will. At most, it is only necessary to provide additional proof of the resolution of the Central Assembly to show that it is the overall will of the Coal Alliance and not the private resolution of the military department. But the current central military headquarters of Kilian. Processing of documents in this area basically has to be done later. Because according to all the information they have received from Kakibok, other empires are increasingly willing to go to war, and the mobilization of troops and materials at the borders and ports of various empires is becoming more frequent. War is almost inevitable. Basically, all that needs to be determined is the final time and how the gods behind them will participate in the war. Currently, the only powerful clan of gods that is determined not to participate in the war is the Daiyuan clan. However, the corresponding two empires, the Mokanar Empire and the Siyori Empire, have shown signs of dispatching fleets, and the army has also mobilized towards the port. It is almost certain that their regular armies will participate in the war, but they have not yet made it clear where to land. Their air force shows no signs of mobilization. Preliminary judgment is that it is due to issues with combat radius and combat capabilities. On the military map, the military mobilization of the two empires is clearly displayed, including the troops and supplies that have not yet started and will be mobilized later, have been marked and displayed in advance. This is something that some officers in the two empires still don't know. If it is certain that their gods will not take action, then how can they have the confidence to cross the ocean with their shabby fleet? This is simply impossible. No matter how stupid you are, there must be a limit. Even the West Yoli Empire, their fleet quality cannot be better than ours. The combat radius alone is at the crushing level, even if it only counts the eastern part of the continent. They don't have an advantage at all in total. The gods of other races come to destroy our fleet. Someone suddenly thought of this. If the various empires and various gods have negotiated, then the possibility of assistance from other gods cannot be ruled out. For example, the dragon god has high mobility, strong attack power, and wide coverage. It is relatively easy to cover fleets far away from the coastline with powerful dragon language magic. As for the fleet, the targets on the sea are too conspicuous and the maneuverability is insufficient. It is indeed not easy to deal with the gods. If we consider this possibility, we should deploy defenses near the coastline and not consider active interception. Yes. Yes. I agree too. Chapter 70. Sea People. High Cow Society. To this day, the High Communist Society still has not occupied any large cities, and all high-level meetings are held in some secret strongholds. The disadvantage is that the confidentiality measures are definitely not as good as those in big cities. The advantage is that it is basically impossible to find the specific location. At present, the ACP has received several good news, the biggest of which is about weapons and equipment support. Based on our current situation, Kalian believes that we do have the possibility of overthrowing the imperial territory. Therefore, in accordance with the previous agreement, they began to prepare to provide us with weapons and equipment unconditionally. The required remuneration is still what was originally negotiated. Not only that, Kalian's weapons and equipment have been optimized and iterated. By the way, they also helped us optimize our underwater combat weapons. Based on the comparison of the Imperial domain weapons and equipment data brought back by the spies, we already have a significant equipment advantage. The senior leaders of the Communist Party of China are also becoming more and more excited. Once upon a time, they were just small local forces, and at most they could only organize some strikes and riots. It is completely unthinkable to directly confront the Imperial Army. Just over a year later, not only were they able to engage in some confrontations with the Imperial Army, they even had advantages in weapons and equipment. At least for now, the superiority of weapons and equipment is not necessarily good news, because soldiers who are generally less educated still need a new learning process. Bei Long said at this time. He was sitting next to the main seat at this moment. But even if it is next to it, it basically represents the dominant position, because the main position is vacant. So far, the Maritime Communist Society does not actually have a top leader on the surface. Most of the overall decisions are made jointly by the top 12 people based on Mr. Avisa's suggestions. Can't you get used to it effectively by practicing harassment battles? Yes, but it's not enough. Among the latest weapons given by Kalian, there are weapons and equipment for large-scale operations, as well as weapons for air and sea combat. These require large-scale battles to be better used, so we'd better be prepared. They quickly understood what Bei Long meant. The scale of the war needs to be appropriately expanded. Are we going to attack large cities or large areas? Mr. Haisha asked proactively. I have this plan, but not now. I just hope to make a plan first. The main issue is how to prevent the Imperial territory from using God-level combat power to participate in large-scale battles. And based on the current situation, although we have not occupied large cities, many surrounding areas have been gradually controlled by us. This also includes food-producing areas and industrial raw material-producing areas. If it continues, it will also force the resistance to use God-level warfare. Force. We need to estimate the time when they will use it, then directly start a large-scale war, and prepare to fight against the God-level powerhouse. Bei Long explained the reason in detail. The reason why the Imperial domain does not use God-level powerhouses is not because there has been a long-standing God-level agreement in which God-level powerhouses are not allowed to participate in wars at will. That kind of agreement was automatically broken after the gods revived. The reason why it is not used now is that there are small-scale battles everywhere, and the Imperial domain is not a one-sided defeat. Just because this type of war involves the use of God-level powerhouses, the face of the Imperial realm will be lost. This is a problem involving the image of the entire Imperial realm. Even if you have to use the God level to make small troubles, what kind of waste must the high-ranking officials of the Imperial realm be? But if the scale and radiation range continue to expand, it will be completely different. In terms of God level experts, currently we have 6 God level experts. If we only guard an area covered by several big cities, there will be no big problem. The main body of Atlandaci in the Imperial domain originally only had 12 God-level experts, including the Empress. After the unification, the recruitment of God-level powerhouses from other countries has not yet been successfully completed, especially the God-level powerhouses that originally belonged to the Lemurian Empire. They are still in a wait-and-see state for the time being and have not directly submitted to Atlan. There are a total of 5 left in the western region. Originally, there were not many God-level experts in other small countries combined, and some of them died in the war. Those who survived temporarily joined the Imperial territory due to invitations or other coercion from the Imperial territory. Summarizing the members explains the current situation of God-level experts in the Imperial domain. See people. It originally had a population base of about 29 million, and the total number of known God-level experts was only dash. Among them, there are only 17 people who were directly loyal to the Imperial domain and later joined the Imperial domain. The rest of the High Communist Society has currently recruited 6 members, and the old Lemuria domain has recruited 5. The last one left is a strong man who insists on being a sea adventurer and sits in the Sea Adventurers Guild. Those 5 people from the Lemuria region can't be won over, right? Bei Long asked first. Yes, even if they want to cooperate, their purpose must be to restore the old domain, and they cannot stand on the same front as us. At most, they will take the opportunity to retaliate against the Imperial domain when we overthrow the Imperial domain. On the contrary, after that you might even become an enemy. Mr. Haisha nodded in response, vaguely worried. It's impossible to win over, it would be nice without backstabbing. By the way, these 6 gods of ours were originally civilians, right? Bei Long also asked out of vigilance. It must be so. They didn't even take the initiative to join any struggle between national forces during the war that lasted for nearly 20 years. They always treated the war as bystanders. Instead, during that period, they divided themselves into groups as God-level ones. Small areas have sheltered civilians. If it weren't for this, we wouldn't be able to win them over in a short time. This is also because they themselves have extremely high vision and have long known the situation of Kalien on land through their own understanding. Mr. Haisha also nodded and said. 5 of the 6 people, although they have the code name of one of the 12 top executives, will not participate in the overall decision-making. For example, they didn't come to the current meeting. Instead, it's business as usual, and they continue to settle down in the area they have designated. Imperial territory tried to recruit many times but did not receive a positive answer. In short, they are all relatively trustworthy. You still have to be careful. The guarantee is calculated based on 4 God-level experts, and be prepared for the possibility of rebellion by 2 of them. And from now on, use all the power that has penetrated into the upper echelons of the Imperial realm to try to contact those God-level experts who were later attracted by the Imperial realm. That is, the 5 God-level people who originally belonged to the defeated kingdom, and try to bring them as well as possible. Win over. In this regard, we can only rely on ourselves. Because of the Poseidon, neither the Imperial domain nor us can directly obtain any God-level combat assistance from other clans. Including me, I am already one of your core high-level officials. Even if you break through to the god level, you cannot take action easily. Bei Long still arranged carefully. This is actually somewhat helpless, because he really doesn't have much contact with those god-level senior officials, and he has only met some of them once. Then let's draw up a new battle plan according to Mr. Avisa's suggestion. New battle plan. Including large-scale city battles, large area strategic deployment, etc. Based on various factors, 2 targets were finally selected, located in the northern and southeastern part of the Imperial Territory. 2 important reasons. The northern part of the Imperial Territory is the closest to the southern part of Kailian, so any weapons and equipment can be delivered as soon as possible. The southeastern part of the Imperial Territory is the furthest away from the core area of Atlanta's Western Territory. The radiation capacity of the Imperial Territory Army is completely insufficient, and it will take some time for even god-level experts to dispatch. At the same time, if we take the sea route, Kailian's resources can also depart from the eastern coastal ports of the Holy Continent. In fact, if it weren't for Kailian's own minor problems, it would definitely be best to choose the southeastern region of the Imperial Territory. Because it corresponds to the Bora Peninsula, the largest area in the Holy Continent, and the sea area it controls is also directly bordering the Imperial Territory, it can be said to be very convenient. But after the Titans broke through the seal and broke the curse of the forbidden gods, the gods revived. Many gods have chosen to resurrect in the Bora Peninsula, especially in the Spul Mountains, which has an excellent environment for warcraft. Several mid-level gods and 1 high-level warcraft god have resurrected. Although Kailian has tried to expel and suppress him, it is too far away from the northern part of Shengzhou Continent, which is the core of Kailian, and far away from the southeastern peninsula at the southernmost tip of Shengzhou Continent. After all, the territory they control is really weak. Too big. In addition to the Bora Peninsula, gods have also resurrected in other areas, so they can only be resolved nearby first. Finally, until now, Kailian has been unable to regain complete control over the Bora Peninsula area in the southeast of the Holy Continent. The overall combat plan was discussed for several days. At night, on the sea islands. Sure enough, the sea air is more comfortable to breathe. Bei Long stretched and said, looking at the 2 moons and many stars in the night sky, enjoying the sea breeze that was not too cold and very comfortable. The war is about to escalate, but you can still be so comfortable. Tiffany's voice arrived first, accompanied by a black space vortex, from which she also emerged. Yes, I clearly know that the coming war will continue to cause tens of thousands of casualties to the people of the Sea Clan, but my heart is still extremely calm. It is not because of indifference due to non-common people, but because I know the war very well. The feeling that sacrifice is necessary. Bei Long also sighed slightly, but he didn't have the slightest fear about the war. As long as you control any large area, you can attract the attention of the Titan God. Have you made your next decision? Tiffany asked. No matter if I am the leader of Kailian, or I am the vanguard of the gods but have temporarily forgotten it, even if everything about me is restored. I can feel it from deep in my heart, and I will still give priority to the sea. Clan affairs. Bei Long stretched out his hand and made simple gestures, his tone and expression were calm. Then I wish you success. This is a recent internal decision made by the Demon Clan. You can take a look. Tiffany threw out a document bag, then turned around and entered the black space vortex to leave. Chapter 71. The Attitude of the Demons? Hey! Bei Long read it briefly, and a blue halo flashed from his pale golden eyes. Documents provided by Tiffany indicate the 3 parties, the Demon Tribe, the Dragon Tribe, and the Vampire Tribe, have reached an agreement under certain conditions. Which is, if the Titan God is willing to help the Protoss recover, then he will declare war on the Titan God and the Sea Tribe at the same time, classifying them as a hostile relationship above Kailian. As long as the time is right, you can use the power of the gods to start a war at any time. It's easy to understand. Kailian's power is, after all, a collection of mortal forces that are still within control for the time being. There is no long-lived god who is willing to take the initiative to provoke Kailian before his power is fully restored, thus causing damage to his own power and putting him at a disadvantage in future competitions among the gods. But the combination of Titan God and God Clan is completely different. They are not only helping and accelerating the recovery of the gods, but they will also have a high probability of joining forces in the future. Once they unite, they will have the power to directly shake the longevity gods, and there is a high probability that they will unite with Kalien, as well as the witches, ghosts, and fairies behind them, and they will become an extremely terrifying force of gods and mortals. People's power. Plus the Titan himself. In the age of theocracy and the ancient times of chaos, they were all powerful gods that the gods did not want to provoke. They live in the ocean and are the absolute overlords of the entire ocean world, the true gods of the sea in terms of strength. Being able to unite with them will be equivalent to an absolute insurance for retreating to the ocean. And so, we must put pressure on the root cause. When the 12 titans had not yet fully recovered, and when they just had the intention, but before the gods were revived, the titan gods must be deterred, and the people of the sea tribe they protect must be used as a deterrent. In this case, it can't be as simple as simply meeting the titan god. We must produce practical results so that titan god can see enough value, otherwise it will still be the same result as the ancient tribe's troubled times. Neutral, non-interference. Bai Long also sighed helplessly. Civil war is wrong. Bai Long muttered to himself and shook his head slightly. The Revolutionary War must be fought faster. What is the fastest time from the start of the Revolutionary War to the fall of the old dynasty? Bai Long didn't know this. But it is very clear that even if the imperial domain has the support of other imperial forces, it will definitely not survive for 2 years. This is an outcome that would be impossible even if another imperial domain appeared out of thin air and launched a frontal attack from the outside. But the war for change begins from within. Open Special Communication Device. Mr. Haisha, in the second phase of the harassment operation, the local war can begin. Target, Tongrid Sea area. Let us prioritize the liberation of the people of the Sea tribe who are oppressed by the imperial territory. Tongrid Sea area. Bai Long sneaked into Linbo Military Academy, and the hometown of the outstanding student he first came into contact with was the former Tongrid kingdom of the Sea tribe. It is located in the southeast, far away from the core of the imperial domain. Close to the southeast of the Holy Continent, the Bora Peninsula area. It is also close to the Elf Islands, the northern part of the island where the 3 major ethnic groups in the north live. The Navy and Communist forces began to gather. The Navy and Communist forces dispersed throughout the imperial territory received orders from their respective superiors to mobilize some of their own forces. While retaining the ability to protect the areas under their control, they began to carry military weapons and assemble in batches towards the southeastern Tongrid Sea area of the imperial territory. Mainly the Navy and Communist forces that were already resisting the south, southeast, and east, gradually condensed into a terrifying force like rainwater gathering into a stream. Even if no spies are needed, the imperial domain can still monitor it. The Navy and Communist Army are about to take action. Report. Imperial troops have been found in the southeastern waters of the imperial territory. Some of them also carry a large number of heavy weapons, especially the troops composed of mechanized combat weapons such as Hygas, undersea tanks, and submarines. There have been more than 10 troops, and they are currently carrying out extreme measures. The speed is super fast and Ritter is gathering together. The defenders along the way were quickly annihilated, or they rebelled against the Navy and the Communist Army. The defensive line formed in the opposite direction is hindering the support of our Imperial Army. At the current rate, it is expected that in half a month, a Navy and Communist force of more than 50 people will be assembled in the Tongrid Sea area. There will also be at least 10 well-armed mechanized combat forces. The overall scale is the largest so far. The Navy and Communist forces assemble. The moment the news reached the Imperial domain, the Imperial military and royal family officials were shocked. 50? Or 50 with mechanized troops? What a joke! This is only a part of the Imperial territory, where some of the Navy and Communist forces in the past were assembled. If estimated in this way, the actual number of the Navy and Communist Army in the entire Imperial territory is at least 300 million. Immediately order the garrison in the Tongrid Sea area to defend, especially pay attention to the city's defense, and it must not be breached by the Communist Navy. At the same time, we immediately ordered the troops to assemble in the Dekha Sea area and Likao Sea area in the northern part of the Tongrid Sea area. We must prepare 1 million level troops and related logistics materials within half a month, and continue to attack the Communist Party of China during this period. Capture the strongholds and open up the blocked routes. Since this group of Navy and Communist troops dare to show up, we should seize the opportunity and annihilate them in one fell swoop. The highest order of the Imperial Army was also issued quickly. Dekha Sea area and Likao Sea area. They were the 2 kingdoms before the unification of the western region of Atlanta, namely the kingdom of Decca and the kingdom of Liko, both of which were slightly stronger than the kingdom of Tongrit. Due to its geographical location, it was occupied by the western region of Atlanta earlier, and its basic control was also firmer. But also because of that. For the empire, stronger initial stability often benefits from bloody suppression, violent oppression, and other methods. Even the subsequent so-called grace takes time to be released layer by layer to appease the people. In this process, there must be no additional intervention. Especially forces like the High Communist Society. Decca Sea area, villages along the line. Open the door. Imperial Army. The military mission requires recruiting the prime men from your villages to carry supplies, and also requires requisitioning some of your food. After the war, the imperial territory will be returned to you. For the last time, open the door. A dull knock on the door sounded in the sea. Outside the low and simple building, scattered imperial army troops impatiently spoke out orders. The army needs to be assembled in a short time and requires sufficient supplies and logistics capacity. This is the fastest method. The doors of Zyakon finally opened one by one. But in the room, there were no young adults as the imperial army imagined. There were only old, weak, women and children or some disabled young people. Roughly turning over the food in the room, all the zi beans, called sea beans on land, produced mainly in this area were only enough to feed 100 sea tribesmen for 3 days at most. Even if I searched through every cellar I could find, I couldn't find any storage. Asshole! Where are your village boys' food and food? Don't tell me that's all. Even if you hunt sea fish, how much can you weak women and children catch every day? Are they all on the side of the communist bandits? The general dragged an old sea tribe member by his tail, smashed him against the wall and questioned him. It's still the same. General. The old Haizu stood up slowly and was not angry. You are. The general looked at him doubtfully. 7 years ago, when you were still an army member of the Kingdom of Decca, you captured most of our young men and sent them to the army. You also stole all our food, and by the way, you also raped many women, including my daughter. Now you are an Imperial Army member again, and you are here again. What else do you think is here? The old High Clan smiled lightly, the hatred in his eyes was deeply hidden, but it made his smile shudder. Colluding with the communist bandits is a capital crime. The general bypassed the answer and said angrily. Yes, capital punishment. Is there any evidence? General. You also said, you want to kill us and all the sea people in the surrounding villages. The old High Clan still smiled and even took the initiative to step forward and ask. You. The general's tail swayed slightly, he stepped back half a body, and his arms trembled unconsciously. Since it's not there, let's retreat. Let's go. The general forcibly spoke a few words louder, quickly turned around and ordered, leading the way out of the small village. Sir, these Zido. Put it all down. This isn't enough to fill our teeth, why should we take it back as a joke? The general left with his army. His army has sharp weapons and assigned magical firearms. Even with only a few dozen soldiers, it can easily destroy this small village. But for some reason, he felt fear here. A kind of thing that comes from the heart and dare not look directly. Fear. Imperial territories that stand out in wars often bring post-war happiness to the first generation of citizens. Because they have force, prestige, and even popular support. When everything is brought together to coordinate the world, it will be the beginning of the prosperity of a powerful empire. Perhaps the first 10 years of post-war reconstruction were a bit difficult, and the lower class would still be exploited due to class relations, but as long as the new royal family slowly established the empire and prospered. If we lower taxes year by year and provide some basic gifts, we can slowly further win over the people. Step by step, create a new prosperous empire. Popular support. But it is often a choice that has to be made at the beginning. Choose a weak and cruel kingdom, or choose a strong and cruel empire. Or a weak, gentle kingdom? No choice. We can only look forward to the future promised by a powerful country, choose to surrender and be loyal, and become the people their people want. Hai Kyongshi, asking in the name of Mr. Avisu. We are all people protected by the noble Poseidon. Regardless of light grey blue, charcoal grey, white grey, or dark grey skin color, sea people of any skin color can ask for the protection of the noble Poseidon. Even Poseidon doesn't distinguish between us. Why should we be treated by those people? The royal family that claims to be noble will judge our status. Are those so-called imperial royal families, those so-called powerful people, inherently nobler than us? Do princes and generals care about each other? Answering in the name of Mr. Ivzhu. Our skin color is not the root of our dignity, our nation is not the root of hatred, our enemies are not the so-called skin color and nation. Never. It's about the royal family and powerful people who have been exploiting and oppressing us all this time and even in the future. They are the ugly sea people who should not be nobler than us. Because we are all the noble sea people are protected by the noble sea god. Chapter 72. It's 16th day of the 3290th year of the walled calendar, 16th day. The end of the year is also the deep cold, deep winter, season for the high people. There is no doubt that the Sea Clan's war of change has completely broken out and is no longer limited to so-called small fights. When the High Communist Army of the High Communist Society began to gather on a large scale, abandoning small-scale harassment operations and targeting large cities and large areas, the peace of the entire High Clan was once again broken. It was less than 5 years after the reunification was completed. The Sea Clan Imperial Domain is about to usher in a new war. Total war called change. Surprisingly, this time, the people of the Sea Clan are no longer as unwilling to favor any country or force as they were during the chaotic wars between the Empire and the Kingdom. As long as you know something about the Communist Party of China and the Communist Party of China, you will no longer have the slightest trust in the Imperial Army. Because they saw the light coming from the sea, reflecting the red icy north. Imperial Domain. In the Decca Sea area, in a certain undersea mountain range. A group of Imperial Army soldiers looked at the underwater cave that was blasted open in front of them, and were shocked and speechless. They recruited the people of the High Tribe to no avail, and the grain collected was far from enough. Finally, after being forced to use extreme measures, I learned the real reason. The final reason why the young and middle-aged High people disappeared and the food disappeared came from High Gongxi. Under the infiltration of the High Communist Society, a large number of high-nationality youths who yearned for this organization that represented an ideal future joined the High Communist Army. Before joining, the large amounts of free high-yielding crop seeds provided unconditionally by High Gongxi had already been harvested in the cool season, autumn. In accordance with the recommendations of the High Communist Society, after turning over the normal amount, they secretly hid in a place known only to the village chief and town chief, who are highly respected high people. It is only necessary to transport part of the food every week, half a month, or every month to ensure the minimum living needs. What you see in front of you is the food stored by a village. It seems to be enough food for the residents of a small town to survive the winter. The Imperial Army doesn't know why there are so many. But the cloth covering the grain was a bit glaringly red, and the eye-catching Kalien pattern and the High Gong Society's own pattern seemed to be a silent mockery of the Imperial Domain, representing the struggle of the people belonging to the High Tribe. The leading general looked at the scene in front of him in silence for a long time. After a while, having an affair with the Kaiju Society and betraying the Empire is a capital crime. The general remained as calm as possible and spoke to the village chief who was forced to come by them. Then you should think about why we would rather risk death than betray the Imperial Domain. The village chief responded coldly. The general was silent. You old guy, are you looking for death? I will destroy you now. The adjutant became angry and slapped the village chief with his tail, causing him to fall next to the general. Just when the adjutant stepped forward and wanted to continue taking action, the general raised his hand and shook his head slightly. Remove -% of all the food here, and then go back and resume your life after confiscating the food, the general ordered. Yes. The adjutant responded, turned around and greeted, come here, prepare to count and move. And just when a group of imperial soldiers were preparing to enter. You can't take anything with you. The old village chief swam up shakily and looked at the general with an indifferent expression. What do you mean? The general wondered. Suddenly, a strange sound sounded from the cave where the food was stored. Beep, beep, beep. The adjutant and other soldiers were still confused, but the general realized something and his pupils shrank sharply. Get out! While the general shouted orders, he took the old village chief and evacuated frantically. Some of the adjutants and other soldiers may not have understood yet, but they subconsciously obeyed the order and quickly retreated. After a few seconds, boom boom boom. Continuous explosions, accompanied by violent water waves, caused the entire cave to be completely destroyed by these explosions. At the same time, the food inside was basically scrapped, and nothing was left. All gone. Some of the imperial army were injured, and a large number of those who had survived the disaster were even more shocked when they looked at the turbid seabed in front of them than when they saw the food. Or not just shocked, but fear. Are you crazy? The general grabbed the old village chief by the collar and asked angrily. Crazy? Haha. The old village chief smiled, but his expression became calm. General, you are kind-hearted and know to leave us %, but who can guarantee that you can leave us % every time? Anyway, it is like this every time. In the end, there will definitely be nothing left. Without a young labor force, we can still only resign ourselves to fishing. Unfortunately, the girls and women you abused are pregnant again, and we have to allocate part of our money to take care of them. In that case, no one wants to eat it. The old village chief laughed even harder, even a little crazy. You guys just... The general's voice trembled with anger, and he grabbed the old village chief's hand, which was trembling. I'm tired, we're tired. Be it the former kingdom of Decca, or the former Lemurian Empire, many promises were given every time they were expropriated and occupied. But in the end, it was almost the same. The best one was the promise of the kingdom of Decca. Lowering our taxes for 3 years. And then... It's ridiculous that the tax was collected many years ago. You. Can we dare to trust you even a little bit? The old village chief asked with a smile, then turned to look at the adjutant and the others, his smile full of ridicule. Even the angry adjutant just now could only grit his teeth and did not dare to look squarely at the old village chief's smile. He was obviously very angry, but he couldn't find any reason to refute. But even so, why do you have to believe that group of naval and communist troops? Are they really different? Is it worth it that you would rather bear the charge of rebellion and resistance to help them in this way? The general was still dissatisfied. Answer, and asked somewhat unwillingly. General, have you ever seen an army like that? They passed by our small village, but they didn't knock on the doors of any of our houses, didn't take away any of our food, and they didn't drag any of our girls away. They even slowed down their tail fins when swimming for fear of disturbing us. When they need a break, they just lean on each other in the middle of the road. Even if they catch fish and see us lacking young labor, they will give us some. Why do we believe them? Ha ha ha. The old village chief was even more mocking, and finally laughed out loud. As if laughing, where did these guys get the courage to ask such stupid questions? Don't these guys have any self-awareness? I'm afraid you are already used to staying in military camps and don't know what we are like. If you really have a choice, who will support a group of organizations that start a war after the war is over? But what has the unified empire given us? The status of glorious second-class citizens? Still high taxes? Or when the powerful want girls and labor, they can only send them there with a smiling face. A capital crime for collusion? Ridiculous. If I weren't already old, and you call me a bandit of the Maritime Communist Party, I would definitely be among the high tribe who carry the red flag. Ha ha ha. The old village chief laughed out loud at the end, not caring at all about the shameful and angry expressions of the guys headed by the adjutant. Shameful traitor, I will kill you. The adjutant finally couldn't help but picked up the magic pistol equipped by Imperial Domain and wanted to kill the old village chief on the spot. But what greeted him was a burst of fighting spirit from the general, who deflected the shooting action. The muffled sound of gunshots under the water did not move the old village chief, but instead made many of the soldiers among them fall silent. For a time, they could no longer distinguish between right and wrong. Which one was correct, the imperial territory they maintained, or the evil maritime communist bandits promoted to them by the imperial territory, and which one was worthy of their following? Diu has been telling them. The Communist Party of China and the Communist Party of China Army are both a bunch of gangsters who do all kinds of evil and are rebel parties that disturb the peace of the unified empire. They would kill and plunder civilians, capture women, and force men to join them. But this seems to be different from what Imperial Domain said. Are you going to favor this traitorous old guy? The adjutant asked angrily. Before you determine whether I am biased, you should take a look at the soldiers around us. The general sighed helplessly. The adjutant and the soldiers headed by him finally looked away from the old village chief. Looking around, the soldiers were silent. Facing the adjutant, their eyes were obviously evasive, and they were no longer willing to admit what they firmly believed was correct. If the adjutant really executed the old village chief on the spot for treason, then their military morale would also be executed together. What do you want to do? Do you also want to rebel like this old guy? The adjutant also tried to question sternly, pointing the magic pistol at the soldiers in a circle, but still did not get any response. Oh! Accompanied by the dull sound of gunfire, the adjutant fired another shot as a warning. What kind of attitude do you have? Ah! The adjutant asked angrily, not noticing the unnatural tremor in his words. The helpless look in the eyes of the general on the side became even stronger. He had become convinced that his lieutenant had actually fostered fear. As a powerful person, the fear that he dare not face comes from the common people who should be crawling under his tail fin. He also has understood. As long as the high communist society continues to expand, the imperial territory, which is divided into a large number of second-class citizens and third-class citizens, will gradually lose the support of the people. Until then, the imperial domain may no longer exist. Crack, click. Continuous gunshots sounded at this time. The adjutant was horrified to find that after he fired and questioned, there were nearly 10 magic rifles aimed at him and the general. This is our attitude, my lords. One of the soldiers said with a cold expression. The more soldiers next to them looked surprised at first, but then quickly looked relieved. This is one of them, a KSA spy. Chapter 73. Something went wrong, something went terribly wrong. The headquarters of the Imperial Army in the Dekasi region received very bad news one after another. Due to the temporary and rapid assembly, the required logistics capacity and materials are completely insufficient, and they need to rely heavily on the Dekasi area itself. However, a large part of the materials and transportation capacity are in the hands of those powerful fiefdoms and cannot be used by the Imperial Army at will. Want to use it? Yes, you can first ask the Imperial Territory for instructions on the transfer application, and guarantee that the fiefdom will be returned later. If it is an emergency call for war and there is no guarantee that it will be returned later, then the Imperial domain will also need to promise the most basic repayment ratio. We can dedicate our fiefdoms to the Imperial domain, or we can send out private troops to help fight life and death, but we can't be allowed to pay for it in vain, right? So usually, the Imperial Army will adopt another recruitment mode, which is to levy troops from civilians in non-feudal areas. Food for the war, pay for the troops, labor for logistics, etc. However, more than 20% of the mobilized troops temporarily rebelled. The general headquarters can no longer describe this situation as shocked, they all feel a little desperate. What is the concept of more than 20%? Being able to trigger this 20% also proves that it can shake at least 50%. Whether these troops can be used normally in the future will be a big problem. And it is simply impossible to continue to believe whether there are some deliberately not rebellious among these troops. At the same time, this also shows there have been many KSA spies infiltrated into their Imperial Army. Maybe, it's not that bad. Yes, it should be our method of forced recruitment. Compared with the attitude of the Navy and the Communist Army, the contrast is too sharp, causing the civilians' will to resist to stimulate some soldiers. You must know that most of them are civilians, and it is difficult to agree with us. Forced conquest. That's probably the case. In fact, there aren't that many communist spies, they're just being influenced by the opportunity. In the hall of the general headquarters, they tried to defend themselves, which could be regarded as comforting words. But everyone knows that this situation is very bad. Even if we put aside the issue of rebellion for now, they are preparing to assemble an army of more than 1 million people. How will they fight when there is a serious shortage of logistics? You must know that the logistics system is extremely large, and they are not a highly industrialized country like Kalien, who can have a variety of machinery as marching aids. It is simply impossible to install mechanical skeletons per person, and it is impossible for one person to carry enough combat supplies. Unless floating operations are not considered. That is to say, the soldiers themselves carry relatively heavy combat materials, so the combat altitude must drop to the seabed, and they cannot maintain their float, thus losing the mid-sea advantage, which is what the sea people commonly call mid-sea advantage. This is the core of the military department. They should all be aware of the logistical problems of our temporary assembly. Soldiers can indeed arrive, but the supply troops cannot assemble quickly. Even if they rely on sea surface ships manufactured by military factories and use sea surface transportation and sea surface delivery, they are completely insufficient to support the logistical supplies of our million-strong army. Especially when it comes to food, we can't fight on a large scale and still fish at the same time, right? The commander-in-chief of Dekasi territory said with a worried look on his face. Request food support from the local fiefdom dignitaries. Explain the situation to the imperial domain. What do you mean? That 20% of our conscripted soldiers rebelled on the spot. The generals of the High Clan at the general headquarters fell silent. Let's just say it. Otherwise, if there is not enough food and the logistics capacity to transport food, the consequences of defeat will be much more serious than this. The commander-in-chief of Dekasi area waved his hand helplessly. Then I'll prepare a report. The secretary on the side walked away silently to draft a report to be sent to the capital of the imperial territory in the northwest. The other generals were still a little silent, they obviously understood something. As a high-level person who knows many things, he knows more about the high communist society and how bad the situation of this war is. General, what do you think? This time we are fighting in the Ritter Sea. A high clan general couldn't help but ask. The people's support has been lost, and we can only win through tough war tactics. That means we must win, and win big. But the hope of victory, if the imperial army is at its peak and loyal to the empress and the imperial territory, then the navy and communist army, even with the support of Kalien's weapons and equipment, will naturally not be our opponent. The commander-in-chief of the Dekasi territory did not continue to speak. That helpless sneer said everything. In the imperial domain, there is Hai Gong. The commander-in-chief of Dekasi region glanced at the generals present. These generals, who had already understood, were silent about this. None of them could make absolute self-proof. Because before this, when the navy and communist army were only engaged in harassing operations, there were already well-established dignitaries who led their private armies to defect to the Communist Party of China, and their troops were quickly integrated into the navy and communist army, and they also a lot of important information about the imperial army was leaked. Even this kind of powerful person may rebel, but what about the others? I'm afraid even the royal family members of the western region of Atlanta can't guarantee 100%, right? The problem is no longer just their army. There is a big problem in the entire imperial domain. It's all Kalien's fault. If there wasn't this country, this kind of thing wouldn't happen. Yes. This time the maritime communist bandits would never have been so arrogant if they had not supported the weapons and equipment behind them. This is obviously an external force that is causing harm to our sea tribe. We should petition Lord Poseidon to let them destroy that evil country on land. Someone spoke up, and the other sea tribe generals followed suit. It seemed that at this time, only scolding Kalien could relieve some of their emotions. Indeed, if there were no Kalien, those civilians would accept our class rule with peace of mind. The royal family is a divinely ordained sea clan who is favored by the sea god, and the powerful are the noble sea clan who are rewarded by the royal family. All civilian sea clans should crawl at our feet, be in awe of everything we do, and should become our vassals. Even if there is resistance, it is to become the next us. But now, another force is coming, and it is disintegrating everything in our imperial domain invisibly, just like. The commander-in-chief of Dekasi area seemed to be a little at a loss for words at the end. Like what? That invisible thing, lingering on the surface of their imperial territory, was disintegrating everything about them everywhere. Just like ghost. A red ghost. Tongrit Sea area. A large number of troops with red flags are gradually surrounding the three largest cities in the Tonglite Sea area. Among them is Sni, the former capital of King Tongrit and the territorial city of the advanced Tonglit Sea. The navy and communist forces have completely surrounded this place. The Imperial Territory Army in Sni City has repeatedly requested support from the Imperial Territory through various information transmission methods. But now half a month has passed, and the Imperial Army has not yet fully assembled in the nearby Dekasi area, let alone sending any advance troops to the south. Their entire large area has been occupied by the premeditated navy and communist forces. A large number of village and town-level garrison areas have fallen, and important roads have been completely blocked. Several big cities today have become completely isolated cities. The whole thing happened in less than a week. The generals of the Sni City Imperial Army still cannot understand how they were surrounded by these naval and communist troops who suddenly appeared in villages and towns. It is also impossible to understand why these naval and communist forces gathered so quickly. Let's not talk about the army itself that is marching in a hurry. Can their logistics keep up? Tongrit Sea area. Provisional General Headquarters of the Navy and Communist Army. Mr. Avisu, should we continue the siege now, or should we wait for an opportunity to capture it directly? The General of the Navy and Communist Army asked, this is because the general of the former Tongrit kingdom was a civilian. After the imperial domain completed its unification, he escaped and was not liquidated by the imperial domain. Don't worry, there is a lack of supplies in the city, and they don't have strong weapons or supreme force to break through. They can capture it at any time. Bei Long looked at the strategic sand table and thought seriously. Then what is our next goal? The Navy and Communist general was a little confused. Here, A&D. Here. Bei Long used magic power to control small red flags, representing the actions of units, and placed them on various traffic arteries on the edge of the Tonglit Sea. Surround the point and call for reinforcements. Kill as many as you come. Bei Long said the strategy seriously. Surround the point for reinforcements. I understand. The general of the Navy and Communist Army quickly understood. However, understanding and execution are actually two different things. For the Sea Clan, the concept of encirclement does not actually exist. Unlike the battles of land races, there is usually a description of it is impossible to escape with wings, but in fact if the land races are really given wings, they will really have a chance to break through the encirclement. This situation naturally applies to the sea race. The High Clan's combat area is not limited to the ground. The usual combat area of the Sea tribe consists of two parts, one is the bottom of the sea, and the other is the sea. They can swim freely in the sea, so for the sea people, there is no concept of encirclement. If there should be a term for the tight siege of the Sea Clan, it should be encirclement ball or encirclement net. For the Imperial Army trapped in Snee City, they have the possibility of forcibly breaking out of the siege at multiple levels and angles in the three-dimensional combat space of the ocean. Therefore, it is very difficult to completely surround them. Encirclement and reinforcements are required. Implementation may also be lower. Under extreme conditions, the Imperial Army in Snee City will most likely fight for their losses and end the continuation of the encirclement and reinforcements by forcing a breakout. And by that time, Mr. Avisu, the new torpedo ship you requested has been delivered. I hope this will be an air battleship that satisfies you. The new combat weapons and equipment of the Navy and Communist Army have also arrived. Chapter 74. Sent in the same batch are the members of the Triton Squad. The magic firearms and weapons they are equipped with have been specially optimized. The water magic attached bullets fired can be fired with extremely small water resistance just like the speed of water magic in water. The initial speed can reach Mach 513, this world speed of sound -meters/second. Especially the specialized magic sniper rifle. Although its power, range, initial speed, etc. are far inferior to Kalien's first-generation god-killing weapon, it has no problem sniping down targets below the god level. Based on the outstanding members of the Navy and Communist Party you provided half a year ago, we also provided the most rigorous expedited training. With their current capabilities, there is no problem in completing killing missions below the god level. The docking personnel who came from Kalien also began to introduce the latest combat team. Kalien provided advanced weapons and equipment, and they also helped train members of the Sea Guard team. The target is Kalien's Ace team, which can cooperate with the team to complete the killing and assassination of Saint-level targets. However, through many factors such as technology, training, and growth, Kalien's current Ace team is no longer limited to holy-level targets. Rather, some outstanding team members can already kill low-level gods alone, and teamwork can basically kill regular low-level gods without injury. Kalien's stronger god-killing team has already set its minimum target at the mid-level god level. As for whether there is a god-killing team targeting high-level gods, only Kalien himself knows. The main command authority is also concentrated in the military department, and the detailed information is clearly in the hands of members who will not be controlled by blood magic and magic words. That's enough, thank you very much for your help. Ms. Haizeo, one of the senior leaders of Haikyong Society, is responsible for this connection. As the only female high-level member of the High Communist Society, she has made the fewest appearances, and many low-level members of the High Communist Society do not know her true gender. After all, codenames are just codenames in the final analysis, and the suffixes Mr. and Ms. cannot clarify the gender at all. Just like Mr. Avisu, the identity of the Ersha Empire cannot be clarified. We are not helping anything. It is nothing more than routine cooperation between forces. Kalien's contact person smiled lightly and did not acknowledge the help. Thank you very much. We will have a continuous war next. Are you interested in seeing it live? I have a few days off, but my diving magic is not very good. I hope the battle location will not be too deep in the sea. That's natural. Our livable range is within 500 meters under the sea. We are not like your land residents, who have permanent residences above an altitude of 3,000 or meters. Haha, that's fine. The news about Kalian's docking staff accepting the invitation quickly reached Bai Long. This arrangement was actually given by him. The reason is very simple. If you want to continue to get Kalian's support, you must at least let Kalian see the capabilities of the High Communist Society. And what is the nature of the Kaiju Society itself in the war? If it still takes the opportunity to exploit the people during the war like the Imperial Army and the Royal Army, then it will definitely not get any support. But as long as it meets Kalian's expectations, follow-up assistance will not be interrupted. Include: after the war, aid for post-war recovery. You must know that the various agreements currently secretly concluded between the KCP and Kalian do not cover post-war issues. This is very necessary if we want to recover faster after the war and help the sea people get rid of their suffering as soon as possible. Provisional General Headquarters of the Navy and Communist Army. Bai Long is checking the information about the top general of the Imperial Domain, mainly related to combat. Their tactical tendencies, overall combat characteristics, and attitudes toward friendly forces are all very important information and worth spending time analyzing. As for the battle on the front line, Bai Long will not personally participate in the command now. At most, if there is an emergency in a certain area, you can use whatever identity you want and use the transformation magic to go there. The overall operations, including subsequent political leadership, etc., will definitely be completely handed over to the Maritime Communist Party itself. He is destined to leave the Sea Clan in the future, and it is impossible for him to lead the Sea Clan for a long time. I believe that the 12 Titan gods will not allow it. Report. There was a messenger knocking on the door. Come in. Bai Long casually controlled the door to open, and a young Sea Clan messenger swam into the room, performing a military salute similar to Kalian's. In recent days, the Imperial Army from the Dekha Sea area has been successfully repulsed by us. However, we also found that the weapons and equipment of the Imperial Army have been unreasonably updated. Judging from some of the captured weapons, these updated weapons are mainly it comes from the Arsha Empire, and partly from the West Yoli Empire and the West Sea Empire. And according to reliable information, the naval battleships that the Arsha Empire helped improve have been handed over to the Imperial territory and may be supported in the Dekha waters at any time. As for air weapons such as fighter planes and airships, there is currently no news. The courier quickly reported the news. He spoke very fast and with an accent. If Bai Long hadn't been in the High Clan for more than a year, it would have sounded a little difficult. The Imperial territory does not have an airport, and those empires cannot sell their aircraft carriers to the Imperial territory. It is abnormal to have flying weapons in a short period of time. Bai Long was not surprised by this. Speaking of the airport, there is also information here. Regarding the archipelago area controlled by the Imperial Domain, there are plans to build a temporary air finger. Several sea magicians who are good at earth magic have gone to the island to forcefully change the designation. Regional topography. The courier said at this time and pulled out another document. The paper unique to the Sea Clan was a little thick, and it was turned over very quickly. Bai Long was handed it to him before he said anything. Take it directly and quickly look at the contents. It is expected that there will be 5 temporary air command headquarters built. It seems that some of the top military officials in the Imperial territory have noticed the issue of sea air control. That Empress is very decisive and can give approval so quickly. It's a pity that we chose to stay in the Tonglit Sea area. There are famously few archipelago areas here. Without aircraft carriers, other than airships, there is no long-distance combat capability at all. And the improvement of airships to specialize in underwater attacks will inevitably reduce its own defensive performance or air attack. I want to see how many advanced weapons and equipment those 3 empires can support the Imperial territory. Can quality and quantity be comparable to Kalian's? Bai Long couldn't help but smile with interest when he thought of this. Kalian's magic technology, even if it is not equipped with a magic computer, is absolutely crushing. In terms of basic quantitative technology, it is no longer on the same level. The messenger also laughed. Oh? You seem to know a lot. Which college did you study in before? Bai Long couldn't help but be curious. Kilian Baimu College, Northern Linhai Branch. I am the first batch of high nationality international students to go to Kilian. The messenger replied with a faint smile. Did he take the initiative to join the Communist Party of China, or was he recruited? Bai Long asked again. Originally, I was planning to join another Red Reform organization, but later I found that their abilities and ideas were far inferior to that of the Maritime Communist Society. Later, I quit and joined on my own initiative. It can be said that I am starting from scratch. I just got your exclusive messenger work, the courier explained. What's your name? Gaongxin. The pronunciation of your Sea clan's name is indeed so difficult to pronounce. Because we communicate with sound waves emitted by the vibrations of the throat muscles, instead of using the tongue to cooperate with the vocal cords. We use the way of the land race to translate the naturally difficult mouth. Is my name, Mr. Avisu, strange? From the perspective of the Sea clan, it's actually quite strange. Afterwards, we briefly chatted about something off-topic, and then quickly got back to the topic. After the Sea clan member named Gaonk left, Bai Long looked at the document left in his hand and wondered what he was thinking about. The Arsha Empire, the West Sea Empire, and the West Yoli Empire. If you look at it from the perspective behind them, it should be understood as the Blood Tribe, the Dragon Tribe, and the Yuan Tribe, the Goblin Tribe and the God Tribe. This attitude is obvious enough, but is it really necessary to keep an eye on me, an ordinary little god? Bai Long put down the document, shook his head slightly and muttered to himself. The tone is not ridiculing or self-deprecating, nor is it complaining, as if it is telling the truth. It always feels a little weird. Help me contact the front line of Sni City. Okay. A communication device that quickly connects you to new opportunities in Kilian. This is the front line of Sni City. What are your instructions? Mr. Avisu asked the other end of the communication. Inform your military commander that the current pressure on Sni City is not enough. Use torpedo bombardment to continue to exert pressure. If possible, it is best to directly destroy some of the defenses. They must be forced to urgently seek help from the Imperial territory. Don't worry about ammunition supplies. New supplies will be available tomorrow and will be delivered from the sea via transport ships. One word, hit. White Dragon gives new orders to the front line. Understood, said the other end of the communication. In fact, the offensive plans for Sni City are basically fixed, and Bai Long will not take the initiative to interfere too much. His current main responsibilities are similar to those of the General Staff of the entire PLA Navy. But if he feels there is room for improvement, he has the power to give direct orders, but it is limited to this battle in the Ritter Sea. When the Tongrat Sea area is completely occupied by the Communist Navy and the Communist Party of China declares direct control and jurisdiction over the area, Bai Long, Mr. Avisu, will also lose the power of direct orders. This was his initiative to put restrictions on his foreign race. The same means. At least he still had enough time to show his strength before this war that laid the foundation for the high communist society. Including, going to the front line in person. All right. With the pressure from Sni City, the Imperial Army in the Decca Sea area will definitely launch a fierce attack because they ask for help. It's time for the new thinking committee to come on stage. Bai Long stretched and said, looking like he had been idle for too long and wanted to move around. Mr. Avisu, are you leaving again? I guess there are a lot of guys who want to find this temporary headquarters so they can catch me. Why don't they run away? This. Suddenly it felt like it made sense. As for where exactly he ran, only he himself knew. He still has a lot of blank forms of thought and acceptance in his hand, which can appear anywhere on the battlefield at any time. Even the High Gongshi itself cannot identify who he is in the first place. Chapter 75. Atlanta West. A certain hub city in the northern part of the Decca Sea area. At this time, Bai Long was hiding among a pile of rocks, using remote observation magic to view the city's situation from multiple angles. There is no doubt that the Imperial Army is transporting a large number of troops and related baggage to this city. A large number of traces of heavy weapons such as Hygas, mechas, submarines and undersea tanks have been found, and based on the models of weapons from many countries, it can still be noticed from the improved appearance that these are all from outside the Imperial domain. Weapons and equipment. Do you have any underwater weapons from your demon clan? Bai Long asked curiously. We have just started research and development. It is impossible to sell the first-generation experimental model. Tiffany shook her head in response. Bai Long said that he was going to the main battlefield as a thinker. In fact, He had already sneaked behind the main force of the Imperial Army and obtained information about the Sea Guard team from Mr. Haisha. The general information here has also been intercepted by the High Communist Society. Knowing that important military officials were coming, he wanted to test whether the Sea Guard team that Kailian helped to cultivate at an accelerated pace could complete the assassination mission. Bei Long, who was a little worried, sneaked over secretly, ready to help secretly depending on the situation. The success or failure of this first assassination mission will have a great impact on other subsequent missions. In short, it is the establishment of confidence. After just over half a year of accelerated training, Bei Long didn't think he had learned much. The possibility of failure is not small. As for Tiffany, she took the initiative to find him after he left the temporary command center. There are too many heavy weapons. If the aura I feel is correct, there should be more than 3 Saint-level experts. Although it is not much different from the intelligence, I feel that it will be difficult for the Triton team to succeed unless spies are used to help. Bei Long further analyzed. If necessary, will you intervene as a thinker? Tiffany had already thought of it. Help until the end, until the Navy and Communist forces successfully occupy the Tonglit Sea area and achieve a staged victory. More people of the Sea tribe will see hope, and more wavering Sea tribes will make choices and resist. Emotions are quickly ignited and spread. Bei Long said calmly while looking at the time on his watch. It was almost time for the Triton team to take action. Just like when we conquered the Penga kingdom of the Sheep tribe and established the original Komi kingdom. Tiffany asked. Totally different. The world used to have no newspapers, let alone wireless and wired communications, and information transmission was extremely blocked. Few orcs knew the situation of the Arsha kingdom at that time. Moreover, in the eyes of the outside world, the Arsha kingdom at that time was just the kingdom of Ivisu. It's nothing more than its own change and external aggression. So the original kingdom of Kermit was the real beginning of hell. On the Sea clan's side, some red revolutionary ideas have already emerged in the ongoing changes in the world structure. I'm just optimizing it and borrowing the mature and powerful power of Kailian. Bei Long denied this. He did not think what he was doing at this time could compare with the original Kailian. The original Kailian. That's really a wolf at the beginning, and development depends entirely on fighting. Resistance thoughts? Absolutely not. King Kermai at the time had to take the initiative to establish a slogan, orcs will never be slaves, as a replacement and guidance. Technical foundation? A little bit. To popularize basic education, we had to borrow teachers from the then kingdom of Bansi, and we had to trade some mature skilled workers with the then kingdom of Esha. Basic resources. There is a ghost from scratch, and everything is defeated bit by bit. Today's Hai Gongshi is far stronger than it was back then. The red revolutionary ideas have long been quietly buried. In terms of technical basics, Imperial territory has also tried to learn and accumulated a lot of technology. The basic resources are sufficient, and even the finished weapons and equipment have Kailian's massive resources behind them. So, don't always test on the premise that I am him. If it is really the head of state Kailian who comes to lead in person, I am afraid that the Navy and the Communist Army have already begun to surround the Imperial capital. Why choose the most peripheral Tongli special territory to start slowly? What? Bei Long turned around and spread his hands. That's true. When he personally infiltrated the Oran's empire, he started directly from the important mineral areas in the west. This directly caused regional containment and resource restrictions, which led to the Oran's empire, the strongest at the time, to conquer several small countries. You are limited at all times. Tiffany also admitted this. Really? Bei Long. Then he stood up and looked ready to take action. It's almost time. I want to go into the city first. Do you want to come with us or continue to observe outside? Bei Long asked. It's not convenient for me to enter the fighting area. Tiffany. Okay, wait for my good news. As Bei Long spoke, he took out a sniper rifle with a length of nearly 2 meters, as if showing off his weapons. God-killing martial arts, mortal life change? Where did you get it? Tiffany Lee recognized this sniper rifle. This is one of Kailian's first generation of god-killing weapons, the mortal life of the sniper rifle classification, now modified into an underwater magic sniper rifle. This is a gift from the guy Kailian codenamed Businessman. His name is Yud Henida. Do you know him? Bei Long asked in response. There are 13 seats in the Central Assembly. One of the 7 former seats, he was also the finance minister of Kalien during the World War. Not to mention the senior officials of various countries and nationalities, any president of the Chamber of Commerce will basically know this guy. He was also the head of state of Kalien at the time. Talents who were personally promoted. Tiffany naturally knew him. Oh. Bei Long responded casually and simply adjusted the gun. Have you ever seen him? Nothing special? In terms of blood power? Tiffany asked tentatively. Not at all. He is also a vampire, or does he have blood? Bei Long was confused. He is one of the family members of the former head of state Kalien. Tiffany explained directly. She also knew about this matter. Yes, one of the people in power second only to Chief Kalien must use the most reliable means to control. Bei Long also approved of this approach. Tiffany Lee looked at Bei Long's reaction and felt a little confused. Is he really not that person? Even if the family contract has been terminated long ago, as long as the two parties who have concluded such a contract will have a stronger feeling at close range than between vampires. Strangeness. Is there a problem somewhere? Actually. For dependents whose contract has been cancelled, the blood force between the two is inferior to that of blood relatives. Tiffany Lee didn't know that the little witch Sylvia, who was the sister of the head of state Kalien, did not feel the slightest resonance of the power of blood in such a close contact. She was just a dependent who cancelled the contract, which was naturally even more impossible. Sensed. Okay, I'm entering the city, bye. After Bei Long finished speaking, he activated dark magic to hide himself and secretly moved toward the hub city. Tiffany was left confused, thinking on the spot. Sure enough, before there is absolute confirmation, there are still unknown things that cannot be explained. Chapter 76. Boom. Following the sudden explosion in the hub city, Tiffany, who was waiting in the outer suburbs, knew that the battle had begun. It's just that she doesn't care about whether the Triton team can successfully complete the mission. She is more concerned about Bei Long's problem. Always felt. Something seems wrong. It's true that Bei Long is a descendant of the gods. All the magical powers and abilities he possesses are directly related to the head of state Kalien. Gods, witches, vampires, undead, etc. Everything points out that he is the person directly related to head of state Kalien, and it is even very possible that he himself is the only one who is in the current situation because his strength and memory have not been fully restored. The gods of the major races such as the vampires, dragons, and demons also focused their attention on him. If the Titan god hadn't protected the Sea clan, it would have been entirely possible for him to directly send powerful gods to look for him. What's wrong with this? At this time. Run, run, run. White Dragon suddenly appeared, pulled Tiffany's wrist with magic power and activated space magic. What's the situation? Tiffany still didn't know the situation. Space magic, activate. I just joined in the fun and sniped a few shots, successfully killing 2 7th level kings, but when I sniped an 8th level saint, I missed the target and accidentally hit the middle of the tail fin. Now they are gathering strong men to chase me like crazy. Bei Long explained while teleporting through space. Middle tail fin. Tiffany was stunned at first, but soon her face turned slightly red. The upper body of the sea tribe is human-shaped, the lower body is fish-shaped, and the reproductive organs are also in the lower part. That is, the middle part of the caudal fin. The power of the mortal sniper rifle is extremely terrifying. If it hits the tail fin, it will definitely be interrupted directly. However, the battle has already started for a while. A strong person who is on guard always maintains the magic fighting spirit to protect the body. There is a high probability that after the defense is penetrated, the remaining impact force will damage the body. That is to say, Bei Long most likely destroyed the dignity of the male general. After the teleportation, Bei Long continued to teleport several times before confirming that he had not been caught up. Call. Sure enough, this sniper rifle has not been professionally trained, so it's just for fun. Something almost happened. Bei Long said with a sigh of relief. They can't beat you, so what? Tiffany was speechless. It's mainly due to a mistake. In fact, it's okay to kill directly. It's a coincidence that I hit the wrong place. It's hard not to suspect that I did it on purpose. Such shameless behavior can't save face. Bei Long explained. As both men, there is still a basic consensus in this regard. Cutting off arms, legs, tail fins, and even heads is recognized. What does it mean to cut off dignity? Okay, Did they succeed in sniping? Tiffany didn't want to continue discussing this topic. They were attacked by two snipers at the same time. One missed and the other hit the waist, resulting in no death on the spot. Then they directly entered into a close-range firefight. You should have heard an explosion, right? It was caused by a close-range fight. That's when I took advantage of the chaos and started sniping. It's just that the technique is not good, and you know the rest. Bei Long answered the situation at that time. Then even if you are alive, you are still considered useless. The Sea Clan's unique ability to cut in half is that even if you survive, the Sea Clan without a tail fin will be more uncomfortable than us without legs. Tiffany agreed that the assassination mission was a success. Then don't worry about this and move on to the next battlefield. Bei Long didn't intend to continue to care. You really don't plan to interfere too much with the Sea Clan? Tiffany said. Otherwise? Unless the Titan God personally appoints me, I am their designated divine choice. Otherwise, how can these sea tribes who have already truly deified the Titan God casually recognize me as their supreme leader, and in the end I will still be something like an army staff officer? The presence. Bei Long also spent more than a year in the High Clan and High Gong society, and he already understood these things. You really don't want to work hard and continue to create an empire here? Tiffany asked seductively. At this time, Bei Long was silent for a moment. After a while. To be honest, at the beginning, I did have the idea of creating an empire-level strength of the Sea tribe. Even very inexplicably, there is this thought of one more time. I can't tell whether it's something deep in my memory or something outside my memory that's affecting me. But at least, it seems now that the Sea Clan is not ready to accept foreign races, nor does it have the ability to break away from the Titan God. I think even if the leader of Komi comes in person, it is impossible for him to directly serve as the leader of the Sea Clan and create a new and empire-level force. This is a problem that has been rooted in the race itself for tens of thousands of years. Even change takes time. At the end of Bei Long's words, he shook his head slightly. He didn't think that he could really become the leader of the Sea Clan, at least not now. Is it? Tiffany looked at the white dragon in front of her. In my mind, I kept trying to overlap the figure in front of me. If it were that person, would he really say such an answer in this situation? His ideal is the whole world. Neither the Sea Clan nor the Titan God can stand in his way. Did he? What are you going to do next? Tiffany asked. Hey? Isn't it obvious? Bei Long was confused. Tiffany tilted her head in confusion. When you asked me to meet the Titan God, I just chose a safer way and helped the High Communist Society, which I thought had a better future. Now I just need to wait for the High Communist Army to completely occupy the Tongli Special Area. Based on the previous relationship with the Kingdom of Right, it can be like contacting Poseidon. After that, I just need to find an opportunity and ask the God-level experts from High Gong Society to help me contact Poseidon. The rest is a matter between myself and the Titan God. Bei Long was confused instead. Wasn't this Tiffany's original suggestion? But you clearly have a good foundation now, as long as you continue. Tiffany wanted to say something else. If it were the head of state Kalien, he would probably continue, right? But unfortunately, I am just an ordinary god descendant with incomplete memory now. Bei Long shook his head slightly and smiled. Tiffany didn't say anything else, or she didn't know what to say. Let's continue wandering around the surrounding battlefields and see what else I can do, just try to add some advantages to the Communist Army. In this way, the attack on Snee City will be more secure, and it will be more important to fully control the Tonglite Sea area, which can be considered helpful. Of course, judging from the current situation, even if we don't do these things, the overall situation is settled. Even if the Imperial territory has weapons and equipment assistance from other empires, unlike the Navy and the Communist Army, which have secretly conducted relevant weapons and equipment training for a long time, I am afraid that many Imperial territory armies may not be able to develop weapons such as submarines and Hadean tanks. Bei Long continued, and Tiffany nodded slightly without saying anything. The war is still going on. But gradually, it became a war that completely belonged to the High Clan itself, and the influence of weapons and equipment from outside forces could no longer change the nature of this war. Chapter 77. The continent of Refiga. As the northernmost point in the world, it is also the smallest continent in the world. It is cold all year round and has a sparse population. Their popularity in the world is often the smallest, and they are far less famous than the elves who live on only a few large islands in the southern seas of the world. But during the previous world wars, they were not like this. Because on this continent, there was the Aegu Empire, known as the strongest orc empire in the world at that time, and there were also rumors of the Behemoth clan reviving early at that time. As a legendary clan of gods, with the powerful title of King of Land War, it was recognized by the world at that time as the country with the best chance of unifying the orcs. But now, a large number of the orc population is losing to Kalien. Even though they still monopolize the entire continent, the total population is less than 1/10 of Kalien. The traditional imperial political structure, coupled with the belief in the so-called beast god, worshipped the giant beast god Behemoth as the spokesperson of the beast god. Its emperor, Samila Amun. In addition to being the emperor of the empire, he also serves as the contemporary pope of the beast god cult, representing the image of the Aegean Empire's political and religious empire. Behemoth is their patron saint. Behemoth Territory, Egypt Empire. The new imperial capital, Bicester. Imperial Palace. Samila, have you read the latest information from Mr. Aviso of the Sea Tribe, right? It includes the parts sent by the Blood Tribe and Demon Tribe. The Behemoth god, who had shrunk his body with magic, sat at the other end of the conference room and asked the Emperor Samila. Let's get straight to the conclusion. There is no doubt that he is related to that person. As an opponent who can be said to have witnessed the rise with his own eyes, this guy named Mr. Ivisu is almost certain that as long as we catch him, we will be able to find all the clues we want. Unfortunately, it is precisely because Mr. Avisu's behavior is so similar to him. He is very good at using factors such as power balance and regional conditions to create a situation that is beneficial to him. For example, now, the vampires who are good at infiltration cannot easily infiltrate into the sea tribe protected by the Titan god. Even if the infiltration is successful, it will be difficult to find Mr. Avisu in the vast sea by himself when the intelligence network of the Sea Clan Imperial Territory itself is incapable of doing so. The gods weigh in on the state of the sea. Familiar exploits. Emperor Cimera said regretfully. This feeling is all too familiar. If you put yourself in the perspective of Sea Clan Empress Tiz, the feeling of powerlessness you felt when you witnessed Kalien's rise seems to be happening again. But this time, it was not another continent across the sea, nor was it the rise of a small country that was initially inconspicuous. But from itself, from within. A small organization grows rapidly from a small sign. Can it be understood that he is back? The Behemoth Beast God asked solemnly and seriously. As a high-level god, he took this matter far more seriously than other high-level gods who had just recovered. He already understood the terrifying aspects of this country called Kalien from the Behemoth Beast God who had previously assisted the Aegu Empire. We understand more clearly how much change the leader who emerges from the chaotic world war will bring to the world. If not for the resurrection of the gods. If it weren't for multiple ethnic groups killing each other. I'm afraid that at this time, the whole world has only one common name. The unified name, Kalien. It's not certain yet, otherwise Kalien wouldn't be just preparing for this. You know, those brave subordinates who accompanied that man to conquer all directions and unify the entire holy continent are all still alive and growing further, and their fanaticism as followers has never been extinguished. He will only be crazier than us in looking for him. Emperor Simala shook his head. He did not think that head of state Kalien had successfully recovered. Then what do you think the situation is now? Asked the Behemoth Beast God. If I insist on giving a proper understanding, maybe it's a death rattle. Emperor Simala thought for a while. Death rattle. Behemoth Beast God was confused. Yes, after he died, he used the magic of the spirit summoners, undead, to announce the death rattle magic to the whole world. Emperor Samila recalled. Death rattle. I will become a ghost. Like the red flag of Kalien, it has been flying in the sky to protect your ghost. I will remember any enemy who intrudes and causes trouble to Kalien until the moment I wake up from the dead. Until we create an ideal future for the people of Kalien, even if we risk our lives for it again. As long as I can still fight. I will definitely live up to any intelligent being who believes in this red flag. Excerpt from the previous work Magic Mecha War? No, Steel Torrent, final chapter of the final volume. That kind of death rattle magic does not have the nature of a curse or a prophecy. Do you want to tell Mr. Aviso what method he left behind, which is what he calls, a ghost? The gods of the Behemoth tribe are very aware of the death rattle magic of the undead tribe, so they know that the magic itself does not have such power. This possibility cannot be ruled out. The main reason is that I have not personally come into contact with the divine descendant White Dragon in the Arsha Empire's intelligence, and my understanding of Mravisu is limited to the information provided. Although I have a lot of doubts, I still can't directly identify these two as that person. At least the opponent I know well, who has been unable to fight, will not be limited to this kind of thing. That rascal! There must be a deeper plan. Emperor Simala was convinced of his judgment. Head of State Kalian. That guy must be more than just changing the Sea Clan. The behemoth beast god fell into thought. At least for now, the current situation of the Sea Clan is very consistent with his death rattle. The High Clan is not a part of Kalian, and has never been integrated into it, but one thing is without doubt. That is the rise of the High Clan and the High Gongshi. They want to imitate Kalian all the time, and want to gain Kalian help and recognition. Even now, even if they already have their own flag, they will put the Kalian flag next to it. Them. Believing in that red flag. Emperor Simala looked at the situation of the Sea tribe from a holistic perspective. You must live up to any belief, that intelligent creature with the red flag. The behemoth beast god thought further. Suddenly, I felt a little enlightened. Why do they always feel that both the divine Bailong and Mr. Avisu have a slightly different feeling and cannot really associate him with the head of state Kalian? Perhaps. Is that really not head of state Kalian? There is one more important point. Emperor Samira said, holding up a finger. What else? Behemoth beast god. Later, we learned from various sources that head of state Kalian is a long-lived hybrid, possessing the blood of humans, vampires, witches, and a trace of the undead that contains the power of Phoenix. In addition, the power of the gods has been quietly residing in the oracle magic originally given to the witch clan. There is nothing to talk about human blood. We all know and believe in the power of the vampires, undead, and gods. But among them, there has always been an ability that has never been confirmed, originating from the ability of the witch clan. Emperor Simara's understanding of the power of the witches may be the key. The mastery of all magics of the witch clan is an inherent ability, just like the blood power of the vampire clan and the special devilish energy of the demon clan. The blood clan has an additional and unique ability to become a descendant, and the demon clan has an additional and unique ability to demonize. They are fixed special abilities. The special abilities of the witches are special magical talents. The behemoth beast god thought quickly. Many long-lived gods have their own inherent abilities, as well as special abilities that cannot be duplicated. For example, full system mastery, blood power, special magic energy, etc. As long as they want to learn, they can always find a way to barely master it. They are not the only ones who can do it. This is their inherent ability. However, the transformation of the vampire clan and the demonization of the demon clan cannot be learned by foreigners. This is their special ability. The special ability of the witch clan is special magic talent. When each witch clan awakens its magical power, it often awakens a special hidden magic at the same time. Some are directly related to combat-related magical power increases, such as specialization of fire power, increased spell casting speed, etc. Some are related to mental power, or special spatial abilities, etc. So, as the head of Kalian who has the blood of the witch clan and has perfect inheritance of bloodline power, what is his witch clan talent? Although the time between the sudden explosion of the power of the host gods and the joint force of the three gods to kill him is very short, in theory there should be no additional time to prepare. But that guy, at least a long time ago, knew about the resurrection of the gods. If the funeral arrangements to deal with his sudden death are superimposed on his original overall strategic plan for the resurrection of the gods, it does not rule out that he may have some backup plans. Then this special talent, which only the Demon Queen may know, may become the key. We should also be more vigilant. Emperor Simala said solemnly at the end, he felt more and more that these things were all connected. This speculation must be based on the premise that his special talent of the witch clan can still be activated after death. To be honest, the possibility is somewhat slim. The behemoth gods still have basic doubts about this. I understand, so this is just a suggestion to ensure that we cannot ignore this possibility. The reply to the vampires and demons. They then began to seriously discuss this issue, while other issues were temporarily put on the back burner. For example, the follow-up treatment of the magic disaster of longevity in winter. There are frequent public dissatisfaction strikes. Local adventurers, such as an adventurer named Chits, once again followed the example of the other adventurers in taking the lead in raising the issue of rebellion, following the lead of the leader of Kolian. The priority of such repetitive and common problems is temporarily lowered. Chapter 78. Demons. Frist Island, the old royal city. The Great Hall of the Demon Palace. Still haven't found it yet. The contemporary devil, Baisal Denza Olamor. He is tall and his clothes are mainly black, with dark blue and dark red tones. A very young and handsome man in appearance, with resolute facial features and sword-shaped eyebrows, and wearing a crown on his head, he is full of majesty. Its burly body adds a sense of oppression, and coupled with its strong special breath magic, it will produce an aura that makes ordinary people kneel down. If you can find a ghost, that brat is very good. After Tiffany disappeared with her in the elves, she probably followed him closely. The mobility of space magic is extremely high, so it would be difficult for me to find him. Another man with the same name and somewhat similar appearance, but with slightly less strength and aura, said angrily. Sriga Denza Olamor, the biological brother of Demon King Bashir. He is also Tiffany's father. Have you not re-established the connection with the magic mark you left on her? It still doesn't work. She knows the location of the Titan God or some other resurrected high-level gods of Warcraft. She just needs to pay some price to let them help erase or block it. Is it? They were silent for a moment, as if the conversation had been interrupted. After a short silence, Demon King Bashir spoke first. The Six Kings Palace has judged Tiffany Lee as a traitor. If she can bring back the Divine White Dragon, this judgment will be revoked. I don't want to beat around the bush with you. If you still have a method that you haven't informed us about that can clearly find Tiffany, that's the last chance. Even if you capture them together, it can be considered as bringing her back. So, think it through, Sriga. Demon King Bashir rarely calls his brother by his first name, and this time his attitude has been very clear. I know, I'll try my best to find it. Sriga nodded, but did not look at Demon King Bashir. After the Demon King fully recovers his strength, I will hand over the position of Demon King. I hope you can handle it well before then. Yet. I know. After Demon King Basul finished speaking, he turned and left. Sriga still nodded lightly. In the main hall of the Demon Palace, Sriga was the only one at the moment. Many powerful demons have gone to the Gallia continent to build or repair the old Demon King city built in the troubled times of the ancient tribe. All demon-related functions here will also be transferred there one after another. Ugh! Sriga sighed softly, and the space vortex beside him opened. His heart is clear. When the Six Kings Palace determines that the royal family has betrayed, even if it is a fault, they will be deprived of their royal status. Their descendants will also be demoted to high-level demons, and will no longer have any intersection with the blood of the demon royal family. This is still the best result. If the divine Beilong was successfully brought back, but still failed to obtain any useful information from Beilong, then it is debatable whether the merit is worth the effort or not. The worst. If the god-born white dragon is just a scam carefully planned by the gods before they truly recover, then Tiffany, who brought her back, would most likely mislead their overall judgment of the demon clan, so it was not a question of whether she had merit or not. But Sin +1 class. Look, keep looking. Sriga sighed and turned around to enter the space vortex. Sea people. The western region of Atlanta and the Sea of Tongrit. Snee City. January 3291th, in the walled calendar. Snee City failed to wait for the reinforcements from the imperial territory and tried to send the gods of mortals, low-level gods, to rescue them. In the end, the gods of mortals of High Gong society cooperated with the king-level and saint-level powerhouses to resist, but failed. Completed the rescue of Snee City. The Snee City Imperial Territory defenders took the final step to break out of the encirclement and floated to the Middle Sea area to try to break through the encirclement. Finally, encountered an attack by the surface fleet of the Communist Navy and a large number of deep-sea bombs, the Imperial Army suffered heavy losses. Without targeted weapons, it would be difficult for them to destroy ships with steel hulls and magic array protection from under the sea. Defeated, surrendered. The generals and confidants of the Imperial domain died on the battlefield to apologize. January 3291, 22, Waller Calendar. The Navy and Communist forces spent 3 days to properly take over Snee City and surrounding villages and towns, and declared the city area liberated. January 3291, 27, Waller Calendar. With the cooperation of the people of the Sea tribe in the Tongrit Sea, the Navy and Communist Army quickly found the remaining Imperial Army hiding in various areas, and annihilated or captured them. All the main roads supporting the Tongrit Sea area are completely controlled by the Navy and Communist Army. February 3291, dash of the walled calendar. The third of the 12 high-ranking members of the High Communist Society, Mr. Haisha, accompanied by Mr. Haijing, the god of ordinary people, and Mr. Hailong, the god of ordinary people, made the official announcement in Sni City in Tonglit Sea. The Sea tribe and all the people of the Sea tribe in the RITC region are now liberated from the tyranny of the imperial territory. The High Communist Society will serve as the temporary leader of this region, maintaining peace in the region while continuing to confront the imperial territory until the Sea clan is completely liberated. Tongrit Sea area is adjacent to the Sea area, Deka Sea area. The Imperial Army is stationed in the city. The late winter sunshine shines through the sea water and onto the underwater city with a depth of no more than -meters, which is quite aesthetic. On the important day when the Communist Party of China announces liberation, you actually have the time to enjoy the sunshine under the sea here. Tiffany's voice came, and the familiar person arrived before she could. Mr. Avisu, aren't you always at the Haidong Society now? Besides, why should I go there in person, waiting for my guy to be caught on the spot? Bei Long smiled half jokingly and half seriously. Do you really think that even the current High Communist Society can fight against the imperial territory on its own and no longer needs your personal guidance? Tiffany still remained skeptical. The general trend has been formed. The permeability and appeal of the ideas brought by the red flag are extremely terrifying. The imperial domain that has just completed the unification is already unstable, and the old royal power and noble forces have launched rebellions from time to time. This is a common progress. The best time for ideas to unfold. All beginnings are hard. For the Red Revolutionaries in the imperial territory, they have always suffered from the huge size of the imperial territory and have no way to unite a large number of comrades with the same aspirations. They also don't know how to escape from the strict defense of the imperial territory with a slight improvement. Break out of the siege and get some outside help. When these are no longer problems, the so-called king will no longer be a superior being. The awakening revolution will eventually guillotine the leader of the old world. Bei Long lay on the chair, stretched out his hand to look like a guillotine, and then swung it down hard. And he gestured to the figure in the street ahead. There are streets where poor people live in this city. Several children inside are covering a red cloth with vigilance, which is so eye-catching even in the backlight. Did you know he once said something like that? Tiffany looked at the children who had disappeared around the corner and asked suddenly. What words? Bei Long asked. I probably heard it from Sister Xi Lily. He said it when he first integrated the many orcs in Kalien and was about to start annexing the human race and integrating them into Kalien. He will start a revolution in the world by seizing the human kingdom. The entire old world must be dismantled. After Tiffany finished speaking, she turned to look at Bei Long. I didn't think much about it at the time. I just thought he was handsome for being able to make that kind of declaration. Now that I think about it, did the whole world he said at that time include the sea people in the ocean? And his death rattle also said that it is true to his faith that the red flag is for all intelligent creatures, not just a few separate races, nor does it limit the land and sea. You now. Is it considered to be dismantling the old world of the Sea clan and guiding these intelligent creatures of the Sea clan? Tiffany looked at Bei Long and asked seriously. But the reason why I came to the Sea clan was not because of your suggestion. Bei Long asked with a smile. Tiffany was silent. This is indeed what she is most confused about, and that's why she asked Bei Long here. Just look at the results. Everything Bei Long did was undoubtedly problematic. Her original proposal was just to let Bei Long meet the Titan God, without telling him how to find the Titan God safely, so as to see if his ability meets the standards of that person. But what did Bei Long choose? He directly became the Mr. Avisu of the High Communist Society. As the leader of the High Communist Society, he set off a new revolution in the High Clan. He is guiding the people of the Sea clan and dismantling the old world of the Sea clan. This is really something to do to meet the Titans? Then, is there a possibility? Even without me, is it possible for you to come to the Sea clan? Tiffany suddenly thought of this. How is it possible? Without your help, I wouldn't even be able to escape from the house arrest of the elves. Bei Long waved his hand, not thinking that he had that ability. Is this really the case? Tiffany still remained confused. Bei Long has gone from the initial 6th level to the 8th level of magic and martial arts. He can directly step into the low-level god realm at any time. The true power has always been unknown, right? Even if there may be a mysterious power that I don't even know about, I can escape from the elves without your help. Then based on the situation at that time, I should give priority to escaping to Kailien, right? Even if you are not sure about the attitude of Kailien's top management, is it not safer and more comfortable to live in a certain human city than the sea people? You don't have to worry about being arrested by many gods at any time, right? Bei Long asked again. He did decide at that time that escaping to Kailien was a priority over staying in the elves. The second is to consider other things, and not think about the problem of the High Clan at all. As a land race, who would think of diving headlong into an unfamiliar sea of life? Then if it is really a power that even you don't know about, how can you be sure that it will definitely allow you to escape to Kailien? Even the space props my dad gave me cannot be used to teleport directly from the elves to the mainland of Kailien where the situation is stable. At most, they can only go to the Bara Peninsula area occupied by those Warcraft gods. The Elf Islands are in the south of the world, to the north is the High Clan Sea area, and further north is the Holy Continent where Kailien is located. You really? Is it only because of me that you appear in the Sea Clan? Tiffany quickly thought that there seemed to be a coincidence that she was confused by. White Dragon. After all, it was because of her that the Sea Clan came. Or because? Could he have come here in the first place? Chapter 79. Asilio Continent. West Sea Empire. The Dragon God mountain range is a forbidden area for ordinary people. Very wrong. Former brave man, Asami. In troubled times of different eras, there will be prophecy kings of different eras. During the Demon War era 5,000 years ago, Yasami won as one of the 7 prophetic kings at that time. With the title of Brave, he led all races to resist the demons and achieved final victory. After he retired, he disappeared for some reason and reappeared during the previous World War. According to his own words, he only has some memories and power inheritance from his previous life, but the truth of what he said has not been confirmed. Now, the World War has long ended. In the battle between the 9 prophecy kings, he is not the winner, but he is not considered the loser either. The Asilio continent is small compared to the Holy Continent, but at least here, he was the absolute leader among all the prophetic kings. Him at this time. He is the spokesperson for the mortals here, conveying the will of the gods, but also fighting for many autonomy rights for the mortals. Anything worth noting? In the valley, a shadow of a giant dragon appeared in front of the former hero Yasmi. One of the resurrected high-level dragon gods. A giant dragon with light attributes, one of the elders of the dragon god in the troubled times of the ancient tribe. Based on the intelligence provided by the blood god's territory, the Ersha Empire, as well as the information provided by the elves, plus the latest analysis of the Sea Clan's intelligence. It has indeed been basically determined that the Sea Clan's Mr. Avisu is the previously missing god-born white dragon. Based on his various magic proficiency, special space magic talent, and powerful transformation ability that even the vampires are hard to find, it can almost be determined that he is highly overlapped with the fallen head of state Kailien. In addition, his super ability to guide the High Clan in High Gong society, as well as his ability to secretly help them coordinate with Kailien, all prove that he is the resurrected leader of Kailien. But the most critical point is still unexplainable. The former hero Asami said solemnly. About Kailien. Dragon God Elder Shuiying roughly guessed. Yes. Since Kailien has provided a large amount of assistance to the High Clan society, although it still has not been expressed openly, he can suddenly be so interested in a newly rising red revolutionary organization of the High Clan. It is certain that they have contacted Mr. Avisu, so it should be have the same judgment as us. The current political leader of Kaolien is the wife of the head of state of Kaolien and the chief of the Central Assembly, Yashe Beldia. The military leader, Generalissimo Jekajaruj, has a scandalous relationship with the head of state of Kaolien, which is recognized by Kaolien's military, government and civil affairs, but it is limited by the monogamy law he enacted, and there is no real name. Just divide it. If Kailien had a similar judgment, he would be even crazier than us. Former hero Asami said the weirdest point. That's why. Kailien's reaction until now has been extremely calm? That was head of state Kailien. Kerministic Baladi's biggest clue. Is it possible that the king of the 6th prophecy, Yasha Yi, could steal the fruits of victory of the king of the ninth prophecy, head of Kalien, in the name of marriage. Also, Marshal Kalien, who is basically clearly of the Blood clan's bloodline, is actually a secret pawn of the Blood clan. Is it possible that he deliberately confuses our sight? The vampire clan has a history of doing this. Dragon God Elder Shuiying asked seriously, especially the second one. I know the king of the sixth prophecy relatively well. I have wanted to cooperate with her many times before and form an alliance to end the world war. The characteristics of the king she represents are to guide and develop, which is in line with the destiny of change of the king of the ninth prophecy. No conflict. What she is doing now is guidance and development based on the destiny of change. If you want to go further, the best choice is still to welcome back the leader of the ninth prophecy, Kalien, who has not completely completed the destiny of change. The former hero Asami was convinced of this. During the World War, there were 9 prophecy kings. Among them, the king of human prophecy. The first reborn emperor represents the supremacy of the emperor. The second ranked hero represents protection and salvation. The sage in the third position represents guidance and development. This is the unique characteristic represented by each prophetic king, and it can also be said to be their qualification to become a king. Former hero Asami. He believed that during the World War and the era of resurgence of the gods that followed, it was the best ideal outcome to cooperate with the king of the sixth prophecy inherited by the sages, to protect all races and save them under the protection of the gods. And in war, after stabilizing the situation, you can guide and open up a new era of gods. Unfortunately, the king of the sixth prophecy, Yasha Yi, the sage successor, chose the transformative destiny of the king of the ninth prophecy. She thought, the destiny of change is a future more worthy of guidance and development. As for the possibility of Grand Marshal Kalien being a chess piece of the Blood clan, I really can't make a judgment on this point. Because I have not personally contacted the Grand Marshal known as the Empress. I have tried to contact the West Sea Empire's official channels before, and also through the official channels of the West Sea Empire. It ended in failure. Reason? Probably because we are too closely connected. As one of the 3 clans whose leader Kalien fell, we are extremely disgusted. Yasmi did not have the confidence to make a clear judgment on this point. Dragon clan, Blood clan, Demon clan. They are all the direct reasons for the death of head of state Kalien. This is a fact. Then we can keep this guess. After the death of head of state Kalien, she was the one who directly took over the highest military power of Kalien. It is not unreasonable if it is arranged by the Blood clan. It is naturally understandable why the military force she represents does not actively search for the head of state of Kalien. Control each other with the king of the sixth prophecy, who represents political affairs. The current result is not surprising. The shadow of Elder Dragon God is still more inclined to Generalissimo Kalien, and he may be the dark son of the vampire clan. Because the vampires have a real record in this regard. As a clan of powerful gods from ancient times to the present, the vampires must be vigilant when dealing with them. But if it's not an Zi, and the king of the sixth prophecy has no intention of stealing, then there's a big problem. It's not just head of state Kalien who has wrong clues. I'm afraid there are unknown plans that we don't know about. This is what Asami is most worried about. The shadow of Elder Dragon God was slightly thoughtful. Then he asked, do you have any specific guesses? First, the talent of Kalien, the head of the witch clan, is unknown. He had never used it until his death. There may be a connection. Secondly, if the divine Beilong has a deceptive plan, he may have already returned to Kalien, or he may still be dormant among one of our clans. Since he has the ability of the vampire clan, we cannot rule out this possibility. Thirdly, the penetration and spread of his revolutionary destiny ideas is extremely terrifying. Is it possible that the High Clan in High Gong society is his testing ground for alien races, especially alien races that believe in gods? To pave the way for future plans. Yasmi gave 3 guesses in succession. If any of the guesses are true, it's not good news. If there is an extremely possible 3-in-1 that satisfies 2 of the 2 at the same time, then it cannot be described as simply bad news. It can already be understood as terror. Chapter 80. Tongritsi area. The capital of liberation. Sni City. After the High Communist Society announced the complete liberation of the area, this city, which was originally the royal capital of the Taurat Kingdom and then the local main city of the Atlanta Western region, was dubbed the Liberated Capital. express liberation and declare sovereignty. It is only after completing these and other preparations that there are no problems, that it can be considered a complete force. National power. You will have the right to pray to Poseidon and ask for Poseidon's recognition and protection. February 3291th, of the walled calendar. This is the time when Hai Gongshi prepares to formally pray to the god of the sea. At the same time, the imperial army was still trying to prevent the army from launching an attack, hoping to prevent the Hai Gong society from being recognized by Poseidon. As long as it's not recognized, at most, it can only be regarded as civil strife in the western region of Atlanta, and an internal conflict within the entire unified Sea clan. This is still the powerful Sea clan imperial territory. But once it is recognized, the western region of Atlanta will lose the glory of the unified imperial domain of the Sea clan. But now, the imperial territory has no way to invade the Tongli special territory. Strategic locations, transportation hubs, and other areas are all firmly guarded by the PLA Navy and Communist forces. The people of the Tonglithai tribe, who were originally second-class citizens, now extremely support the Navy and Communist army, who bring them hope, and provide a lot of secret help. As a result, even if the Imperial Army wanted to sneak into the Tongrit Sea from a remote place, they would be discovered by people living everywhere and secretly reported to the Communist Army. Among the generals of the Imperial Army, it is not that they have never thought of extremes. Kill all the villagers you encounter along the way, or forcibly arrest them without reporting them. But unless this is done on a large scale, they can still only sneak into small groups of troops and cannot pose a threat to the Navy and Communist forces at all. A frontal assault? It was obviously a surface ship built with Kalien's help, and it had a variety of anti-sea weapons. Depth bombs, submersible torpedoes, etc., when they have absolute sea rights, are as desperate as land-based countries with weak air defense when dealing with airships. You can obviously swim up there. But basically, in the process of going upstream, countless people were killed by various weapons. They have tried to use strong men to rush up and destroy the ships on the sea, but the Navy and Communist Army will also arrange strong men with good strength on them. As long as they are not absolutely crushed, they cannot be directly destroyed by force, and the ending is still helpless. Atlanta West. Territory capital, Unitasai. Imperial Palace. An army of 2 million people is still unable to attack a small Tongli special territory, right? Even if we joined forces with the Kingdom of Right Decca, we could completely annihilate them with less than 1 million troops. Even if they have the advantage of weapons and equipment, how strong are the physical fitness and combat literacy of a large number of soldiers selected from poor civilians? Are you really fighting seriously, or are there also spies from the high communist society among you? Sea Clan Empress Tiz questioned the generals under the hall angrily. Civil strife broke out in the waters of Tongrit. Sni City was besieged in the Tongrit Sea. The Tonglit Sea fell. How long did this take in total? The backhand has mobilized an army of 200 million at the fastest speed, but it can't break through the defense of no more than 1 million Navy and Communist troops. Your Majesty. Although our army has arrived, many of our food and baggage have been attacked by small groups of Communist troops of different sizes. Many frontline soldiers still use traditional cold weapons, which cannot compete with the fully armed Communists. Military confrontation. As for surface ships, although they were urgently purchased from various continental empires, the training in all aspects was completely insufficient. The complex operations of large sea ships, especially when there is still no time to optimize for our language and operating habits, the learning speed is extremely slow. The worst part is, our Air Force trains more slowly. But on the Navy and Communist side, it is clear that they have an Air Force and can pose a threat to ships on the sea. Unless we send King-level and Saint-level experts to follow us at all times, we will not be able to defend at all when our air defense capabilities and experience are scarce. A general quickly explained the situation to explain. It's not that they don't have the strength to fight, it's that they never have the opportunity for direct confrontation. Whether it is logistical supplies, weapons and equipment, quality tactics, etc., there is no comparison with Hai Gongshi. In case they are still the same cold weapons as before, occasionally paired with some haigas, mechas, for combat. These imperial generals have absolute confidence in crushing the Navy and Communist forces. But the current war situation is changing too fast. With the secret intervention of Kalien and other empires, and with the ultra-rapid upgrade of weapons and equipment, combat thinking needs to be quickly iterated. Without special guidance, it is impossible to keep up. Then continue to deploy troops and increase protection of food and baggage transportation. At the same time, we ordered all the nobles with private armies to immediately mobilize 50% of their private armies and be ordered to go to the Tonglit area within 1 month to participate in the encirclement and suppression of the communist society in the sea. The civil strife in the Tonglit area must be completely quelled. The High Communist Party organization in this Tongli special area must be completely annihilated. Empress Tiz ordered angrily. She is extremely irritable now and has tried to stay calm and rational as much as possible, but the current situation is really too bad. Even the Oran's Empire, which was the strongest empire on land at that time, never had such a headache when facing the Red Reform Organization. She probably understood the reason. Although the former Orleans Empire was disrupted by the initial Red Revolutionary Organization of the Leviga Party, the empire has stood firm for many years. The internal environment was relatively stable, and it had not yet fallen into the quagmire of all-out war, and people's lives were not particularly bad. But the imperial domain is different. A few years after the War of Unification ended, temporary class divisions were introduced for better governance. The overall environment for the people at the bottom is extremely bad. Under these circumstances, with all the successful experiences of the mainland Red Change organizations and the covered and full support of Kalien, the speed and intensity of its influence far exceeded that of the Leviga party at the time. But Your Majesty, if more than half of the powerful private troops are deployed, they may not be able to maintain their own defense. A general with a powerful background said. If the navy and communist forces in the Tongrit Sea cannot be eliminated, how long can those powerful men hold on to their private armies? Empress Tiz asked coldly. But the general wanted to say something else. No, but execute Gu's order. Empress Tiz ordered angrily. As ordered. I had no choice but to obey. In fact, this general, including other generals, wanted to say it. The Imperial Army's inspections are already very strict, and spies from the High Communist Society will infiltrate. There are no one knows how many spies there are in the private army of powerful people with loose inspections. If half of them are deployed, it is not even a question of whether the powerful can hold on to their territory. Just a large number of spies, accompanied by the powerful private armies to the front-line battlefields, would be absolutely disastrous. They also understand. Empress Tiz must have known, but her choice was to fight to the death rather than sit back and wait for death. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.